Part 5, Chapter 25 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. When Alexei entered the Countess Lidia Ivanovna's cozy little boudoir, decorated with portraits and old porcelains, he failed to find his friend. She was changing her gown. On a round table covered with a cloth stood a Chinese tea service and a silver teapot with an alcohol lamp. Alexey Alexandrovitch glanced perfunctorily at the numberless paintings that adorned the room. Then he sat down near a table and took up a copy of the New Testament which lay on it. The rustling of the Countess's silk dress put his thoughts to flight. "Well now, we can be a little more free from disturbance," said the Countess with a smile, gliding between the table and the divan. "We can talk while drinking our tea." After several words, meant to prepare his mind, she sighed deeply and, with a tinge of color in her cheeks, she put Anna's letter into his hands. He read it and sat long in silence. "I do not feel that I have the right to refuse her," he said timidly, raising his eyes. "My friend, you can never see evil anywhere." "On the contrary, I see everything as evil. But would it be fair to—" His face expressed indecision, desire for advice, for support, for guidance, in a question so beyond his comprehension. "No," interrupted the Countess Lidia Ivanovna, "there are limits to things. I understand immorality," she said, not with absolute sincerity, since she did not know what could induce women to be immoral. "But what I do not understand is cruelty toward anyone, toward you. How can she remain in the same city with you? One is never too old to learn, and I learn every day your grandeur and her baseness." "Who shall cast the first stone?" asked Alexey Alexandrovitch, evidently satisfied with the part he was playing. "I have forgiven her for everything, and therefore I cannot deprive her of what is a need of her heart, her love for her son." "But is it love, my friend? Is it sincere? Let us agree that you have forgiven her, and that you still pardon her. But have we the right to vex the soul of this little angel? He believes that she is dead. He prays for her, and asks God to pardon her sins. It is better so. What would he think now?" "I had not thought of that," said Alexey Alexandrovitch, perceiving the justice of her words. The Countess covered her face with her hands and was silent. She was praying. "If you ask my advice," she replied, after she had uttered her prayer and taken her hands from her face, "you will do this. Do I not see how you suffer, how this opens all your wounds? But let us admit that you, as always, forget yourself. But where will it lead you? New sufferings for yourself, to torture for the child. If she were still capable of human feelings, she herself could not desire this. No, I have no hesitation about it. I advise you not to, and, if you give me your authority, I will reply to her." Alexey Alexandrovitch consented, and the Countess wrote in French this letter. "Chère Madame, recalling your existence to your son would be likely to raise questions which it would be impossible to answer without obliging the child to criticize that which should remain sacred to him, and therefore I beg you to interpret your husband's refusal in the spirit of Christian charity. I pray the Omnipotent to be merciful to you. Comtesse Lidia." This letter accomplished the secret aim which the Countess would not confess even to herself. It wounded Anna to the bottom of her soul. Alexey Alexandrovitch, on returning home from Lidia Ivanovna's, found himself unable to take up his ordinary occupations, or recover the spiritual calm of a believer who feels that he is among the elect. The thought of his wife who had been so guilty toward him, and toward whom he had acted so like a saint, as the Countess Lidia Ivanovna had so well expressed it, ought not to have disturbed him, and yet he was ill at ease. He could not understand a word of the book he was reading. He could not drive away from his mind the cruel recollections of his relations to her, of the mistakes which, as it now seemed to him, he himself had made in his treatment of her. He remembered with a feeling like remorse the way he had received Anna's confession that day when they were returning from the races. Why had he demanded merely an outward observance of the proprieties? Why had he not challenged Vronsky to a duel? He was likewise tormented by his recollection of the letter which he wrote her at that time, especially his forgiveness of her, which had proved useless to anyone, and the pains which he had wasted on the baby that was not his, all came back to his memory and seared his heart with shame and regret. And exactly the same feeling of shame and regret she experienced now in reviewing all his past with her, and remembering the awkward way in which, after long vacillating, he had offered himself to her. "But how am I at fault?" he asked himself, and this question immediately gave rise to another. Do other men feel differently, fall in love differently, and marry differently? These Vronskys, Oblonskys, these chamberlains with their handsome calves. His imagination called up a whole line of these vigorous men, self-confident and strong, who had always and everywhere attracted his curiosity and his wonder. He drove away these thoughts. He strove to persuade himself that the end and aim of his life was not this world, but eternity, that peace and charity alone ought to dwell in his soul. But the fact that in this temporal, insignificant life he had, as it seemed to him, made some humiliating blunders, tortured him as much as if that eternal salvation in which he put his trust did not exist. But this temptation was not long, and soon Alexey Alexandrovitch regained that serenity and elevation of mind by which he succeeded in putting away all that he wished to forget. End of chapter 25. Part 5, Chapter 26 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. "Well, Kapitanuitch," said Seroza, as he came in, rosy and gay, after his walk, on the evening before his birthday, while the old Swiss, smiling down from his superior height, helped the young man off with his coat. "Did the bandaged tchinovnik come to-day? Did papa see him?" "Yes. The manager had only just got here when I announced him," replied the Swiss, winking one eye gaily. "Permit me, I will take it." "Seroza! Seroza!" cried the Slavophil tutor, who was standing by the door that led to the inner rooms. "Take off your coat by yourself." But Seroza, though he heard his tutor's weak voice, paid no heed to him. Standing by the Swiss, he held him by the belt and looked him straight in the face. "And did papa do what he wanted?" The Swiss nodded. This tchinovnik, with his head in a bandage, who had come 7 times to ask some favor of Alexey Alexandrovitch, interested Seroza and the Swiss. Seroza had met him one day in the vestibule, and overheard how he begged the Swiss to let him be admitted, saying that nothing was left for him and his children but to die. Since that time the lad had felt great concern for the poor man. "Say, did he seem very glad?" asked Seroza. "Glad as he could be. He went off almost leaping." "Has anything come?" asked Seroza, after a moment's silence. "Well, sir," whispered the Swiss, shaking his head, "there is something from the countess." Seroza instantly understood that what the Swiss meant was a birthday present from the Countess Lidia Ivanovna. "What is it? Where is it?" "Kornei took it to papa. It must be some beautiful toy." "How big? As big as this?" "Smaller, but beautiful." "A little book?" "No, a toy. Run away, run away. Vasily Lukitch is calling you," said the Swiss, hearing the tutor's steps approach, and gently removing the little gloved hand which held his belt. "In a bit of a moment, Vasily Lukitch," said Seroza, with the amiable and gracious smile to whose influence even the stern tutor submitted. Seroza was in radiant spirits, and wanted to tell his friend, the Swiss, about a piece of good fortune which the Countess Lidia Ivanovna's niece had told him, while they were walking in the summer garden, had befallen the family. His happiness seemed greater still since he heard about the tchinovnik's success and his present. It seemed to Seroza that everyone ought to be happy this beautiful day. "Do you know, papa has received the Alexander Nevsky order?" "Why shouldn't I know? He has been receiving congratulations." "Is he glad?" "How could he help being glad of the Tsar's favor? Of course he deserves it. said the old Swiss gravely. Seroza reflected as he looked into the Swiss's face, which he knew even to the least detail, but especially the chin between his grey side whiskers. No one had seen his chin except Seroza, who looked up at it from below. "Well, and your daughter? Isn't it a long time since she has been to see us?" The Swiss's daughter was a ballet dancer. "How could she find time to come on work days?" he exclaimed. "They have their lessons as well as you, and you had better be off to yours, sir." When Seroza reached his room, instead of attending to his tasks, he poured out into the tutor's ears all his surmises about the present which had been brought him. "It must be a locomotive engine. What do you think about it?" he asked. But Vasily Lukitch was thinking of nothing except the grammar lesson, which had to be ready for the professor, who came at 2:00. "No, but you must just tell me one thing, Vasily Lukitch," asked the child, who was now sitting at his desk with his book in his hands. "What is there higher than the Alexander Nevsky? You know that papa has just received the Alexander Nevsky." Vasily Lukitch replied that the Order of Vladimir was higher. "And above that?" "St. Andrew above them all." "And above that?" "I don't know." "Why don't you know?" And Seroza, leaning his head on his hand, began to think. The child's thoughts were very varied and complicated. He imagined that his father perhaps was going to have the orders of Vladimir and St. Andrew, and that therefore he would be the more indulgent for that day's lessons, and that he himself, when he grew up, would do his best to deserve all the decorations, even those that would be given higher than that of St. Andrew. A new order would scarcely have time to be founded before he would make himself worthy of it. These thoughts made the time pass so quickly that, when the professor came, his lesson about the circumstances of time and place and mode of action was not prepared at all, and the professor seemed not only dissatisfied but distressed. His professor's distress touched Seroza. He felt that he was to blame for not having learned his lesson. In spite of all his efforts, he really had been unable to do it. When the professor was talking to him, he imagined that he understood, but when he was alone, he really could not remember or comprehend that such a short and easy word as "vdrug" suddenly is a circumstance of the mode of action. But still he was sorry that he had tried his teacher. He seized on a moment when his teacher was silently looking into a book, to ask him, "Mikhail Ivanovitch, when will your birthday be?" "You would better to think about your work. Birthdays have no importance for a reasonable being. It is only a day just like any other, and must be spent in work." Seroza looked attentively at his teacher, studied his sparse beard, his eye-glasses far down on his nose, and got into such a deep brown study that he heard nothing of what the teacher was explaining to him. He had a dim comprehension that his teacher did not believe what he said. By the tone in which he said it, he felt that it was incredible. "But why do they all try to say to me the most tiresome things, and the most useless things, and all in the same way? Why does this man keep me from him, and not love me?" he asked himself sadly, and he could not discover any answer. End of chapter 26. Part 5, Chapter 27 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. After the professor came the lesson with his father. Seroza, while waiting for him, sat at the table, playing with his penknife, and he fell into new thoughts. One of his favorite occupations was to look for his mother while he was out walking. He did not believe in death as a general thing, and especially he did not believe that his mother was dead, in spite of what the Countess Lidia Ivanovna told him, and though his father confirmed it. And therefore, after they told him that she was dead, he used to watch for her while he was out for his walk. Every tall, graceful woman with dark hair he imagined to be his mother. At the sight of such a woman, his heart would swell with love, the tears would come into his eyes, and he would wait until the lady drew near him, and raised her veil. Then he would see her face. She would kiss him, smile upon him, he would feel the sweet caress of her hand, smell the well-known perfume, and weep with joy, as he did one evening when he lay at her feet, and she tickled him, and he laughed so heartily, and gently bit her white hand, covered with rings. Later, when he learned accidentally from the old nurse that his mother was alive, and that his father and the countess had told him that she was dead because she was a wicked woman, this seemed still more impossible to Sir Rosa, because he loved her, and he looked for her, and longed for her. That very day, in the summer garden, there had been a lady in a lilac veil, and, with his heart beating violently, expecting that it was she, he saw her take the same footpath where he was walking. But this lady did not come up to where he was, and she disappeared from sight. Sir Rosa felt a stronger love than ever for his mother, and now, while waiting for his father, he was cutting his desk with his penknife. With shining eyes, he was looking straight ahead and thinking of her. "Here comes your papa," said Vasily Lukitch. Sir Rosa jumped up from the chair, ran to kiss his father's hand, and looked for some sign of pleasure because he had received the order of Alexander Nevsky. "Did you have a good walk?" asked Alexey Alexandrovitch, as he sat down in an armchair, taking up the Old Testament and opening it. Though he had often told Sir Rosa that every Christian ought to know the sacred history by heart, he had often to consult the Old Testament for his lessons, and Sir Rosa noticed it. "Yes, papa, I enjoyed it very much," said Sir Rosa, sitting across his chair and tipping it, which was forbidden. "I saw Nadenka." Nadenka was the countess's niece, whom she adopted. "And she told me that they've given you a new star. Are you glad, papa?" "In the first place, please don't tip your chair so," said Alexey Alexandrovitch. "And in the second place, know that what ought to be dear to us is work for itself, and not the reward. I want you to understand that. If you work and study simply for the sake of receiving the recompense, the work will seem painful. But if you love work, your recompense will come of itself." And Alexey Alexandrovitch remembered that on this very day he had signed 118 different papers, with no other support in a most unwelcome task than the feeling of duty. Sir Rosa's eyes, shining with affection and merriment, grew gloomy and dropped as his father looked at him. It was the same well-remembered way his father had adopted in his treatment of him, and Sir Rosa had already schooled himself to be hypocritical toward it. He felt that his father always spoke as if he were addressing some imaginary boy, one of those children found in books, and not in the least like Sir Rosa. And Sir Rosa, when he was with his father, tried to make believe that he was that bookish little boy. "You understand this, I hope?" "Yes, papa," replied the lad, playing the part of this imaginary little boy. The lesson consisted of the recitation of several verses of the Gospel, and the review of the first part of the Old Testament. The verses from the Gospel Sir Rosa knew fairly well, but, as he was in the midst of so repeating them, Sir Rosa was struck by the appearance of his father's forehead, which made almost a right angle near the temples, and he stumbled and transferred the end of one verse to the next verse, which began with the same word. Alexey Alexandrovitch concluded that he did not understand the meaning of what he was reciting, and he was vexed. He frowned, and began to explain what Sir Rosa had heard so many times that he could not help remembering because he understood it too well, just as it was with the concept of the word "vdrung," suddenly, being a circumstance of the mode of action. The child, with scared eyes, looked at his father and thought about only one thing. Would his father oblige him to repeat the explanation that he had given him as he had done at other times? This fear kept him from understanding anything. Fortunately his father passed on to the lesson in sacred history. Sir Rosa narrated the facts themselves very well, but when he was required to answer the question as to what the fact signified, he did not know it at all, though he had already been punished for this same lesson. The place where he could not recite and hesitated, and where he had whittled the table and rocked the chair, was the critical moment when he had to repeat the list of antediluvian patriarchs. Not one could he remember, not even Enoch, who was snatched up to heaven alive. On other occasions he could remember his name, but now he had entirely forgotten it, for the very reason that Enoch was his favorite character in all biblical history, and he connected with the translation of this patriarch a long string of ideas which completely absorbed him, while he was staring at his father's watch chain and a loose button on his waistcoat. Seroza absolutely disbelieved in death, though they had told him about it many times. He could not believe that those whom he loved could die, and especially incredible was the thought of his own death. It all seemed perfectly impossible and incomprehensible. But he had been told that all must die. He had asked people in whom he had confidence, and they had assured him that it was so. The nurse herself, though unwillingly, said the same thing. But Enoch did not die, and perhaps others might not have to die. Why should not others deserve justice before God, and so be snatched up to heaven alive? Thought Seroza. The wicked, those whom he disliked, might have to die, but the good might be like Enoch. Well, how about these patriarchs? Enoch. Enos. You have already mentioned him. This is bad, Seroza, very bad. If you do not endeavor to learn the things essential for every Christian to know, what will become of you? Asked his father, getting up. I am dissatisfied with you. And Pyotr Ignatievich, he was the professor, is dissatisfied with you. So I am compelled to punish you. Father and Pedagogu both found fault with him, and Seroza was doubtless making bad work of it. Yet it could not possibly be said that he was a stupid boy. On the contrary, he was far superior to those whom his teacher held up to him as examples. From his father's point of view, he did not want to learn what was taught him. In reality, it was because he could not learn it. He could not for the reason that his mind had needs more essential to him than those that his father and the Pedagogu supposed. These needs were wholly opposed to what they gave him, and he revolted against his teachers. He was only 9 years old. He was only a child. But he knew his own soul. It was dear to him. He guarded it jealously, as the eyelid guards the eye. And no one should force a way in without the key of love. His teachers blamed him for being unwilling to learn, and yet he was all on fire with the yearning for knowledge. And he learned from Kapitanuich, his old nurse, Nadenka, and Vasily Lukitch, but not from his teachers. The water which the father and the Pedagogu poured into the mill wheel was wasted, but the work was done in another place. His father punished Seroza by not letting him go to see Nadenka, but his punishment turned out to be an advantage. Vasily Lukitch was in good humor and taught him how to make windmills. The whole afternoon was spent in working and thinking of ways and means to make the mill go. Should he fix wings to it, or arrange it so he could turn it himself? He forgot about his mother all the evening, but after he had got to bed he suddenly remembered her, and he prayed in his own fashion that she might cease to hide herself from him and make him a visit the next day, which was his birthday. Vasily Lukitch, do you know what I prayed God for? To study better? No. Toys? No. You must not guess. It is a secret. When it comes to pass, I will tell you. Can't you guess? No, I can't guess. You must tell me, said Vasily Lukitch, smiling, which was rare with him. Well, get into bed. I'm going to put out the light. I see that which I prayed for much better when there isn't any light. There, I almost told my secret, cried Seroza, laughing gaily. Seroza believed that he heard his mother and felt her presence when he was in the dark. She was standing near him and looking at him tenderly with her loving eyes. Then he saw a mill, a knife, then all melted into darkness, and he was asleep. End of chapter 27. Part 5, Chapter 28 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. When Vronsky and Anna reached Petersburg, they stopped at one of the best hotels. Vronsky had a room to himself on the ground floor. Anna, up one flight of stairs, with her baby, the nurse, and her maid, occupied a suite of 4 rooms. On the day of his return, Vronsky went to see his brother. He there found his mother, who had come down from Moscow on business. His mother and sister-in-law received him as usual, asked him about his travels, spoke of common friends, but not by a word did they make any allusion to Anna. His brother, however, who returned his call the next morning, asked him about her and Alexei. Vronsky declared in no equivocal terms that he considered the bond which united him to Madame Karenin the same as marriage, that he hoped a divorce would be obtained, and then he should marry her, but till that time he should regard her the same as his wife, and he asked him to explain this to his mother and sister-in-law. "The world may not approve of me, that is all one to me," he added, "but if my family wish to remain on good terms with me, they must show proper respect for my wife." The elder brother, always very respectful of his brother's opinions, was not very certain in his own mind whether he was doing right or not, and resolved to let society settle this question. But, as far as he himself was concerned, he saw nothing objectionable in this, and he went with Alexey to call on Anna. Vronsky spoke to Anna with the formal vous, you, as he always did before strangers, and treated her as a mere acquaintance, but it was perfectly understood that the brother knew of their relations, and they spoke freely of Anna's visit to Vronsky's estate. Notwithstanding his experience in society, Vronsky, in consequence of this new state of things, fell into a strange error. It would seem as if he ought to have understood that society would shut its doors on him and Anna, but now he persuaded himself by a strange freak of imagination that, however it might have been in former days, now, owing to the rapid progress made by society, and he had himself unconsciously become a strong supporter of progress, prejudices would have melted away, and the question whether they would be received by society would not trouble them. Of course she would not be received at court, he thought, but our relatives, our friends, will understand things as they are. A man may sit for some time with his legs doubled up in one position, provided he knows that he can change it at pleasure. But if he knows that he must sit in such a constrained position, then he will feel cramped, and his legs will twitch and stretch out toward the desired freedom. Vronsky experienced this in regard to society. Though he knew in the bottom of his soul that society was closed to them, he made experiment whether it had changed, and whether it would receive them. But he quickly found that, even if it were open to him personally, it was closed to Anna. As in the game of cat and mouse, the hands raised for him immediately fell before Anna. One of the first ladies of Petersburg society whom he met was his cousin Betsy. "At last?" she cried joyously. "And Anna? How glad I am! Where are you stopping? I can easily imagine the hideous effect our Petersburg must have on you after such a charming journey. And I can imagine your honeymoon in Rome. And the divorce, is it arranged?" Vronsky saw that Betsy's enthusiasm cooled when she learned that there was no divorce as yet. "I know well that I shall be stoned," said she, "but I am coming to see Anna. Yes, I will certainly come. You won't stay here long, I imagine?" In fact, she called on Anna that very day, but her manner was entirely different from what it used to be. She evidently prided herself on her courage, and wanted Anna to appreciate the genuineness of her friendship. After talking for about 10 minutes on the news of the day, she got up and said as she went away, "You have not told me yet when the divorce is to be. Though I may disregard the proprieties, stiff-necked people will give you the cold shoulder as long as you are not married. And it is so easy nowadays. C'est sa fête. Are you going Friday? I'm sorry we shall not see each other again." From Betsy's manner Vronsky might have got an idea of what he might expect from society, but he made still another experiment in his own family. He had no hope of any assistance from his mother. He knew well that, enthusiastic though she had been in Anna's praise at their first meeting, she would be relentless toward her now that she had spoiled her son's career. But Vronsky founded great hopes on Varya, his brother's wife. It seemed to him that she would not be one to cast a stone at Anna, but would come simply and naturally to see her. On the next day he called on her, and, finding her alone, he openly expressed his desire. "You know, Alexey, how fond I am of you," replied Varya, after hearing what he had to say, "and how willing I am to do anything for you. But if I kept silent, it is because I know that I cannot be of the least use to you and Anna Arkadyevna." She took special pains to use the two names. "Please don't think that I judge her. Not at all. Perhaps I should have done the same thing in her place. I cannot enter into details," she added, glancing timidly up at his clouded face. but we must call things by their right name. You would like me to go and see her, and then have her visit me, in order to restore her to society. But you must know, I cannot do it. My daughters are growing up. I am obliged, on my husband's account, to go into society. Now, I will go and call on Anna Arkadyevna, but she knows that I cannot invite her here, lest she should meet in my drawing-room people who do not think as I do, and that would wound her. I cannot receive her." "But I do not admit that she has fallen lower than hundreds of women whom you receive," interrupted Vronsky, rising and seeing that his sister-in-law's decision was irrevocable. "Alexey, don't be angry with me. Please understand, it is not my fault," said Varya, looking at him with a timid smile. "I am not angry with you, but I suffer doubly," said he, growing more and more gloomy. "I suffer because this breaks our friendship, or, at least, seriously impairs it, for you must know that for me this could not be otherwise." He left her with these words. Vronsky understood that further experiments would be idle, and that, during the few days he would still have to spend in Petersburg, he must act as if he were in a foreign city, avoiding all dealings with his society friends, so as not to be subjected to vexations and affronts which were so painful to him. One of the most unpleasant features of his position in Petersburg was the fact that Alexey Alexandrovitch and his name seemed to be everywhere. It was impossible for a conversation to begin on any subject without turning on Alexey Alexandrovitch. It was impossible to go anywhere without meeting him. So at least it seemed to Vronsky. Just as it seems to a man with a sore finger, that he is always hitting it against everything. Their stay in Petersburg seemed to Vronsky still more trying because all the time he saw that Anna was in a strange, incomprehensible moral frame of mind such as he had never seen before. At one time she was more than usually affectionate. Then again she would seem cold, irritable, and enigmatical. Something was tormenting her, and she was concealing something from him, and she seemed not to notice the indignities which poisoned his life, and which, in her delicacy of perception, should have been even more painful for her. End of chapter 28. Part 5, Chapter 29 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Anna's chief desire on her return to Russia was to see her son. From the day she left Italy, the thought of seeing him again kept her in a constant state of excitement, and in proportion as she drew near Petersburg, the prospective delight and importance of this meeting kept growing greater and greater. She did not trouble herself with the question how she should manage it. It would be a simple and natural thing, she thought, to see her son once more, when she would be in the same town with him. But since her arrival, she suddenly realized her present relation toward society, and found that the interview was not easy to obtain. She had been 2 days now in Petersburg, and never for an instant had the thought of her son left her, but she had not seen him. She felt that she had no right to go straight to her former home and risk coming face to face with Alexey Alexandrovitch. She might not be admitted. She might be insulted. To write to her husband and ask permission of him seemed to her painful even to think of. She could be calm only when she did not think of her husband. To see her son when he was out taking his walk, even if she could find where and when he went, was too little for her. She had counted so much on seeing him again. She had so much to say to him. She had such a desire to hug him, to kiss him. Serosa's old nurse might have been an assistance to her and shown her how to manage, but she was no longer living in Alexey Alexandrovitch's house. On the 3rd day, having learned of Alexey Alexandrovitch's intimate relations with the Countess Lidia Ivanovna, Anna decided to write her a letter, and this cost her the greatest pains to write. She told her frankly that permission to see her son depended on Alexey Alexandrovitch's magnanimity. She knew that if the letter were shown to her husband, he, in his part of magnanimous man, would not refuse her. The messenger that carried the letter brought back the most cruel and unexpected reply, that there was no answer. She had never felt so wounded as at the moment when, summoning the messenger, She heard from him the circumstantial story of how he had waited, and how, after a time, he had been told that there would be no answer. Anna felt humiliated, insulted, but she saw that, from her point of view, the countess was right. Her grief was all the keener because she had to bear it alone. She could not, and did not wish to confide it to Vronsky. She knew that though he was the chief cause of her unhappiness, he would regard her meeting with her son as of little account. She knew that he would never be able to sound all the depths of her anguish. She knew that she should hate him for the unsympathetic tone in which he would speak of it. And she feared this more than anything else in the world, and so hid from him her action in regard to her son. She stayed at home all day long and racked her brain to think of other ways of meeting her son, and finally she decided to write directly to her husband. She had already begun her letter when Lydia Ivanovna's reply was brought to her. The countess's previous silence had humbled and affronted her, but the note and all she read between the lines so exasperated her. This bitterness against her seemed so shocking when contrasted with her passionate, legitimate affection for her son, that she grew indignant against the others and ceased to blame herself. "What cruelty! What hypocrisy!" she said to herself. "All they want is to insult me and torment the child. I will not let them do so. She is worse than I am. At least, I do not lie." She immediately decided to go on the morrow, which was Serosa's birthday, directly to her husband's house. She would bribe the servants, and would make any kind of an excuse, if only she might once see her son and put an end to the ugly network of lies with which they were surrounding the innocent child. She went to a toy shop and purchased some toys, and thus she formed her plan of action. She would start early in the morning, at 8 o'clock, before Alexey Alexandrovitch would probably be up. She would have the money in her hand all ready to bribe the Swiss and the valet to let her go upstairs without raising her veil, under the pretext of laying on Serosa's bed some presents sent by his godfather. As to what she should say to her son, she could not form the least idea. She could not make any preparation for that. The next morning, at 8 o'clock, Anna got out of her hired carriage and rang the doorbell of her former home. "Go and see what is wanted. It's some lady," said Kapitonitch, in loose coat and galoshes, as he looked out of the window and saw a lady closely veiled standing on the porch. The Swiss's assistant, a young man whom Anna did not know, had scarcely opened the door before Anna pushed her way in and, drawing a 3-ruble note out of her muff, thrust it into his hand. "Serosa, Sergey Alexeyevitch," she stammered, and started down the vestibule. The Swiss's assistant examined the note and stopped the visitor at the inner glass door. "Whom do you wish to see?" he asked. She did not hear his words and made no reply. Kapitonitch, noticing the stranger's confusion, came out, led her into the entry, and asked her what she wanted. "I come from Prince Skorodumov to see Sergey Alexeyevitch." "He is not up yet," replied the Swiss, looking sharply at her. Anna never dreamed that the absolutely unchanged appearance of the anteroom of the house, which for 9 years had been her home, could have such a powerful effect on her. One after another, sweet and painful memories arose in her mind, and for a moment she forgot why she was there. "Will you wait?" asked the Swiss, helping her to remove her shubka. When he saw her face he recognized her, and without a word bowed profoundly. "Will your ladyship be pleased to enter?" he said to her. She tried to speak, but her voice refused to utter a sound. Giving the old servant an entreating look, with light, swift steps she went to the staircase. She flew up the stairs. Kapitonitch tried to overtake her, and followed after her, catching his galoshes at every step. "His tutor is here. Perhaps he is not dressed yet. I will speak to him." Anna kept on up the stairs which she knew so well, not heeding what the old man said. "This way, to the left, if you please. Excuse it if it is all disorder. He sleeps in the front room now," said the Swiss, out of breath. "Will your ladyship be good enough to wait a moment? I will go and see." And, opening the high door, he disappeared. Anna stopped and waited. "He has just waked up," said the Swiss, coming back through the same door. And as he spoke, Anna heard the sound of a child yawning, and merely by the sound of the yawn she recognized her son, and seemed to see him alive before her. Let me go in. Let me," she cried, and hurriedly pushed through the door. At the right of the door stood the bed, and on the bed a child was sitting up in his little open nightgown. His little body was leaning forward, and he was just finishing a yawn and stretching himself. His lips were just closing into a sleepy smile, and, with this smile, he slowly and gently fell back on his pillow. "Serosa," she whispered, as she went noiselessly toward him. At the time of their separation, and during that access of love which she had been recently experiencing for him, Anna had imagined him as still a boy of 4, the age when he had been the most charming. Now he no longer bore any resemblance to him whom she had left. He was still further removed from the 4-year-old ideal. He had grown taller and thinner. How long his face seemed, how short his hair, what long arms. How he had changed since she had seen him last. But it was still Serosa, the shape of his head, his lips, his little slender neck, his broad little shoulders. "Serosa," she whispered in the child's ear. He raised himself on his elbow, turned his disheveled head first to this side, then to that, as if searching for something, and opened his eyes. For several seconds he looked with an inquiring face at his mother, who stood motionless before him. Then he suddenly smiled with joy, and again closing his sleepy eyes, he threw himself, not back on his pillow, but into his mother's arms. "Serosa, my dear little boy," she cried, choking with tears, and throwing her arms around his plump body. "Mamma," he whispered, cuddling into his mother's arms so as to feel their encircling pressure. Smiling sleepily, still with his eyes closed, he took his chubby little hands from the head of the bed and put them on his mother's shoulder, and climbed into her lap, having that warm breath of sleep peculiar to children, and pressed his face to his mother's neck and shoulders. "I knew," he said, opening his eyes. "Today is my birthday. I knew that you would come. I'm going to get up now." And as he spoke he fell asleep again. Anna devoured him with her eyes. She saw how he had grown and changed during her absence. She knew, and yet she did not know, his bare legs, so much longer now, coming below his nightgown. She recognized his cheeks grown thin, his short hair curled in the neck where she had often kissed it. She could not keep her hands from him, and not a word she was able to say, and the tears choked her. "What are you crying for, mamma?" he asked, now entirely awake. "What makes you cry?" he repeated, ready to weep himself. "I will not cry any more. I am crying for joy. It is so long since I have seen you. But I will not cry any more," she said, drying her tears and turning around. "Now go and get dressed," she added, after she had grown a little calmer, but still holding Serosa's hand. She sat down near the bed on a chair which held the child's clothing. "How do you dress without me? How—" She wanted to speak simply and gaily, but she could not, and again she turned her head away. "I do not wash in cold water any more. Papa has forbidden it. But you have not seen Vasily Lukitch? Here he comes. But you are sitting on my things." And Serosa laughed heartily. She looked at him and smiled. "Mamma, dear heart, darling," he cried, again throwing himself into her arms, as if now for the first time, having seen her smile, he clearly understood what had happened. "You don't need it on," said he, taking off her hat. And as if again recognizing her with her head bare, he began to kiss her again. "What do you think of me? Did you believe that I was dead? I never believed it." "You believed me alive, my precious." "I knew it! I knew it!" he replied, repeating his favorite phrase, and seizing her hand, which was smoothing his hair, he pressed the palm of it to his little mouth and began to kiss it. End of chapter 29. Part 5, Chapter 30 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Vasily Lukitch, meantime, not at first knowing who this lady was, but learning from their conversation that it was Serosa's mother, the woman who had deserted her husband, and whom he did not know, as he had not come into the house till after her departure, was in great perplexity. Ought he go to his pupil, or should he tell Alexey Alexandrovitch? On mature reflection he came to the conclusion that his duty consisted in going to dress Seroza at the usual hour, without paying any attention to a third person, his mother or anyone else. So he dressed himself. But as he reached the door and opened it, the sight of the caress between the mother and child, the sound of their voices and their words, made him change his mind. He shook his head, sighed, and quietly closed the door. "I will wait 10 minutes longer," he said to himself, coughing slightly and wiping his eyes. There was great excitement among the servants. They all knew that the Bryunya had come, and that Kapitonewitch had let her in, and that she was in the child's room. They knew, too, that their master was in the habit of going to Seroza every morning at 9 o'clock. Each one felt that the husband and wife ought not to meet, that it must be prevented. Kornei, the valet, went down to the Swiss to ask why Anna had been let in, and, finding that Kapitonewitch had taken her upstairs, he reprimanded him severely. The Swiss maintained an obstinate silence till the valet declared that he deserved to lose his place, when the old man jumped at him, and, shaking his fist in his face, said, "What is that? You would not let her in? You've served here 10 years and had nothing but kindness from her, but you would have said, 'No, go away from here.' You know what policy is, you sly dog. What you don't forget is to rob your master and carry off his raccoon-skin shubas." "Soldier," replied Kornei, scornfully, and as he turned toward the nurse who was coming in just at this moment, "What do you think, Marya Yefimovna? He has let in Anna Arkadyevna without saying anything to anybody, and just when Alexey Alexandrovitch, as soon as he is up, will be going to the nursery." "What a scrape! What a scrape!" said the nurse. "But, Kornei Vasilievitch, find some way to keep your master, while I run to warn her and get her out of the way. What a scrape!" When the nurse went into the child's room, Seroza was telling his mother how Nadenka and he had fallen when sliding down a hill of ice, and turned 3 somersaults. Anna was listening to the sound of her son's voice, looking at his face, watching the play of his features, feeling his little arms, but not hearing a word that he said. She had to go away. She had to leave him. This alone she understood and felt. She had heard Vasily Lukitch's steps and his little discreet cough as he came to the door, and now she heard the nurse coming in, but, unable to move or to speak, she remained as fixed as a statue. "Mistress, darling," said the nurse, coming up to Anna and kissing her hands and her shoulders, "God sent this joy for our birthday celebration. You are not changed at all." "Ah, nurse, my dear, I did not know that you were in the house," said Anna, coming to herself. "I don't live here. I live with my daughter. I came to give my best wishes to Seroza, Anna Arkadyevna. Golubushka." The nurse suddenly began to weep and to kiss Anna's hand. Seroza, with bright, joyful eyes, and holding his mother with one hand and his nurse with the other, was dancing in his little bare feet on the carpet. His old nurse's tenderness toward his mother was delightful to him. "Mamma, she often comes to see me, and when she comes," he began, but he stopped short when he perceived that the nurse whispered something in his mother's ear, and that his mother's face assumed an expression of fear, and something like shame which did not go well with his mother. Anna went to him. "My precious," she said. She could not say the word prashai, farewell, but the expression of her face said it, and he understood. "My precious, precious Kutik," she said, calling him by a pet name which she used when he was a baby. "You will not forget me. You—" But she could not say another word. Only then she began to think of the words which she wanted to say to him, but now it was impossible to say them. But Seroza understood all that she would have said. He understood that she was unhappy, and that she loved him. He even understood what the nurse whispered in her ear. He heard the words, "always at 9 o'clock," and he knew that they referred to his father, and that his mother must not meet him. He understood this, but one thing he could not understand. Why did her face express fear and shame? She was not to blame, but she was afraid of him, and seemed ashamed of something. He wanted to ask a question which would have explained this doubt, but he did not dare. He saw that she was in sorrow, and he pitied her. He silently clung close to her, and then he whispered, "Don't go yet. He will not come for some time." His mother pushed him away from her a little, in order to see if he understood the meaning of what he had said, and in the frightened expression of his face she perceived that he not only spoke of his father, but seemed to ask her how he ought to think about him. "Serosa, my dear," she said, "love him. He is better and more upright than I am, and I have been wicked to him. When you have grown up, you will understand." "Not better than you!" cried the child, with sobs of despair, and clinging to his mother's shoulders, he squeezed her with all his might till his arms trembled with the exertion. "My darling, my little one!" exclaimed Anna, and bursting into tears she sobbed like a child, even as he sobbed. At this moment the door opened, and Vasily Lukitch came in. Steps were heard at the other door, and in a frightened whisper he exclaimed, "He is coming!" and gave Anna her hat. Serosa threw himself on the bed, sobbing, and covered his face with his hands. Anna took them away to kiss yet once again his tear-stained cheeks, and then with quick steps hurried from the room. Alexey Alexandrovitch met her at the door. When he saw her, he stopped and bowed his head. Though she had declared a moment before that he was better and more upright than she, the swift glance that she gave him, taking in his whole person, with all its peculiarities, awoke in her only a feeling of hatred and scorn for him, and jealousy on account of her son. She hurriedly lowered her veil, and, quickening her steps, almost ran from the room. She had entirely forgotten in her haste the playthings which she had bought with so much love and sadness, and she took them back with her to the hotel. Chapter 30. Part 5, Chapter 31 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Eagerly as Anna had desired to see her son again, long as she had thought about it, prepared herself beforehand, she had no idea what an effect the sight of him would have on her. When she got back to her solitary room at the hotel again, she could not for a long time understand why she was there. "Yes, all is over. I am alone again," she said to herself, and without taking off her hat she threw herself into an easy chair which stood near the fireplace. And, fixing her eyes on the bronze clock standing on a table between two windows, she became absorbed in thought. The French maid whom she had brought from abroad with her came and offered to help her to dress. Anna looked at her with surprise, and replied, "By and by." A servant came to announce coffee. "By and by," she said. The Italian nurse came in, bringing the little daughter whom she had just dressed, the plump, well-nurtured little one, as always, when she saw her mother, lifted up her bare little arms with the palms down, and, smiling with her toothless little mouth, began to beat the air with her plump little hands like a fish waving its fins, and to pull at the starched tucks of her embroidered skirt. No one could help smiling back, or kissing the little girl, or letting her catch hold of one of her fingers, screaming with delight, and jumping. No one could help pressing her lips for a kiss to the little sweet mouth. All this Anna did, and she took her in her arms, trotted her on her knee, and kissed her fresh cheek and bare elbows. But the sight of this child made her feel clearly that the affection which she felt for it was not the same kind of love that she had for Serosa. Everything about this little girl was lovely, but somehow she did not fill the wants of her heart. In her firstborn, although he was the child of a man whom she did not love, was concentrated all the strength of a love which had not been satisfied. Her daughter, born in the most trying circumstances, had never received the 100th part of the care which she had spent on Serosa. Moreover, the little girl, as yet, only represented hopes, while Serosa was almost a man, and a lovely man. He had already begun to struggle with his thoughts and feelings. He loved his mother, understood her, judged her, perhaps, she thought, recalling her son's words and looks, and now she was separated from him forever, morally as well as materially, and she saw no way of remedying the situation. She gave the little one back to her nurse, and sent them away, and opened a locket containing Serosa's picture about the same age as his sister. Then, removing her hat, she took an album in which were photographs of her son at different periods. She wanted to compare them, and she began to take them out of the album. She took all of them out. One was left, the last, the best photograph of him. It represented Sir Rosa astride a chair, in a white frock, a smile on his lips and a shadow in his eyes, and it was his most characteristic, his best expression. Holding the album in her little deft hands, which to-day moved with extraordinary nervousness, she tried with her slender white fingers to take it from its place, but the photograph stuck and she could not get at it. There was no paper cutter on the table, and she took up another photograph at random to push out the card from its place. It was a picture of Vronsky, taken in Rome, with long hair and a round felt hat. "Ah, there he is," she said to herself, and as she looked at him, she suddenly remembered that he was the cause of all her present suffering. Not once had she thought of him all the morning, but now suddenly the sight of this manly and noble face, which she knew and loved so well, brought a flood of affection to her heart. "Yes, where is he? Why does he leave me alone, a prey to my grief?" she asked with bitter reproach, forgetting that she herself had carefully concealed with him everything concerning her son. She sent a message to him, asking him to come to her immediately, and waited, with heavy heart, thinking over the words with which she would tell him all, and the loving expression with which he would try to console her. The servant returned to say that Vronsky had a visitor, but that he would come very soon, and would like to know if she could receive him with Prince Yashvin, who had just arrived in Petersburg. "He will not come alone, and he has not seen me since yesterday at dinner," she thought. "And he does not come so that I can speak with him, but he comes with Yashvin." And suddenly a cruel thought crossed her mind. What if he no longer loved her? And as she went over in her mind all the incidents of the past few days, she found her terrible thought confirmed by them. The day before he had not dined with her. They did not have the same room, now that they were in Petersburg, and now he was bringing some one with him as if to avoid being alone with her. "But he must tell me this. I must know it. If it is true, I know what I must do," she said to herself, wholly unable to imagine what would happen if Vronsky's indifference should prove to be true. She began to feel that he did not love her any more. She imagined herself reduced to despair, and in consequence her feelings made her overexcited. She rang for her maid and went into her dressing room, and took extreme pains with her dress, as if the sight of her toilet and becoming way of dressing her hair would bring back Vronsky's love, if he had grown indifferent. The bell rang before she was ready. When she returned to the drawing room, not Vronsky, but Yashvin looked at her. Vronsky was looking at Sir Rosa's picture, which she had left lying beside the table, and he did not hurry to greet her. "We are old acquaintances," she said to him, going toward him and placing her small hand in Yashvin's enormous hand. He was all confusion, and this seemed odd in a man of his gigantic form and decided features. "We met last year at the races. Give them to me," she said, snatching her son's photographs from Vronsky, who was looking at them, while her eyes blazed at him significantly. "Were the races successful this year? We saw the races at Rome on the Corso. But I believe you did not like life abroad," she added, with a fascinating smile. "I know you, and, although we seldom meet, I know your tastes." "I am very sorry for that, because my tastes are generally bad," said Yashvin, biting the left side of his mustache. After they had talked some little time, Yashvin, seeing Vronsky look at his watch, asked Anna if she expected to be in Petersburg long. Then, bending down his huge back, he picked up his kepi. "Probably not long," she replied in some confusion, and looked at Vronsky. "Then shall we not meet again?" said Yashvin, getting up and addressing Vronsky. "Where are you going to dine?" "Come and dine with me," said Anna, with decision. And, vexed because she could not conceal her confusion whenever her false situation became evident before a stranger, she blushed. "The table here is not good, but you will at least see each other. Of all Alexei's messmates, you are his favorite." "I should be delighted," replied Yashvin, with a smile which proved to Vronsky that he was very much pleased with Anna. Yashvin took leave of them and went away, while Vronsky lingered behind. "Are you going too?" she asked him. "I am already late. Go ahead, I will overtake you," he shouted to Yashvin. She took his hand and, without removing her eyes from him, tried to find something to say to detain him. "Wait, I want to ask you something," and she pressed Vronsky's hand against her cheek. "Well, did I do wrong to invite him to dinner?" "You did quite right," he replied, with a calm smile which showed his solid teeth, and he kissed her hand. "Alexey, do you feel changed toward me?" she asked, pressing his hand between her own. "Alexey, I am tired of staying here. When shall we go away?" "Soon, very soon. You can't imagine how life here weighs upon me too," and he drew away his hand. "Well, go away," she said in an injured tone, and quickly left him. Chapter 31. Part 5, Chapter 32 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. When Vronsky came back to the hotel, Anna was not there. They told him that she had gone out with a lady who had come to call on her. The fact that she had gone out without having left word where, a thing which she had not done before. The fact that she had also gone somewhere in the morning without telling him. All this coupled with the strange expression of excitement on her face that morning, the manner and the harsh tone with which she had snatched away her son's photographs from him before Yashvin, made Vronsky wonder. He made up his mind to ask for an explanation, and waited in the drawing room for her return. Anna did not come back alone. She brought with her an old maiden aunt, the Princess Oblonskaya. She was the lady who had come in the morning, and with whom she had been shopping. Anna pretended not to notice the expression of Vronsky's face and his uneasy, questioning manner, and began to talk gaily about the purchases she had made in the morning. He saw that something unusual was the matter. In her shining eyes, as they flashed their lightning on him, there was evidence of mental strain. And in her speech and movements there was the nervous alertness and grace which in the first epoch of their relationship had so captivated him, but now they troubled and alarmed him. The table was laid for 4, and, just as they were going to sit down in the little dining room, Tushkevich came from the Princess Betsy with a message for Anna. The Princess Betsy sent her excuses for not coming in person to say good-bye to her. She was not well, and asked Anna to come to see her between 7:30 and 9 o'clock. Vronsky looked at Anna as if he would draw her attention to the fact that in naming a time she had taken precautions against her meeting anyone, but Anna did not seem to pay any attention to it. "I am very sorry, but between 7:30 and 9 I shall not be at liberty," she said with a slight smile. "The princess will be very much disappointed." "So shall I." "I suppose you are going to hear Patty," said Tushkevich. "Patty? You give me an idea. I would go certainly, if I could get a loge." "I can get you one," suggested Tushkevich. "I should be very much obliged to you," said Anna. "But won't you dine with us?" Vronsky shrugged his shoulders slightly. He did not know what to make of Anna. Why had she brought home the old princess? Why was she keeping Tushkevich to dinner? And, above all, why did she let him get her a box? Was it to be thought of for a moment that she, in her position, could go to the opera on a Patty subscription night, when she would meet all her acquaintances there? He looked at her seriously, but she responded with a half despairing, half mocking look, the meaning of which he could not understand. All through dinner Anna was aggressively lively, and seemed to flirt both with Tushkevich and Yashvin. When they rose from the table, Tushkevich went to secure a box, but Yashvin was going to smoke, and Vronsky took him down to his own room. After some time Vronsky came upstairs again. Anna was already dressed in a light silk gown bought in Paris. It was trimmed with velvet and had an open front. On her head she wore costly white lace, which set off to advantage the striking beauty of her face. "Are you really going to the theater?" he asked, trying to avoid looking at her. "Why do you ask me in such a terrified way?" she replied, again hurt because he did not look at her. "Why shouldn't I go?" She did not seem to understand the meaning of his words. "Of course there is no reason for it," said he, frowning. That is exactly what I say," she replied, not wishing to see the sarcasm of his remark, and calmly putting on a long, perfumed glove. "Anna, for heaven's sake, what is the matter with you?" he said to her, trying to bring her to her senses, as her husband had more than once done. "I don't know what you mean." "You know very well that you can't go there." "Why not? I'm not going alone. The Princess Varvara has gone to dress. She is going with me." He shrugged his shoulders with a look of perplexity and despair. "But don't you know—" he began. "No, I don't want to know!" she almost shrieked. "I don't want to know! Am I sorry for anything I have done? No, 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 indeed! If it were to begin over again, I would begin over again. There is only one thing of any consequence to us, to you and me, and that is, do we love each other? Everything else is of no account. Why do we live separate here and not see each other? Why can't I go where I please? I love you, and everything is right, if your feelings have not changed toward me," she said in Russian, looking at him with a peculiar gleam in her eyes which he could not understand. "Why don't you look at me?" He looked at her. He saw all her beauty, of her face, of the toilet which was so becoming to her. But now this beauty and this elegance were precisely what irritated him. "You know very well that my feelings cannot change. But I beg you not to go out. I beseech you," he said again in French, with a prayer in his voice, but with a cold look in his eyes. She did not hear his words, but noticed only the coldness of his look, and replied with an injured air, "And I, for my part, beg you to explain why I should not go." "Because it may cause you—" He grew confused. "I don't understand at all. Yashvin n'est pas compromettant, and the Princess Varvara is no worse than anybody else. Ah, here she is." Chapter 32. Part 5, Chapter 33 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. For the first time in his life, Vronsky felt toward Anna a sensation of vexation bordering on anger, on account of her intentional misunderstanding of her position. This feeling was intensified by the fact that he could not explain the reason of his vexation. If he had frankly said what was in his mind, he would have said, "To appear at the opera in such a toilet, with a notorious person like the princess, is equivalent to throwing down the gauntlet to public opinion, to confessing yourself a lost woman, and, consequently, renouncing all hope of ever going into society again." He could not say that to her. Why did she not understand it? What has happened to her? He asked himself. He felt at one and the same time a lessened esteem for Anna's character, and a greater sense of her beauty. With a dark frown he went back to his room and sat down with Yashvin, who, with his long legs stretched out on a chair, was drinking cognac and seltzer water. Vronsky ordered the same for himself. "You spoke of Lanskov's Moguchi. He is a fine horse, and I advise you to buy him," began Yashvin, glancing at his comrade's solemn face. "His crupper is tapering, but what legs! And what a head! You couldn't do better." "I think I shall take him," replied Vronsky. The talk about horses occupied him, but not for a moment was the thought of Anna absent from his mind, and he involuntarily listened for the sound of steps in the corridor, and kept looking at the clock on the mantel. "Anna Arkadyevna left word that she has gone to the theatre," a servant announced. Yashvin poured out another little glass of cognac and seltzer, drank it, and rose, buttoning up his coat. "Well, shall we go?" said he, half smiling beneath his long mustaches, and showing that he understood the cause of Vronsky's vexation, but did not attach much importance to it. "I am not going," replied Vronsky gloomily. "I promised, so I must go. Well, das Vidanya. If you should change your mind, take Kerensky's seat, which will be unoccupied," he added as he went out. "No, I have some work to do." "A man has his trials with a wife, But with your not wife it is even worse, thought Yashvin as he left the hotel. When Vronsky was alone, he rose and began to walk up and down the room. Yes, tonight, the 4th subscription night. My brother Igor will be there with his wife, and with my mother, probably. In fact, all Petersburg will be there. Now she is going in and is taking off her shuba, and there she is in the light. Tushkevich, Yashvin, the Princess Varvara. He pictured the scene to himself. What am I to do? Am I afraid? Or have I given Tushkevich the right to protect her? However you may look at it, it is stupid. It is stupid. Why should she place me in this position? He said with a gesture of despair. This movement jostled the stand on which stood the seltzer water and the decanter with cognac, and nearly knocked it over. In trying to rescue it, he upset it entirely. He rang and gave a kick to the table. If you want to remain in my service, he said to his valet, who appeared, then tend to your business. Don't let this happen again. Why didn't you take these things away? The valet, knowing his innocence, wished to justify himself, but by one glance at his baron's face he realized that it was best for him to be silent, and, making a hasty excuse, he got down on the floor to pick up the broken glasses and water bottles. That is not your business. Call a waiter and get my dress coat. Vronsky entered the theater at 9:30. The performance was in full swing. The capelldinier, a little old man, took his fur-lined shuba, and, recognizing him, called him Your Excellency, and assured him that he needed not to take a number, but that all he had to do was to call for Fyodor. There was no one in the lighted lobby except the capelldinier and 2 valets with fur garments on their arms, listening at the door. The sound of the orchestra playing staccato could be heard, carefully accompanying a woman's voice which was admirably rendering a musical phrase. The door opened and another capelldinier came tiptoeing out, and the phrase, as it was ending, came distinctly to Vronsky's ear. But instantly the door closed again, and he could not hear the ending of the phrase or the cadenza, but from the applause that followed he knew that the aria was finished. The plaudits still continued as he went into the auditorium, brilliantly lighted with chandeliers and bronze gas fixtures. On the stage the prima donna, with bare shoulders and glittering with diamonds, was bowing and smiling, and, with the assistance of the tenor, who gave her his hand, was bending forward to receive the bouquets that were thrust awkwardly at her over the footlights. And then she went toward a gentleman whose hair, shining with pomade, was parted in the middle, and who reached out his long arms to hand her some article. The whole audience, those in the boxes and those in the parquet, was wildly excited and leaning forward, shouting and clapping. The kapellmeister, in his elevated stand, helped to pass it along, and straightened his white necktie. Vronsky went down to the middle of the parquet and, pausing, looked through the audience. He paid less attention than ever to the familiar stage setting, to the stage, to the noise, to all that well-known, variegated and uninteresting throng of spectators that was packed and crowded into the theater. There were the same ladies in the boxes, with the same officers behind them, the same gaily dressed women, the same uniforms, and the same dress coats. In the gallery the same disorderly crowd, and in this closely packed house, in the boxes and in the front seats, were some 40 genuine men and women. And Vronsky immediately turned his attention to this oasis and occupied himself with it exclusively. The act was just over as Vronsky went toward the first row of seats, and stopped near the railing beside Serpukhorskoi, who, bending his knee and rapping against the rail with his heel, had seen him at a distance and beckoned him with a smile. Vronsky had not yet seen Anna, and purposely refrained from looking for her, but from the direction in which people were gazing, he knew where she was. He glanced round furtively, but did not search for her. Expecting something even worse, he looked to see if Alexey Alexandrovitch was there. To his joy, the latter was not at the theater that evening. "How unmartial you look," said Serpukhorskoi. "One would take you for a diplomat, an artist." "Yes, on my return home I put on citizen's dress," replied Vronsky, slowly taking out his opera glasses. In this respect I confess I envy you. When I return from abroad, I put these on," said he, touching his epaulets. "I mourn for my liberty." Serpukhofskoy had long since given up trying to push Vronsky along in his military career, but he continued to have a warm affection for him, and he now seemed especially friendly toward him. "It's too bad that you lost the first act." Vronsky, while listening with one ear, examined the boxes and the first tier of seats with his opera glass. Suddenly Anna's head came into view, proud and strikingly beautiful in its frame of laces, next to a lady in a turban and a bald-headed old man, who blinked as he gazed through his opera glass. Anna was in the 5th box, not more than 20 steps from him. She was seated in the front of the box, turning slightly away, and was talking with Yashvin. The poise of her head, her neck, her beautiful broad shoulders, the radiance of her eyes and face, all reminded him of her as she had looked that evening at the ball in Moscow. But her beauty inspired him with entirely different sentiment. There was no longer anything mysterious in his feeling for her. And so, although her beauty was more extraordinary than ever and fascinated him, at the same time it was now offensive to him. She did not look in his direction, but he felt that she had already seen him. When Vronsky again directed his opera glass toward the box, he saw the Princess Varvara, very red in the face, was laughing unnaturally, and kept looking at the next box. Anna, striking her closed fan on the red velvet, was looking away, evidently not seeing and not intending to see what was going on in the next box. Yashvin's face wore the same expression as when he lost at cards. He drew his left mustache more and more into his mouth, frowned, and was looking out of the corner of his eye into the same box. In this box were the Kartasovs. Vronsky knew them, and he knew that Anna, too, had been on friendly terms with them. Madame Kartasov, a little thin woman, was standing with her back to Anna and putting on an opera cloak, which her husband handed to her. Her face was pale and angry, and she was saying something with great excitement. Kartasov, a stout, bald-headed man, kept looking at Anna and trying to calm his wife. When Madame Kartasov left the box, her husband lingered, trying to catch Anna's eye, and evidently desirous of bowing to her. But apparently she purposely avoided noticing him, and leaned back to speak to Yashvin, whose shaven head was bent toward her. Kartasov went out without having bowed, and the box was left empty. Vronsky did not understand what had just passed between the Kartasovs and Anna, but he felt perfectly sure that something mortifying had happened to Anna. By the expression of her face he saw that she was summoning all her strength to keep up her part to the end, and to appear perfectly calm. And this semblance of external calm was put on to perfection. Those who knew nothing of her history and her circle, who had not heard her old friend's expression of indignation at her appearing in this way, in all the splendor of her beauty and of her toilet, would have admired her serenity and beauty, and never have suspected that this woman was enduring the same feelings of shame as a criminal experiences at the pillory. Knowing that something had taken place, but not knowing exactly what, Vronsky felt a sense of deep anxiety, and, hoping to learn something about the matter, went to his brother's box. He intentionally crossed the parquet on the side opposite to Anna's box, and, as he went, ran across his former regimental commander, who was talking with two of his acquaintances. Vronsky heard the Karenin's name spoken, and noticed that the regimental commander hastened to call to him aloud, while he gave his friends a significant look. "Ah, Vronsky, when shall we see you again in the regiment? We shan't let you off without a banquet. You are ours, every inch of you," said the regimental commander. "I shan't have the time now. I'm awfully sorry. Another time," replied Vronsky, going rapidly up the steps which led to his brother's box. The old countess, his mother, with her little steel-colored curls, was in the box. Varya and the young Princess Sorokin were walking together in the lobby at the bel étage. As soon as she saw her brother-in-law, Varya went back to her mother with her companion, and then, taking Vronsky's arm, immediately began to speak to him about the subject which concerned him. She showed more excitement than he had ever seen in her. "I think it is dastardly and vile. Madame Kartasov had no right to do so. Madame Karenin," she began. But what is the matter? I don't know what you mean." "What? You haven't heard anything about it?" "You can well understand that I should be the last person to hear anything about it." "Is there a more wicked creature in the world than this Madame Kartasov?" "But what did she do?" "My husband told me about it. She insulted Madame Karenin. Her husband began to speak across from his box to Madame Karenin, and Madame Kartasov made a scene about it. They say she said something very offensive in a loud voice, and went out." "Count, your maman is calling you," said the young Princess Sorokin, opening the door of the box. "I have been waiting for you all this time," said his mother to him, with a sarcastic smile. "We never see anything of you now." The son saw that she could not conceal a smile of satisfaction. "Good evening, maman. I was coming to see you," he replied coolly. "What, I hope you are not going faire la cour à Madame Karenine," she added, when the young Princess Sorokina was out of hearing. "Elles font sensation. On oublie la petite pour elles." "Maman, I have begged you not to speak to me about her," he replied gloomily. "I only say what everybody is saying." Vronsky did not reply, and, after exchanging a few words with the young princess, he went out. He met his brother at the door. "Ah, Alexey," said his brother, "how abominable! She is a fool, nothing more. I was just wishing to go to see Madame Karenin. Let us go together." Vronsky did not heed him. He ran hastily down the steps, feeling he ought to do something, but knew not what. He was stirred with anger, because Anna had placed them both in such a false position, and at the same time he felt deep pity for her suffering. He went down onto the parquet, and thence directly to Anna's loge. Stremov was leaning on the box, talking with her. "There are no more tenors," he said. "Le moule en est brise, the mold is broken, from which they came." Vronsky bowed to her and stopped, exchanging greetings with Stremov. "You came late, it seems to me, and you lost the best aria," said Anna to Vronsky, looking at him scornfully, as it seemed to him. "I am not a very good judge," he replied, looking at her severely. "Like Prince Yashvin," she said, smiling, "who thinks Patti sings too loud." "Thank you," she said, taking the program that Vronsky passed to her in her little hand, encased in a long glove, and at the same moment her beautiful face quivered. She rose and went to the back of the box. The last act had hardly begun, when Vronsky, seeing Anna's box empty, left the parquet, though he was hissed for disturbing the quiet of the theater while a cavatina was going on, and went back to the hotel. Anna was already in her room. When Vronsky went to her, she was sitting in the same toilet which she had worn at the theater. She was sitting in the first chair she had come to, near the wall, looking straight before her. When she saw Vronsky enter, she glanced at him without moving. "Anna," he said. "You are to blame for it all!" she exclaimed, rising with tears of anger and despair in her voice. "I begged you, I implored you not to go. I knew that it would be unpleasant to you." "Unpleasant!" she exclaimed. "It was horrible! I shall not forget it as long as I live. She said that it was a disgrace to sit near me." "She was a stupid woman to say such a thing. But why did you run the risk of hearing it? Why did you expose yourself?" "I hate your calm way. You should never have driven me to this. If you loved me—" "Anna, what has my love to do with this?" "Yes, if you loved me as I love you, if you suffered as I—" she said, looking at him with an expression of terror. He felt sorry for her, and yet he was vexed with her. He protested his love because he saw that it was the only way to calm her, and he refrained from reproaching her, but in his heart he reproached her. And his expressions of love, which seemed to him so banal that he was ashamed of himself for repeating them, she drank in and gradually became herself again. 2 days later they left for the country, completely reconciled. End of chapter 33 and end of part 5 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. Part 6, Chapter 1 of Anna Karenina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. Part 6, Chapter 1. Darya Alexandrovna, with her children, was spending the summer at Pokrovskoye, at the house of her sister, Kitty Levin. The house on her own estate, Yergoshovo, was all in ruins, and Levin and his wife had urged her to come to them for the summer. Stepan Arkadyevitch heartily approved of this arrangement. He assured them that he very much regretted that his duties would prevent him from spending the summer with his family in the country, for that would be the greatest possible delight for him, and if he stayed in Moscow he could occasionally run down for a day or two at a time. Besides the Oblonskys and all their children, the Levins had with them the old princess, who considered her presence near her daughter at this particular time indispensable. They had also Varenka, Kitty's sodden friend, who was fulfilling her promise of making Kitty a visit when she should have been married. All these were Kitty's relatives and friends. Levin, though he liked them all, still felt some regret for his own people and his own ways, which were swallowed up as in a flood of the Shtcherbatsky element, as he called it. Of his own relatives that summer, Sergey Ivanovitch was the only representative, and he was not a Levin, but a Koznuishev, so that the Levin spirit was in a great discount. There were so many persons in the long deserted house that almost all the rooms were occupied, and almost every day the old princess, as she sat down at table, would count the guests and send off to the special table the grandson or granddaughter who made the number 13. And Kitty, diligently occupied with her housekeeping, found it no small burden to provide turkeys, chickens, and ducks for the satisfaction of the various appetites of young and old, made keen by the country air. The whole family were at table. Dolly's children were planning to go out and hunt for mushrooms with the governess and Varenka, when, to the great astonishment of all, Sergey Ivanovitch, who enjoyed among all the guests a great reputation, amounting almost to reverence, on account of his wit and learning, evidenced a desire to join the expedition. "Allow me to go with you," said he, addressing Varenka. "I am very fond of getting mushrooms. I think it is a very admirable occupation." "Why, certainly, we shall be very glad," she answered, blushing. Kitty exchanged looks with Dolly. The proposition of the learned and intellectual Sergey Ivanovitch to go with Varenka after mushrooms confirmed an idea which had been engaging Kitty for some time. She hastened to say something to her mother so that their looks might not be observed. After dinner, Sergey Ivanovitch was sitting at the drawing-room window with his cup of coffee, still talking with his brother on some topic which they were discussing, but he kept his eyes on the door through which the children would have to pass when they should start after the mushrooms. Levin was sitting at the window near his brother. Kitty was standing near her husband, evidently expecting the end of a conversation which did not interest her, so that she might say something to him. "You have changed a good deal since you were married, and for the better," said Sergey Ivanovitch, smiling at Kitty, and evidently not taking much interest either in the conversation, but at the same time he remained true to his passion for defending the most paradoxical themes. "Katya, it is not well for you to stand," said her husband, moving up a chair for her and giving her a significant look. "Well, we will finish this some other time," said Sergey Ivanovitch, as he saw the children come running out. In advance of the rest, galloping sidewise in her tightly fitting stockings, came Tanya, waving a basket and Sergey Ivanovitch's hat. Boldly darting up to him, and with sparkling eyes, they were just like her father's handsome eyes, she gave Sergey Ivanovitch his hat, and made believe that she was going to put it on him, tempering her audacity with a timid and affectionate smile. "Varenka is waiting," said Tanya, carefully putting his hat on his head, seeing by Sergey Ivanovitch's smile that she might do so. Varenka was standing at the door. She had put on a yellow muslin frock, and had tied a white hat over her head. "I am coming, Varvara Andreevna," cried Sergey Ivanovitch, finishing his cup of coffee and putting his handkerchief and cigarette case into his pocket. "Isn't Varenka charming?" asked Kitty of her husband, as Sergey Ivanovitch got up. She said this so that he might hear, for this was what she especially wanted. And how pretty she is, royally pretty. "Varenka," cried Kitty, "are you going to the woods by the mill? We will join you there." "You really forget your condition, Kitty," said the old princess warningly, as she came hastily to the door. "You ought not to shout so loud." Varenka, on hearing Kitty's voice and the princess's reproof, came up to them with quick, light steps. Her quickness of motion, the bright color that flushed her cheek, all proved that some metamorphosis was taking place in her. Kitty knew that this was something unusual, and she watched her attentively. She now called Varenka only for the sake of bestowing on her a silent benediction, in the interest of an important event which she firmly believed would take place that day in the woods. "Varenka, I shall be very glad if a certain thing comes to pass," she said to her in a whisper, and giving her a kiss. "Are you coming with us?" asked Varenka of Levin, confused, and pretending that she had not heard what had been said. "Yes, but only as far as the barns. I shall have to stop there." "What do you propose to do there?" asked Kitty. "I have some new carts to examine and test. And where shall I find you?" "On the terrace." End of chapter 1. Part 6, Chapter 2 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. All the women were gathered on the terrace. They generally liked to sit there after dinner, but today they had a special matter of interest before them. Besides the making of baby shirts and the knitting of bands, in which all of them were engaged at that time, they were engaged in superintending the cooking of some preserves after a recipe unknown to Agafya Mihalovna. Kitty had brought with her this new process, which had been used in her own home and required no water. Agafya Mihalovna, who had before been shown how to do it in this way, considering that what had always been done at the Levins' could not be improved on, insisted on pouring water into the berries, declaring it could not be made otherwise. She had been detected doing this, and now the berries were cooking in the presence of them all, and Agafya Mihalovna was to be brought to a realizing sense of the fact that the preserves could be made without the use of the water. Agafya Mihalovna, with flushed and heated face and disheveled hair, and with her sleeves rolled up to the elbow, was moving a porringer round and round over a portable stove and looking gloomily at it, wishing with all her soul that the berries would thicken and not boil. The old princess, conscious that Agafya Mihalovna's indignation must be directed against her as the chief adviser in the concoction of the sweetmeat, pretended that she was busy with something else and was not interested in it. But though she talked of extraneous affairs, she occasionally glanced at the cooking out of the corner of her eyes. "I always buy my girls' dresses at a cheap shop," the princess was saying in regard to something they had been talking about. "Hadn't you better take off the scum, my dear?" she added, addressing Agafya Mihalovna. "It is not at all necessary for you to do it, and it is hot," said she, stopping Kitty. "I will do it," said Kitty, who had got up and was carefully stirring the boiling sugar with a spoon, occasionally pouring out a little on a plate, which was already covered with a variegated yellowish red and sanguine scum, mixed with syrup. "How they will like to lick it," she said to herself, thinking of her children, and remembering how she herself, when she was a little girl, had wondered that grown-up people did not feed upon that best of all things, scum. "Stiva says it is far better to give money," Dolly was saying in regard to the question of making presents, which they had been discussing. "But how can one give money?" exclaimed the mother and Kitty simultaneously. "They despise it." "Well, for example, last year I bought our Matryona Semyonovna, not a poplin, but some of that kind," said the princess. "I remember she wore it on your name day. A lovely figure, so simple and ladylike. I should have liked one of it myself, if she had not one, like the kind Varenka wears, so pretty and cheap." "Now I think it is done," said Dolly, dropping the syrup from the spoon. "When it crystallizes it is done. Cook it a little more, Agafya Mihalovna." "What an absurdity!" exclaimed Agafya Mikhailovna. "It would be the same anyway," she added. "Oh, what a beauty he is! Don't scare him!" suddenly exclaimed Kitty, looking at a sparrow which perched on the rail, and, turning the heart of a berry over, began to peck at it. "Yes, but you ought to be farther away from the charcoal," said her mother. "À propos de Varenka," said Kitty in French, in which language indeed they had been speaking all the time, so that Agafya Mikhailovna might not understand them. "Do you know, maman, that I somehow expect something decided. You know what I mean. How nice it would be!" "What a master hand at matchmaking you are!" exclaimed Dolly. "How adroitly she has brought them together!" "No. But tell me, maman, what do you think of it?" "What do I think of it? He can at any time have his choice of all the best in Russia." By he, she meant Sergey Ivanovitch. "He is not so young as he was, but still, I know many would set their caps for him. She is very good, but he might—" "No, indeed, you know perfectly well that nothing better could be imagined for either of them. In the first place, she is charming," said Kitty, bending down one finger. "She pleases him very much, that is true," said Dolly in confirmation. "In the next place, he has such a position in the world that it would make no difference to him what his wife's property or social standing was. He needs only one thing, a sweet, pretty, even-tempered wife." "Yes, he might be very happy with her," said Dolly, in confirmation of this also. "In the third place, she must love him. And so it is now, and so it would be perfectly lovely. I expect when they come in from the woods it will all be decided. I shall read it instantly in their eyes. I should be so glad. What do you think about it, Dolly?" "Don't get so excited. You really must not get so excited," said her mother. "But I am not excited, mamma. I think that he will surely propose to her today." "Oh, how strange it is how and when a man proposes. Even if there is an obstacle, it is suddenly swept away," said Dolly, smiling pensively and recalling the old days with Stepan Arkadyevitch. "Mamma, how did papa propose to you?" asked Kitty suddenly. "There was nothing extraordinary about it. Very simply," replied the princess, but her face grew all radiant at the remembrance. "No, but how was it? And did you love him before you allowed him to speak?" Kitty found a special charm in the fact that now she could talk with her mother, as with an equal, on the most important questions in the lives of women. "Of course I loved him. He came to visit us in the country." "But how was it decided, mamma?" "Do you really think that you young people have invented something new? It is always one and the same thing. It is decided by looks and smiles." "How well you describe it, mamma. That is just it, by looks and smiles," said Dolly, confirming what her mother had said. "But what words did he say?" "What words did Kostya say to you?" "He wrote in chalk. How long it seems since then," said Kitty. And the three ladies sat occupied with the same thought. Kitty was the first to break the silence. She had been thinking about that long past winter before her marriage, and her infatuation for Vronsky. "There is one thing, Varenka's first love," said she, remembering this by a natural connection of thought. "I wanted to give Sergey Ivanovitch a hint of that to warn him. All men," she added, "are awfully jealous of our past." "Not at all," said Dolly. "You judge by your husband. I believe he is even now tormented by the remembrance of Vronsky. Isn't that so?" "He is," replied Kitty, with a pensive smile in her eyes. "Well, I don't know what there is in your past life to disquiet him," exclaimed the princess, her mother, resenting the inference that her maternal vigilance was called in question. "Is it because Vronsky paid you some attention? That happens to every young girl." "Yes, but we were not talking about that," said Kitty, blushing. "No, permit me to finish what I was saying," pursued the princess. "And besides, you yourself would not permit me to have an explanation with Vronsky. Do you remember?" "Oh, mamma!" exclaimed Kitty with an exclamation of pain. "There is no need of your being vexed. Your behavior toward him could never have been anything but perfectly proper. I myself should have challenged him. However, my darling, don't allow yourself to get excited. Please remember this, and calm yourself." "I am perfectly calm, maman." "How fortunate it turned out for Kitty that Anna appeared on the scene," said Dolly, "and how unfortunate for her. How their positions are reversed," she added, overwhelmed by her own thought. "Anna was so happy then, and Kitty thought herself so miserable. I often think of her. What a complete change!" "What is the use of thinking about her? She is a vile, disgusting, heartless woman!" exclaimed the princess, who could not forget that Kitty had married Levin instead of Vronsky. "What is the good of speaking about her, anyway?" said Kitty in disgust. "I do not think about her, nor do I wish to think of her at all. I do not wish to think about her," she repeated, hearing her husband's well-known step on the steps leading to the terrace. "Whom do you wish not to think about?" asked Levin, appearing on the terrace. No one answered, and he did not repeat his question. "I am sorry that I am disturbing your feminine realm," said he, looking angrily at them all, and perceiving that they were talking about something which they would not talk about in his presence. For an instant he felt that he shared Agafya Mikhailovna's sentiments. Her dissatisfaction at the Shtcherbatskys' way of making preserves without water, and especially the alien regime of his wife's family. Nevertheless he smiled and went up to Kitty. "Well, how is it?" he asked, looking at her with the same expression everyone used in addressing her. "All right," said Kitty with a smile. "And how is it with you?" "The 3-horse team will take a larger load than we could put on the telega. Shall we go to meet the children? I have ordered the men to harness." "What! Are you going to take Kitty in the linyadka?" exclaimed the princess reproachfully. "We shall walk the horses, princess." Levin never called the princess maman, as his brothers-in-law did, and the princess resented it. But Levin, though he loved and respected her, could not call her so without doing violence to his feelings toward the memory of his own mother. "Come with us, maman," said Kitty. "I do not wish to countenance such imprudence." "Well, then, I will walk. That is good for me," said Kitty, rising to take her husband's arm. "Good for you! But there's reason in all things," said the princess. "Well, Agafya Mikhailovna, are your preserves done? Is the new method good?" asked Levin, smiling at the housekeeper in his desire to cheer her. "Perhaps they're good, but in my opinion much overdone." "There's one thing about them that's better, Agafya Mikhailovna. They won't spoil," said Kitty, divining her husband's intention, and with the same feeling addressing the old servant. "And you know the ice in the ice-house is all melted, and we can't get any more. As for your spiced meats, mamma assures me that she has never eaten any better," she said, adjusting, with a smile, the housekeeper's loosened neckerchief. Agafya Mikhailovna looked angrily at Kitty. "Do not try to console me, Baruanya. To see you with him is enough to content me." This familiar way of speaking of her master touched Kitty. "Come and show us the best places to find mushrooms." The old woman raised her head, smiling, as if to say, "One would gladly guard you from all hatred, if it were possible. Follow my advice, please, and put over each pot of jelly a round piece of paper soaked in rum, and you will not need ice in order to preserve them," said the princess. Chapter 3 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Kitty was especially glad of the opportunity to be alone with her husband, because she had noticed how a shadow of dissatisfaction had crossed his telltale face when he stepped on the terrace and asked what they were talking about, and no one replied. As they walked along in front of the others, and, losing sight of the house, took to the well-trodden, dusty road, bestrewn with rye and corn, she seized his hand and pressed it against her side. He had already forgotten the momentary unpleasant impression, and now that he was alone with her, and while the thought of her approaching maternity did not for an instant escape from his mind, he experienced a novel joy in the sense of the presence of a beloved woman, a joy perfectly free from anything sensual. There was nothing special to talk about, but he liked to hear the sound of her voice, which, like the expression of her eyes, had changed owing to her condition. In her voice and in her eyes there was a gentleness and gravity, like that which people show when their attention has been concentrated on some one favourite task. "You are not getting tired, are you? Lean on me more," said he. "No, I am so glad to have a chance to be alone with you, and I confess that I miss our winter evenings when we two were alone together, much as I enjoy having them here." "That was good. But this is better. Both are better," said he, pressing her hand. "Do you know what we were talking about when you came?" "About preserves?" "Yes, about preserves. But afterward about the way men propose." "Ah!" said Levin, listening rather to the sound of her voice than to the words which she spoke, and all the time thinking of the road which they were following down to the forest, and carefully avoiding the places that might cause her to stumble. "But how about Sergey Ivanovitch and Varenka? Have you noticed it? I very much wish it might come about," she went on to say. "What do you think about it?" And she glanced into his face. "I don't know what to think," replied Levin, with a smile. "Sergey in this respect was always a mystery to me. I think I told you about it." "Yes, that he was in love with a young girl, but she died." "That was when I was a child. I knew it by tradition. I remember him as he was then. He was wonderfully charming. But since then I have watched him with women. He is polite. He likes some of them. But you can't help feeling that for him they are merely people, not women." "Yes. But now in the case of Varenka, it seems to me there is some—" "Maybe there is. But one must know him. He is a peculiar, a remarkable man. He lives only a spiritual life. He is too pure and high-minded a man." "What do you mean? How could this bring him to a lower level?" "I don't say it would. But he is so accustomed to live a spiritual life only, that he cannot reconcile himself to what is matter-of-fact. And Varenka is quite matter-of-fact." Levin by this time had become accustomed to speak his thoughts with all freedom, not taking pains to couch it in explicit words. He knew that his wife in such moments of intimate communion as now would understand what he expressed by a hint, and she did understand him. "Yes, but she has none of that practicality such as I have. I can understand that he would never fall in love with me. She is all soul." "That is not so. He is so fond of you. And I am always so glad that my friends like you." "Yes, he is kind to me, but—" "But not as it was with our lamented Nikolenka. You loved each other," said Levin in conclusion. "But why not speak it out?" he added. "I often reproach myself that one so quickly forgets. Oh, what a terrible, what a fascinating man he was! But what were we talking about?" said Levin after a silence. "You mean that he is incapable of falling in love," said she, expressing her husband's thought in her own way. "I did not say that. But he has none of that weakness which is requisite. And I always have envied him, and envy him still, in spite of my happiness." "You envy him because he is incapable of falling in love?" "I envy him because he is better than I am," said Levin, smiling. "He does not live for himself. It is duty which guides him, and so he has a right to be serene and well satisfied." "And you?" asked Kitty, with a mischievous smile. He could never follow the course of her thoughts when they caused her to smile. But the last deduction was that her husband, who had the greatest admiration for his brother, and who humbled himself before him, was insincere. Kitty knew that this insincerity of his was caused by his love for him, from a sort of conscientious scruple at being too happy, and especially from a never-ceasing desire to be better, and she loved this in him, and that was why she smiled. "But why should you be dissatisfied?" she asked, with the same smile. Her disbelief in his self-dissatisfaction pleased him, and he unconsciously provoked her to explain the reasons for her unbelief. "I am happy, but I am dissatisfied with myself," said he. How can you be dissatisfied, if you are happy?"
"How can I express it? In my heart of hearts I wish nothing else except that you should not stumble."
"Oh, you must not jump so!" he exclaimed, interrupting his argument with reproach because she had made a too vivacious motion in jumping over a branch which lay in the path.
"But when I criticize myself, and compare myself with others, especially with my brother, I am conscious of all my inferiority."
"But why?" persisted Kitty, with the same smile. "Aren't you always doing for others? And your farming, your book?"
"Yes, I feel this especially now, and you are to blame," said he, pressing her hand. "I do this so superficially. Ah, if I could love all this work as I love you! But of late I work on it as if it were a task imposed on me."
"But what do you say about papa?" asked Kitty. "Is he unworthy because he does nothing for the Commonwealth?"
"He? Oh no! But one must have just such simplicity, transparency, goodness, as he has. But I haven't, have I? If I do not work, I am tormented. 'Tis you who have made it so. If it were not for you, and if it were not for what is coming," said he, with a significant glance at her figure, "I should devote all my powers to this work. But now I can't, and my conscience pricks me. I do it like a task. It is all pretense."
"Would you like to exchange with Sergey Ivanovitch?" asked Kitty. "Would you like to work for nothing but your duty, and the general welfare of mankind?"
"Of course not. The fact is, I am so happy that I can't reason clearly. So you think the proposal will take place to-day, do you?"
he asked after a moment's silence. "I think so, and then I think not. But I wish with all my heart it might. Here, wait." She stooped down and plucked a daisy growing by the roadside. "Now count. He'll propose, he'll not propose," said she, giving him the flower.
"He'll propose, he'll not propose," repeated Levin, picking off the narrow, white, trembling petals.
"No, no!" cried Kitty, stopping him and seizing his arm as she excitedly watched his fingers. "You pulled off two."
"Well, that little one doesn't count," said Levin, tearing off a short, undeveloped petal. "But here comes the Lenyenka to meet us."
"Kitty, you haven't fatigued yourself?" cried the princess. "Not the least in the world, mamma." "Well, get in, if the horses are quiet, and we'll walk." But there was no need of riding. The place was so near, they continued walking. Chapter 4. Part 6, Chapter 4 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Varenka, in her white kerchief setting off her dark locks, and surrounded by children whom she was good-naturedly and gaily entertaining, and evidently excited by the possibility of a declaration from a man who was agreeable to her, was very fascinating. Sergey Ivanovitch walked by her side and could not help admiring her. As he looked at her he recalled all the pleasant remarks he had heard her make, all the goodness that he had found in her, and he confessed to himself more and more that the feeling which she aroused in him was something peculiar, like what he had experienced once, only long, long before, in his early youth. The feeling of pleasure at being near her kept growing stronger, and at last when, as he put into her basket a monstrous birch mushroom with thin stem and edges, he looked into her eyes and, noticing the blush of pleasure and timid emotion which spread over her face, he himself grew confused, and smiled with a mute smile which said too much. "If this is the way it is going, I must deliberate and come to a decision, and not give way like a child to the impulse of a moment. I am going now to hunt for mushrooms independently of the rest of you, otherwise my acquisitions will not be noticed," said he, and he went off by himself from the edge of the woods, where they had been walking along the velvety turf among the old birch trees, scattered here and there in the forest, together with the grey trunks of aspens and dark clumps of hazelnuts. Going off 40 steps or so, and coming to a clump of the bush called bearsklet, which was in full flower with its rosy catkins, Sergey Ivanovitch sheltered himself behind it, knowing that he would not be seen. Around him it was perfectly still. Only up in the tree tops above his head, ceaseless, like a swarm of bees, buzzed the flies, and occasionally he heard the voices of the children. Suddenly, not far from the edge of the woods, rang out Varenka's contralto voice, calling Grisha, and a happy smile spread over Sergey Ivanovitch's face. When he realized what he was doing, he shook his head disapprovingly at his state of mind, and, taking out a cigar, he began to smoke. It was some time before he could light a match against the bole of a birch tree. The juicy scales of the white bark dampened the phosphorus, and the match refused to burn. At last one of the matches took fire, and the fragrant cigar smoke, like a wide wavering scarf, floated up and away above the bush under the pendant twigs of the birches. As he followed the whiff of smoke with his eyes, Sergey Ivanovitch slowly walked on, thinking over the situation. And why should I not? He asked himself. If this was a caprice of passion, if I had experienced only this attachment, this mutual attachment, for I may call it mutual, and if I felt that it would run counter to the whole scheme of my life, if I felt that in giving way to this impression I should change my calling and duty, then it would not do at all. The one thing that I can bring against it is that when I lost Marie, I vowed that I would never marry in remembrance of her. This is the only thing that I can say against this feeling. This is serious, said Sergey Ivanovitch to himself, but at the same time he recognized that this consideration had personally for him no great importance, but would simply spoil in the eyes of others the poetic rôle which he had been keeping up so long. But besides this, no matter how long I searched, I should never find out what would be said against my feeling. If I used all my wits, I could never find anyone better. Among all the women and girls whom he had ever known, he could not think of one who united to such a high degree all, yes, verily, all the qualities which in a cold calculation he should wish to see in his wife. She had all the freshness and charm of youth, and yet she was no longer a child. And if she loved him sensibly, as a woman ought to love. This was one thing. Another was, she was not only far removed from worldly mindedness, but evidently found fashionable society distasteful. But at the same time she knew society well, and had all those ways of a woman of good society, lacking which married life for Sergey Ivanovitch was unthinkable. Thirdly, she was religious, but not like a child, irresponsibly religious and good, as Kitty, for example, was, but her life was founded on religious convictions. Even in trifles Sergey Ivanovitch found in her all that he desired in a wife. She was poor and unencumbered, so that she would not bring a throng of relatives and their influence into her husband's home, as he saw was the case with Kitty. But she would be in everything pledged to her husband, which was one of the conditions which he had demanded for himself in case he ever had any family life. And this young woman, having all these qualities, loved him. He was modest, but he could not help seeing this. And he liked her. One obstacle stood in the way, his age. But his family were long-lived. He had not as yet a single gray hair. No one took him to be more than 40, and he remembered that Varenka had said that only in Russia men of 50 considered themselves old, while in France a man of 50 reckoned himself dans la force de l'âge, and one of 40 was un jeune homme. But what signified his years when he felt himself as young in spirit as he had been 20 years before? Was not youth the feeling which he enjoyed when, coming out again from the forest into the clearing, he saw in the clear sunlight Varenka's graceful figure in her yellow frock and with her basket, moving along with light steps past the bole of an ancient birch tree, and the impression produced by the sight of Varenka blended with the surprising beauty of a field of oats shining yellow under the oblique rays of the sun, and beyond the field the old forest, variegated with yellow and stretching away into the azure distance? His heart swelled with joy. A feeling of tenderness seized him. He felt within him that his mind was made up. Varenka, who had just stooped down to pick up a mushroom, with an agile motion straightened herself up again and glanced around. Sergey Ivanovitch, tossing away his cigar, went toward her with resolute steps. End of chapter 4. Part 6, Chapter 5 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Varvara Andreevna, when I was young I formed for myself an ideal of the woman whom I should love and whom I should be happy to call my wife. I have lived a long life, and now for the first time I find in you all that I was seeking. I love you and I offer you my hand. Sergey Ivanovitch was saying these words to himself when he was within 10 steps of Varenka. She was kneeling on the grass and defending with her hands a mushroom from Grisha, and at the same time calling to little Masha. "Here, come here, little ones, lots of them," she cried in her deep, pleasant voice. Though she saw Sergey Ivanovitch approaching, she did not rise, nor did she change her position. But everything told him that she was aware of his presence and was glad. "Did you find any?" she asked, turning her sweet face toward him with a smile. "Not one," replied Sergey Ivanovitch. "And you?" She made no reply, her attention being just then absorbed by the little children who surrounded her. "Here's one for you near the twig." And she pointed out a little agaricus pushing its elastic red cap through the dry grass, from which it was extricating itself. Varenka got up after Masha had plucked the mushroom, breaking it into 2 white halves. "That reminds me of my childhood," she remarked, as she joined Sergey Ivanovitch and walked with him away from the children. They proceeded a few steps in silence. Varenka saw that he wanted to speak. She suspected what he had in mind, and felt stifled with the emotions of joy and terror. They had now gone so far from the rest that no one could have heard them, yet he had not opened his mouth to speak. Varenka would have done better not to say a word. After a silence it would have been easier to say what they wanted to say than after any casual words. But against her own will, as if it were unexpectedly, Varenka broke out. "And so you did not find any? But there are never so many mushrooms in the woods as along the edge." Sergey Ivanovitch sighed and made no answer. He was annoyed because she spoke about mushrooms. He wanted to bring her back to the first words which she had spoken about her childhood, but, as it were, contrary to his will, after a brief silence, he made an observation on what she had said last. "I have heard that the white mushrooms are found preeminently on the edge of the forest, but I cannot tell them." A few moments more passed. They had gone still farther away from the children and were wholly alone. Varenka's heart beat so violently that she heard its throbs, and she was conscious that she was blushing, turning pale and then blushing again. To be the wife of such a man as Koznyachev after her position with Madame Stahl seemed to her the height of happiness. Moreover, she was almost convinced that she was in love with him. And this was to be decided immediately. It was a terrible moment for her, terrible, both what he would say and what he would not say. Now, or never, it would have to be decided. Sergey Ivanovitch also felt this. Everything in Varenka's looks, in her heightened color, in the way she dropped her eyes, betrayed the most painful expectation. Sergey Ivanovitch saw this and was sorry for her. He even felt that he should wrong her if he kept silence. He made an effort to recall his recent arguments in favor of making the decision. He even repeated to himself the words in which he was going to couch his declaration. But instead of these words, by some combination unexpected to himself, he asked, "What is the difference between a white mushroom and a birch mushroom?" Varenka's lips trembled as she answered, "There is very little difference in the cap, but it lies in the root." As soon as these words were spoken, both of them felt that this was the end of it, that what should have been said would never be said, and the emotion which up to this moment had reached its highest pitch gradually died away. "The birch mushroom,"
or its root, reminds me of a black beard which has not been shaved for 2 days," said Sergey Ivanovitch calmly. "Quite true," answered Varenka, smiling, and involuntarily the direction of their walk changed. They were going back toward the children. Varenka was puzzled and hurt, but at the same time she experienced a sense of relief. Sergey Ivanovitch mentally reviewed his arguments in favor of marriage, and found them mistaken. He could not be unfaithful to Marie's memory. "Gently, children, gently!" cried Levin testily, as the children sprang toward Kitty with shouts of glee. Behind the children came Sergey Ivanovitch and Varenka. Kitty needed not to question them. She knew by their calm and slightly mortified manner that the hope which she had been nursing would not be realized. "Well, how is it?" her husband asked when they returned to the house. "It will not happen," said Kitty, with a smile and manner which reminded him of her father, as Levin had often remarked to his delight. "Why won't it happen?" "This is why," said she, taking his hand, raising it to her mouth and touching it with her closed lips, "as people kiss a bishop's hand." "Which one has failed of it?" he asked, laughing. "Both. It must be so when—" "Here come the muzhiks." "No, not yet." Chapter 6. Chapter 6 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. While the children took their supper, the older people sat on the balcony and talked as if nothing had happened. But all, and especially Sergey Ivanovitch and Varenka, knew very well that an important event had occurred, although it was a negative one. The two experienced a feeling such as a boy has when, having failed in the examination, he is either kept in the same class or is excluded forever from an institution. All present, feeling likewise that something had taken place, talked with forced animation. Levin and Kitty felt especially happy and in love with each other that evening. And that they were happy in their love seemed to make it impolite to comment on the unskillfulness of those who did not know how to be happy, and this made them feel guilty. "Take my word for it, Alexander will not come," said the princess. That evening they were expecting Stepan Arkadyevitch from the train, and the old prince had written that perhaps he, also, would come. "And if he doesn't, I know why," continued the princess. "He says that young people ought to be left alone during the first part of their married lives." "Yes, papa is abandoning us for that very reason. He has not been to see us at all. But how are we young folks? I am sure we are quite old." "Only, if he does not come, and I have to take my leave of you children," said the princess, with a melancholy smile. "What is the matter with you, mamma?" cried both daughters at once. "You can think how it is with him. Here, now." And suddenly and unexpectedly the old princess's voice broke. The daughters exchanged glances in silence. "Maman is always finding some melancholy topic," said their eyes. They did not know that, however pleasant it was for the princess to visit her daughters, and however necessary she felt that she was, nevertheless both she and her husband had been very sad ever since they had given up their last beloved daughter and the family nest had become empty. "What is it, Agafya Mikhailovna?" suddenly asked Kitty of the old housekeeper, whom she saw standing near her with a mysterious and significant look in her eyes. "It is about supper." "Now, that is excellent," said Dolly. "You go and make your arrangements, and I will hear Grisha recite his lesson. He has not done anything all day." "The lesson is my part. No, Dolly, I will go," cried Levin, springing up. Grisha, who had already entered the gymnasium, was obliged to keep up his lessons during the summer. Darya Alexandrovna, who had already begun, in Moscow, to study Latin with her son, now that she had come to the Levins, had made it a rule to go over with him, at least once a day, his most difficult lessons in Latin and arithmetic. Levin had taken it on himself to substitute for her. But the mother, having once listened while Levin was hearing the recitation,
and noticing that he did not teach as the instructor in Moscow did, with an awkward attempt not to hurt his feelings, told Levin decidedly that he must go according to the book, as his tutor did, and that she had better take charge of his lessons again. Levin was annoyed with Stepan Arkadyevitch, owing to whose carelessness the mother had charge of the children's education, though she understood nothing about it at all, and he was annoyed with the teachers because they had such bad methods of teaching. But he promised his sister-in-law that he would conduct the recitations as she wished. And so he continued to take charge of Grisha's studies, no longer, however, in his own method, but according to the book, and therefore perfunctorily, and frequently forgetting the lesson hour. And that is what had happened that day. "No, I will go, Dolly, and you keep your seat," said he. "We are going along in due order by the book, only, now that Stiva is coming, we shall be going hunting, so we shall have to neglect them." And Levin went to find Grisha. Varenka was saying almost the same thing to Kitty. Varenka had found the way of being useful even in the Levins' happy, well-ordered household. "I will go and see about supper, and you keep your seat," said she, and she joined Agafya Mikhailovna. Yes, but you won't find the chickens, then," said Kitty. "Agafya Mikhailovna and I will settle the difficulty," said Varenka, and disappeared with her. "What a pretty girl!" exclaimed the princess. "Not pretty, maman, but the charmingest girl in the world." "And so you are expecting Stepan Arkadyevitch, are you?" said Sergey Ivanovitch, evidently not liking to have the conversation about Varenka prolonged. "It would be hard to find two brothers-in-law less alike," said he, with a sly smile. "One versatile, living only in society, like a fish in the water. The other, our Kostya, full of life and activity, quick at everything, but as soon as he gets into society, he either gives up the ghost or flops about aimlessly, like a fish on dry land." "Yes, he is very heedless," said the princess, addressing Sergey Ivanovitch. "I wanted especially to ask you to persuade him that it is impossible for her," she was referring to Kitty, "to stay here. She certainly ought to be taken to Moscow. He says write for a doctor." "Maman, he is doing everything. He agrees to all you want," said Kitty, vexed with her mother for drawing Sergey Ivanovitch into this matter as a judge. While they were talking, the whinnying of a horse on the driveway was heard, and the sound of wheels on the stones. Before Dolly could jump up to go and meet her husband, Levin jumped out of the window of the room downstairs where he was teaching Grisha, and put Grisha out. "It's Stiva!" cried Levin from below the balcony. "We had finished, Dolly, don't you worry," he added, as the boy darted off to meet the carriage. "Is a id a juice," cried Grisha, as he ran down the avenue. "And there is someone with him. It must be Papa," cried Levin, standing at the entrance of the driveway. "Kitty, don't come down by the steep stairs. Come round." But Levin was mistaken in thinking that the other man in the carriage was the old prince. When he came close he saw, sitting next to Stepan Arkadyevitch, not the prince, but a handsome, portly young man in a Scotch cap with long floating ribbons. This was Vasenka Veslovsky, a third cousin of the Shtcherbatskys, a brilliant young member of Moscow and Petersburg society. "One of the best fellows that ever lived, and a devotee of hunting," as Stepan Arkadyevitch expressed it in introducing him. Veslovsky was not in the least disconcerted by the surprise which his appearance, in place of the old prince, caused. He gaily greeted Levin, reminding him of their former acquaintance, and took Grisha into the carriage, lifting him up over the pointer which Stepan Arkadyevitch had brought with him. Levin did not get into the carriage, but followed on foot. He was somewhat put out by the non-arrival of the old prince, whom he liked better and better the more he saw him. He was still more put out at the appearance of this Vasenka Veslovsky, a man who was utterly unknown and superfluous. He seemed to him still more unknown and superfluous when, as Levin approached the front door, about which had collected a lively throng of old and young, he kissed Kitty's hand with a remarkably flattering and gallant look. "Your wife and I are cousins and old friends," said Vasenka Veslovsky, heartily pressing Levin's hand a second time. "Well, how is it? Any game?" asked Stepan Arkadyevitch, addressing Levin almost before he had greeted the others. "Vasenka and I have the most ferocious intentions. How are you, maman, since we saw each other in Moscow? Well, Tanya, how goes it? Get the things from the back of the calash, please," said he, addressing everyone at once. "How well you look, Dolenka," he said to his wife, again kissing her hand, holding it in his, and smoothing it. Levin, who a few minutes before had been in the happiest frame of mind, now looked at them all with indignant eyes, and everything disgusted him. "Whom did he kiss yesterday with those same lips?" he queried, as he saw how affectionate Stepan Arkadyevitch was to his wife. He looked at Dolly, and even she was displeasing to him. Of course, she cannot believe in his love for her. How then can she seem so glad? Repulsive, said Levin to himself. He looked at the princess, who had seemed to him so charming a moment before, and her manner of receiving this Veslovsky and his ribbons, as if she were at home there, displeased him. Even Sergey Ivanovitch, who had come out on the porch with the rest, seemed to him disagreeable by reason of the hypocritical friendliness with which he met Stepan Arkadyevitch, for Levin knew that his brother neither liked nor respected Oblonsky. And Varenka disgusted him, because she, with her Saint Nitouche look, nevertheless met this stranger as if she thought only what sort of husband he would make for her. And most displeasing of all was Kitty, as she fell into conformity with the tone of gaiety with which that gentleman regarded his visit, as if it were a festival for himself and all the rest. Especially disagreeable was the peculiar smile with which she responded to his smile. Noisily talking, they all went into the house, but as soon as they sat down, Levin turned on his heel and started off. Kitty saw that something was amiss with her husband. She wanted to take advantage of a favorable moment and have a little talk with him alone, but he hastened from her, declaring that he had business to attend to at the office. Not for a long time had his affairs seemed to him so important as they did at that day. "It may be a holiday for them," he said to himself, "but here are affairs of importance to be attended to, and they can't be delayed, and without them life could not be carried on." End of chapter 6. Part 6, Chapter 7 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Only when they had sent to tell him supper was ready did Levin go back to the house again. On the stairway Kitty and Agafya Mikhailovna were standing holding a consultation over the wines for supper. "But why do you make such a fuss? Give them what you usually do." "No, Stiva doesn't drink. Kostya, wait. What is the matter with you?" exclaimed Kitty, hastening after him, but he, without heeding her, went with long strides into the dining room, and immediately began to take part in the lively conversation which Vasenka Veslovsky and Stepan Arkadyevitch were enjoying. "What do you say? Shall we go hunting tomorrow?" asked Stepan Arkadyevitch. "Please let us go," said Veslovsky, changing his seat to another chair and doubling his fat leg under him. "I shall be very glad. Yes, we will go. Have you had any hunting this year yet?" asked Levin, looking at Veslovsky's leg, but his cordiality was put on, as Kitty could easily see, and did not become him. "I doubt if we find any woodcock, but snipe are abundant. We shall have to start early. You will not be too tired. Are you tired, Stiva?" "I tired? I don't know what it is to be tired. I'm ready to stay up all night. We'll go and take a walk." "Certainly. Let us stay up all night. Capital," said Veslovsky. "Oh, yes. We are agreed on that point, that you can stay up all night and also keep other people awake," said Dolly, in a tone of playful irony which she almost habitually employed in addressing her husband. "In my opinion, I had better be going to bed. I won't eat any supper. I'll go now." "No, Dolyenka. Sit down," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, going to the other side of the great table and taking a seat near his wife. "I've so many things to tell you about." "Probably mighty little." "Do you know, Veslovsky has been at Anna's. She lives only 70 versts away from here. He is going there when he leaves us, and I intend to go too. Veslovsky, come here." Vasenka approached the ladies, and sat down next to Kitty. "Oh, please tell us about it. Have you really been to Anna Arkadyevna's? How is she?" asked Darya Alexandrovna. Levin had remained at the other end of the table, and while he kept on talking with the princess and Varenka, he observed that Stepan Arkadyevitch, Dolly, Kitty, and Veslovsky were having an animated and mysterious conversation. Not only were they talking confidentially, but it seemed to him that his wife's face expressed a deep tenderness as, without dropping her eyes, she looked into Vasenka's handsome face, while he was talking vivaciously. "Their establishment is superb," Vasenka Veslovsky was saying in reference to Vronsky and Anna. "Of course, I don't take it on myself to pass judgment on them, but when you are there in their house, you feel yourself at home." "What are their plans?" "They would like to pass the winter in Moscow, I believe." "How jolly it would be for us to go there together! When shall you go there?" Oblonsky asked Vasenka. "I am going to spend July with them." "And are you going?" he asked his wife. "I have long been wanting to go, and I certainly shall," said Dolly. "I am sorry for her, and I know her. She is a lovely woman. When you have gone away, I shall go alone. That will not disturb anyone, and it would be better for me to go without you." "Just the thing," answered Stepan Arkadyevitch. "And you, Kitty?" "I? Why should I go to see her?" said Kitty, and blushing with vexation she glanced at her husband. "Do you know Anna Arkadyevna?" asked Veslovsky. "She is a very fascinating woman." "Yes," answered Kitty, blushing still more, and she rose and joined her husband. "So you are going hunting tomorrow, are you?" she asked him. Levin's jealousy during those few moments, and especially at the blush which covered her cheeks while she was talking with Veslovsky, had already reached an acute stage. Now, hearing her question, he interpreted it in his own way. Strange as it was afterward for him to remember this, and now it seemed clear to him that the reason for her asking him if he was going hunting, and for her interest in it, was to know if he would give Vasenka Veslovsky that pleasure, and that proved that she was already in love with him. "Yes, I am thinking of it," he answered, in a voice so unnatural and constrained that he himself was horrified at it. "Well, you had better stay at home tomorrow. Dolly has hardly seen her husband yet. Go day after tomorrow." Levin now translated Kitty's words thus: "Do not separate me from him. You may go, it is all the same to me, but let me enjoy the society of this attractive young man." "Oh, if you desire it, we will stay at home tomorrow," answered Levin, with especial pleasantness. Meantime Vasenka, not suspecting the effect his presence had produced, rose from the table and approached Kitty with an affectionate smile. Levin noticed that smile. He grew pale and for a moment could not get his breath. "How does he dare to look at my wife in that way?" He was boiling. "We are to go hunting tomorrow, are we not?" asked Vasenka, and he sat down in a chair and again doubled one leg under him, as his habit was. Levin's jealousy grew still more intense. Already he saw himself a deceived husband, whom his wife and her lover were plotting to get rid of that they might enjoy each other in peace. Nevertheless, he asked Veslovsky with all friendliness and hospitality about his hunting gear, his guns and boots, and agreed to go the next day. To Levin's happiness, the old princess put an end to his torture by advising Kitty to go to bed. But even this was accompanied by new suffering for Levin. On bidding his hostess good night, Vasenka tried to kiss her hand again. But Kitty, blushing and drawing away her hand, said, with a naive rudeness for which her mother afterward chided her, "That is not the custom with us." In Levin's eyes she was blameworthy for permitting such liberties with her, and still more so for being so awkward in showing her disapprobation. "Why should you go to bed?" said Oblonsky, who had taken several glasses of wine at dinner, and was in his most genial and poetic mood. "Look, Kitty," said he, pointing to the moon just rising above the lindens. "How lovely! Veslovsky, it is just the time for serenading. You know he has a splendid voice. He and I tried some on the way down. He has brought 2 new ballads with him. He and Varvara might sing to us. After they had all left, Stepan Arkadyevitch and Veslovsky still for a long time walked up and down in the avenue, and their voices could be heard as they practiced singing over the new ballads. Hearing these voices, Levin sat scowling in an easy chair in his wife's room, and obstinately refused to answer her questions as to what was the matter with him. But at last Kitty, timidly smiling, asked him, "Is there anything about Veslovsky that has displeased you?" This question loosened his tongue, and he told her all. What he said filled him with vexation, and he grew still more excited. He stood up in front of his wife with his eyes flashing terribly under his contracted brows and his hands pressed against his chest as if exerting all his force to restrain himself. His face would have been harsh and even cruel had it not expressed also such keen suffering. His cheeks trembled and his voice shook. "Don't think me jealous. The word is disgusting. I could not be jealous and at the same time believe that. I cannot tell you what I feel, but it is horrible to me. I am not jealous, but I am hurt, humiliated, that anyone should dare to look at you so." "Why? Look at me how?" asked Kitty, honestly trying to recall all the remarks and incidents of the evening and all their possible significance. In the depth of her heart she had thought that there was something peculiar at the time when Veslovsky followed her to the other end of the table, but she dared not acknowledge it even to herself, and still more she did not wish to say this to him and thus increase his suffering. "But what could he find attractive in me, in my condition?" "Oh!" he cried, clutching his head. "You should not have said that. That means, if you had been attractive—" "Now stop, Kostya, and listen to me," said Kitty, looking at him with a passionately compassionate expression. "What can you be thinking about? You know you are the only person in the world for me, but you would not wish me to shut myself up away from everybody." At first she had been wounded by this jealousy of his, which spoiled even the slightest and most innocent pleasures, but she was ready now to renounce, not merely the trifling things, but everything, for the sake of calming him so as to cure him of the suffering which he was enduring. "Try to understand all the horrible absurdity of my position," he went on to say, in a whisper of despair. "He is my guest, and if it were not for his silly gallantry, and his habit of sitting on his leg, he has certainly done nothing unbecoming. He certainly thinks himself irreproachable, and so I am obliged to seem polite." "But Kostya, you exaggerate things," said Kitty, glad at heart to see the force of his love for her, which was now expressed in his jealousy. "But more terrible to me than all this is that, when you are an object of worship to me, and we are so happy, so peculiarly happy, this trashy fellow— but why should I call him names? He has done nothing to me. But why should our happiness—" "Listen, Kostya. I believe I know what has offended you." "Why is it? Why is it?" "I saw how you were looking when we were at supper." "Well? Well?" asked Levin excitedly. She told him what they were talking about, and as she recounted it, she sighed with her emotion. Levin was silent, then observing his wife's pale, excited face, he clutched his head again. "Katya," cried he, "I have tried you. Golubchik, forgive me. This is sheer craziness. I am a burden to you, Katya. I am a fool. How could I torture myself over such a trifle?" "I am sorry for you." "For me? For me? That I am insane? But still it is horrible to think that any stranger might destroy our happiness." "Of course. This is outrageous."
"No. To disprove this, I will keep him with us all summer, and I'll spread myself in heaping favors on him," said Levin, kissing his wife's hands. "You'll see. And tomorrow, yes, certainly tomorrow, we will go."
Chapter 8. Part 6, Chapter 8 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. The next morning the ladies were not yet up when the hunting traps were waiting at the door, and Laska, who since dawn had realized that hunting was in prospect, and having frisked and barked till she was tired, was sitting up on the katki next to the coachman, looking with excitement and disapprobation at the door at which the huntsmen were so provokingly dilatory in making their appearance. The first to appear was Vassenka Veslovsky, in a green blouse, with a cartridge belt of fragrant Russian leather, shod in new high boots which reached halfway up his thighs, his Scotch cap, with ribbons, on his head, and having an English gun of rather recent style, but without strap or bandolier. Laska sprang toward him and welcomed him, and asked in her way if the others were coming, but, receiving no answer, she returned to her post, and waited with bent head and one ear pricked up. At last the door opened noisily, and let out Krak, the pointer, circling round and leaping into the air, and after him came his master, Stepan Arkadyevitch, with gun in hand and cigar in mouth. "Down, Krak, down!" exclaimed Oblonsky, caressingly to the dog, which leaped up to his breast and caught his paws on his game-pouch. Stepan Arkadyevitch wore pigskin sandals, leggings, torn trousers, and a short overcoat. On his head was the ruin of what had once been a hat, but his gun was of the most modern pattern, and his game-bag, as well as his cartridge-box, though worn, were of the finest quality. Vassenka Veslovsky had never before realized the fact that the height of elegance for a huntsman is to be in rags, but to have the equipment of the finest quality. He understood this now, as he gazed at Stepan Arkadyevitch, whose elegant, well-nurtured, and aristocratic figure was so gaily brilliant, though in rags, and he made up his mind to profit by this example the next time he should go hunting. "Well, where is our host?" asked he. "He has a young wife," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, smiling. "And how charming she is! He must have gone in to see her again, for I saw him all ready to start." Stepan Arkadyevitch was right. Levin had gone back to Kitty to make her say over again that she forgave him for his absurd behavior of the evening before, and to ask her for Christ's sake to be more careful. The most important thing was for her to keep the children at a distance, for they were always likely to run into her. And then he needed once more to receive assurance from her that she would not be angry with him because he was going away for 2 days, and to reiterate his desire that she should infallibly send him a note the next morning by a mounted courier, if it were only 2 words, so that he might know that she was comfortable. Kitty, as always, had regretted the 2 days' separation from her husband, but, as she saw him full of animation, and seeming especially big and strong in his hunting boots and white blouse, and recognized that, to her incomprehensible enthusiasm for hunting, she forgot her own regret in her delight in his happiness, and cheerfully bade him good-bye. "Pardon, gentlemen," cried Levin, hurrying down to the porch. "Has breakfast been put up? Why is the chestnut horse on the off-side? Well, then, it makes no difference. Down, Laska! Charge! Put him among the geldings," said he, addressing the cowherd who was waiting for him on the doorsteps with a question about the young ram. "It is my blunder that he's become ugly." Levin jumped down from the katki in which he had already taken his seat, and met a hired carpenter who was just approaching the porch. "Now, yesterday evening you didn't come to my office, and here you are delaying me. Well, what is it?" "You bid me to make a new stairway. 3 steps will have to be added, and we can get all the lumber at once. It would be much more convenient." "You should have listened to me," said Levin, in a tone of annoyance. "I said, fix the string boards and then cut in the steps. Now, don't try to mend them. Do as I ordered. Make a new one." The matter in question was this. In the wing which was building, the carpenter had spoiled a staircase by framing it separately and not taking the slope into account, so that the steps were all at an angle when it was put into its place. But now the carpenter wanted to add 3 steps and still keep the same framework. "It would be much better." "But where would it go, even if you added 3 steps?" "Excuse me," said the carpenter, with a disdainful smile. "It would go up to the same landing. Of course you'd pull it out below," said he, with a persuasive gesture. "It will fit. It will surely fit." "But 3 steps add to the length of it. How would that improve it?" After an idle argument in which the carpenter kept obstinately repeating the same words, Levin took his ramrod and proceeded to outline the plan of the staircase in the dust.
"Now do you see?"
"As you command," said the carpenter, with a sudden light flashing into his eyes, and evidently at last comprehending what Levin was driving at. "I see. We shall have to make a new one."
"Well, then, do as you were ordered," cried Levin, taking his place in the katki again. "Let us start. Hold the dogs, Philip."
Levin, now that he had left behind him all domestic and business cares, felt such a powerful sense of the joy of living, and such expectation that he did not care to talk. Moreover, he experienced that sense of concentrated emotion which every huntsman feels as he approaches the field of his activity. If anything occupied him now, it was the question whether they should find anything in the Kolpensky marshes, and how would Laska come out in comparison with Krak, and what sort of luck would he that day enjoy? Should he do himself credit as a huntsman before this stranger? How would Oblonsky shoot? Better than he? Oblonsky was occupied with similar thoughts, and was not talkative. Vasenka Veslovsky was the only voluble one, and now, as Levin listened to him, he reproached himself for his injustice of the previous evening. He was a capital fellow, simple, good-natured, and very gay. If Levin had known him in his bachelor days, he would have become intimate with him. But Levin rather disliked his holiday view of life and a certain free and easy elegance. He seemed to arrogate to himself a marked and indubitable superiority because of his long finger-nails and his little cap and everything else corresponding. But this could be condoned in view of his good nature and irreproachable manners. He pleased Levin because he was well educated and spoke French and English admirably, in fact, was a man of his own walk in life. Vasenka was completely carried away by the Stepnaya Donskaya horse on the left of the three-span. He kept going into raptures over her. "How splendid it would be to gallop over the steppe on a steed of the steppe! Isn't that so?" he cried. He imagined that galloping over the steppe on such a horse was something wild and poetic, with no possibility of disappointment. But his innocence, especially in conjunction with his good looks, his pleasant smile, and his graceful motion, was very captivating. And because he was naturally sympathetic to Levin, or else because Levin, in consequence of his injustice to him the evening before, tried to find all his best qualities, they got on famously. They had gone scarcely 3 versts when Veslovsky suddenly remembered his cigars and pocket-book, and could not tell whether he had lost them or left them on his table. There were 370 rubles in the pocket-book, and he could not leave them so. "Do you know, Levin, I could take your Cossack horse and gallop back to the house. It would be elegant." "Oh, no," replied Levin, who calculated that Vasenka's weight might be not less than 240 pounds. "My coachman can easily do the errand." The coachman was sent back on the Cossack horse, and Levin drove on with the pair. End of chapter 8. Part 6, Chapter 9 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. "Well, what's our line of march? Give us a good idea of it," said Stepan Arkadyevitch.
"This is my plan. We will go first to Gvozdevo. Just this side of Gvozdevo is a snipe marsh, but on the other side of Gvozdevo extend splendid woodcock marshes, and there'll be game there. It's hot now, but towards the cool of the day. It's 20 versts from here. We will try the field. We will spend the night there, and then tomorrow we will strike into the great marshes."
"But isn't there anything on the way?"
"Yes, but it would delay us, and it's too hot. There are 2 splendid little places, but it is hardly worth while."
It was Levin's intention to attack these places, but as they were near home, he could go there at any time, and as they were small, he thought that 3 hunters were too many. Therefore, he prevaricated when he said that it was hardly worth while. When they came up to the little marsh, Levin was proposing to drive by, but Stepan Arkadyevitch, with the experienced eye of a huntsman, immediately saw the water-soaked ground which was visible from the road. "Shan't we try that?" he asked, pointing to the marsh. "Levin, please stop! How splendid!" Vasenka Veslovsky began to beg, and Levin could not well refuse. Before they had fairly stopped, the dogs, in eager emulation, darted into the marsh. "Crack! Laska!" The dogs turned back. "There won't be room enough for 3. I will wait here," said Levin, hoping that they would not find anything except lapwings, which flew up from in front of the dogs, and, as they skimmed away over the marshy ground, uttered the most mournful cries. "No, come on, Levin, let's all go together," cried Veslovsky. "It's a fact that there isn't room. Back, Laska, back. You don't need more than one dog, do you?" Levin remained by the Lineika, and with jealousy in his heart watched the huntsmen, who were tramping through the whole bog. There was nothing in it, however, except moorhens and lapwings, one of which Vasenka killed. "Now you see that I gave you good advice about the marsh," said Levin. "It's only a waste of time." "No, it's good fun all the same. Did you see?" exclaimed Vasenka, awkwardly climbing into the wagon with his gun and his lapwing in his hands. "Didn't I make a stunning good shot? Well, will it take long to get to the other one?" Suddenly the horses plunged. Levin gave himself a violent bump on the head against someone's gun, and a shot went off. The gun really went off before, but it seemed to Levin the other way. It happened that Vasenka, in uncocking his gun, fired one barrel. The shot buried itself in the ground and no damage was done to anyone. Stepan Arkadyevitch shook his head and laughed reproachfully at Veslovsky, but Levin had not the heart to rebuke him. In the first place, any reproach would seem to be called forth by a danger past and by the bump on his forehead, and in the second place, Veslovsky was so innocently filled with remorse, and afterward laughed so good-naturedly and so contagiously over their common alarm that no one could help joining in. When they reached the second marsh, which was of considerable size and sure to occupy much time, Levin advised not getting out. But Veslovsky again put in his entreaties. Again, since the marsh was not big enough for 3, Levin, like the hospitable host, remained by the teams. As soon as they stopped, Laska darted off to the tussocks. Vasenka Veslovsky was the first to follow the dog, and before Stepan Arkadyevitch reached the wet ground a snipe flew up. Veslovsky missed it, and the bird flew over into an unmown meadow. But this snipe was predestined to be Veslovsky's. Crack again pointed it, and Veslovsky killed it and returned to the teams. "Now you go, and I will stay by the horses," said he. The huntsman's fever had by this time taken possession of Levin. He turned the reins over to Veslovsky and went into the swamp. Laska, who had been for some time pitifully whining and complaining at the inequality of fate, darted toward the tussock-filled bog which Levin knew so well, and to which Crack had not yet found his way. "Why don't you hold her back?" cried Stepan Arkadyevitch. "She won't scare them away," replied Levin, delighting in his dog and following after her. As Laska went forward, the nearer she came to the tussocks, the greater grew her gravity. A little marsh bird, only for a second distracted her attention. She made one sweep around the tussocks, then began a second, but suddenly trembled and stood stock still. "Come, Stiva, come!" cried Levin, feeling how his heart was beginning to throb, and how, suddenly as if some bolt had slipped in his ears, all sounds losing their sense of proportion, disconnectedly but distinctly began to come to him. He heard Stepan Arkadyevitch's steps, distinguishing them from the distant stamping of the horses. He heard the crunching sound of a corner of a tussock torn away by the roots, and he could distinguish above it the whir of a woodcock's wings. He could also hear, not far behind him, a strange splashing in the water, but what it was he could not make out. Choosing a place for his feet, he moved toward the dog. "Go on." Not a snipe, but a woodcock flew up from under the dog's nose. Levin raised his gun, but at the instant he aimed the same noise of splashing in the water grew louder and nearer, and together with it Veslovsky's voice loudly shouting something. Levin saw that he was aiming too far behind the woodcock, but still he fired. Turning round to discover what made the noise, Levin saw that the horses attached to the Katki were no longer in the road, but were in the swamp. Veslovsky, desirous of watching the shooting, had driven down to the swamp and had entangled the horses. "The devil take him!" said Levin to himself, turning back to the entangled horses. "Why did you drive in so far?" he asked dryly, and summoning the coachman he began to disengage the horses. Levin was vexed because they had caused him to miss his shot, but still more so because neither Stepan Arkadyevitch nor Veslovsky would help him to unharness and get out the team, but the reason for this was that they had not the slightest comprehension of the art of harnessing. Not vouchsafing Vasenka a single word in answer to his assurance that where he stood it was perfectly dry, Levin silently worked with the coachman to unhitch the horses, but afterward, warming up to the work and noticing how zealously and assiduously Veslovsky dragged at the kotki by its side and even broke a part of it off, Levin blamed himself because, under the influence of the feeling which he had had the evening before, he had been too cool toward Veslovsky, and he tried by especial friendliness to atone for his curtness. When everything was brought to order again and the teams were on the highway, Levin gave orders to get the luncheon ready. "Bon appétit! Bonne conscience! Ce poulet va tomber jusqu'au fond de mes bottes!" exclaimed Vasenka, growing lively again and employing a quaint French proverb as he devoured his second chicken. "Now our misfortunes are ended. Now everything will go on famously. Only as punishment for my sin I must certainly sit on the driver's box. Isn't that so? Hey? No, no, I'm a born automendon. Just see how I will tool you along," he insisted, not letting go the reins when Levin asked him to give up to the coachman. "No, I must atone for my sin, and I like it immensely on the box." And he drove. Levin was somewhat afraid that he would tire out the horses, especially the chestnut on the left, which he could not control, but reluctantly he gave in to his gaiety, listened to the love songs which Veslovsky, sitting on the box, sang all the way, or to his stories and personation of an Englishman driving a four-in-hand, and after they had enjoyed their luncheon they reached the marshes of Gvozdevo in the gayest possible spirits. Chapter 9. Part 6, Chapter 10 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Vasenka drove the horses so furiously that they reached the marshes too early and it was still hot. On reaching the important marsh, the real goal of their journey, Levin could not help wondering how he might rid himself of Vasenka and so get along without impediment. Stepan Arkadyevitch had evidently the same desire, and Levin could read in his face that expression of anxiety which a genuine huntsman always betrays before he goes out on the chase. He also detected a certain good-natured slyness characteristic of him. "How shall we go in? I can see the marsh is excellent, and there are the hawks," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, pointing to two big birds circling over the tall grass. "Where hawks are there is sure to be game." "Well, do you see, gentlemen," said Levin with a rather gloomy expression, pulling up his boots and contemplating the caps on his fowling piece. "Do you see that tall grass?" He pointed to an islet, shading into a black green in the midst of the wet meadow, which, already half mown, extended along the right bank of the river. "The marsh begins directly in front of you, where it is so green. From there it extends to the right, where those horses are going. There are the tussocks, and you will find snipe there, and so on around this high grass, clear up to the alders and the mill itself. That direction, you see where the ground is overflowed, that is the best place. I've killed as many as 17 woodcock there. We will separate with the two dogs in different directions, and then we will meet at the mill." "Well, who will go to the right, who to the left?" asked Stepan Arkadyevitch. "There is more room to the right. You two go down that way and I will take the left," said he, with pretended indifference. "Capital! We will shoot more than he does. Come on, come on, come on!" cried Veslovsky. Levin saw that he was in for it, so they started off together. As soon as they struck into the marsh the dogs began to hunt round and darted off for the swamp. Levin well knew what that careful and indeterminate maneuver of Laska's meant. He also knew the place, and he was on the lookout for a bevy of woodcock. "Veslovsky, come in line! In line!" he cried in a voice of anguish to his companion, who insisted in falling behind. Since the accidental discharge of the weapon at the Kolpensky marsh, Levin could not help taking an interest in the direction in which Veslovsky's gun barrel was pointing. Now, I won't bother you. Don't worry about me." But Levin could not help worrying, and he remembered Kitty's words as she said good-bye to him. "Look out that you don't shoot one another." Closer and closer ran the dogs, avoiding each other, each following her own scent. The expectation of startling up a woodcock was so strong that the squeak of his heel as he lifted it out of the mud seemed to Levin like the cry of the bird. He clutched and squeezed the butt of his gun. Bang! Bang! A gun went off directly behind his ear. It was Vasenka shooting at a flock of ducks which were splashing about in the swamp, and alighted far away from the huntsman in an irregular line. Before Levin had a chance to glance round, a woodcock drummed. Another, a third, and half a dozen more flew up one after the other. Stepan Arkadyevitch shot one at the very instant he was about beginning his zigzags, and the woodcock fell in a heap in the swamp. Oblonsky took his time in aiming at another which was flying low towards the high grass, and simultaneously with the flash the bird fell, and it could be seen skipping from the mown grass, flapping its white, uninjured wing. Levin was not so fortunate. He shot at too close range for the first woodcock, and missed. He was about to follow after it, but just as it was rising again, another flew up from almost under him and diverted his attention, causing him to miss again. While they were reloading, still another woodcock flew up, and Veslovsky, who had got his gun loaded first, fired 2 charges of small shot into the water. Stepan Arkadyevitch picked up his woodcock and looked at Levin with flashing eyes. "And now let us separate," said he, and limping with his left leg, and holding his gun ready cocked, and whistling to his dog, he started off by himself. Levin and Veslovsky took the other direction. It always happened with Levin that when his first shots were unsuccessful, he grew excited, lost his temper, and shot badly the rest of the day. So it was in the present instance. The woodcock were abundant, they kept flying up from before the dogs, and from under the huntsman's feet, and Levin might have easily retrieved his fortunes. But the longer he hunted, the more he disgraced himself before Veslovsky, who kept merrily firing recklessly, never killing anything, and never in the slightest degree abashed at his ill luck. Levin moved forward hotly, growing more and more excited, and finally he came not to have much hope of bringing down his game. Laska seemed to understand this state of things. She began to follow the scent more lazily, and looked at the huntsman with almost an air of doubt and reproach. Shot followed shot. The gunpowder smoke hung round the sportsman, but in the great wide meshes of the hunting bag lay only 3 light little woodcock, and of those one was killed by Veslovsky, and one of them they both brought down. Meanwhile, on the other side of the swamp, Stepan Arkadyevitch's shots were heard, not very frequently, but, as it seemed to Levin, very significantly, and at almost each one he would hear him cry, "Crack! Crack! Apporte!" This still more excited Levin. The woodcock kept flying up into the air over the high grass. The drumming on the ground and the cries of the birds in the air continued incessantly on all sides, and the woodcock, which flew up before them and swept through the air, kept settling down again in front of the huntsman. Now instead of 2 hawks, there were dozens of them screaming over the marsh. After they had shot over the larger half of the swamp, Levin and Veslovsky directed their steps to a place where there were alternating strips of meadowland which the peasants were accustomed to mow. Half of these strips had already been mown. Although there was less hope of finding game where the grass was tall than where it had been cut, Levin had agreed with Stepan Arkadyevitch to join him there, and so he proceeded with his companion across the mown and unmown strips. "Hi, sportsman!" called a muzhik, who with several others were sitting around an unharnessed cart. "Come and have a bite with us. We'll give you some wine." Levin looked round. "Come on, we've got plenty," shouted a jolly bearded muzhik with a red face, displaying his white teeth and holding up a green bottle which glittered in the sun. "Qu'est-ce qu'il descend?" asked Veslovsky. "They invite us to drink some vodka with them. They have probably just finished their meadows. I'd go if I were you," said Levin, not without craftiness, for he hoped that Veslovsky would be tempted by the vodka and would go for it. "Why should they treat us?" "Oh, they're probably having a jollification. Really, you had better go, and it will interest you." "Allons, c'est curieux." "Go ahead. You will find the road to the mill," cried Levin, and looking round he saw to his delight that Veslovsky, stooping over and dragging one leg after the other, and carrying his musket on his outstretched arm, was making his way from the swamp toward the peasants. "You come too," cried the muzhik to Levin. "Don't be afeared. We'll give you a tart." Levin felt a strong inclination to drink a glass of vodka and eat a piece of bread. He was tired and could hardly lift his feet out of the bog, and for a moment he hesitated. But the dog was pointing, and immediately all his weariness vanished, and he lightly made his way over the marsh toward the dog. The woodcock flew from under his feet. He fired and brought it down. The dog pointed again. Pill! From in front of the dog another arose. Levin blazed away. But the day was unfortunate. He missed, and when he looked for the one he had killed, it was nowhere to be found. He searched all through the tall grass, but Laska had no faith that her master had killed it, and when he sent her to find it, she pretended to circle round, but did not really search. Even without Vasenka, on whom Levin had laid the blame for his bad luck, there was no improvement. There also woodcock abounded, but Levin missed shot after shot. The slanting rays of the sun were still hot. His clothes wet through with perspiration stuck to his body. His left boot, full of water, was heavy and made a sucking noise. Over his face, begrimed with gunpowder, the perspiration ran in drops. There was a bitter taste in his mouth. His nose was filled with the odor of smoke and of the bog. In his ears rang the incessant cries of the woodcock. His gun barrels were so hot that he could not touch them. His heart beat with loud and rapid strokes. His hands trembled with excitement. His weary legs kept stumbling and catching in the roots and tussocks. But still he kept on shooting. At last, having made a disgraceful failure, he threw down his gun and cap. "No, I must get my wits back," he said to himself, and, picking up his gun and cap, he called Laska to heel and quitted the swamp. As he came out on the dry ground, he sat down on a tussock, took off his boots and stockings, poured out the water. Then he went back to the swamp, took a long drink of the boggy-smelling water, soaked his hot gun barrels, and washed his face and hands. After he had cooled off, he again went down to the place where he would find the woodcock, and he made up his mind not to lose his self-control again. He meant to be calm, but it was the same as before. His finger would press the trigger before he had taken fair aim at the bird. Indeed, it went from bad to worse. He had only 5 birds in his game bag when he quitted the marsh and went to the alder wood where he had agreed to meet Stepan Arkadyevitch. Before he caught sight of Stepan Arkadyevitch he saw his dog, Crack, all black with marsh slime, and with an air of triumph as he came leaping out from under the upturned root of an alder and began to snuff at Laska. Then appeared Stepan Arkadyevitch's stately figure in the shade of the alders. He came along, still limping, but with flushed face, all covered with perspiration, and with his collar flung open. "Well, how many is it? Have you killed many?" he cried with a gay smile. "How is it with you?" asked Levin. But there was no need of asking, because he could see his overflowing game bag. "Oh, just a trifle." He had 14 birds. "What a splendid marsh! Veslovsky must have bothered you. 2 can't hunt well with the same dog," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, to soften the effect of his triumph. End of chapter 10. Part 6, Chapter 11 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. When Levin and Stepan Arkadyevitch reached the peasant's izba, where Levin always stopped when he was out hunting, Veslovsky was already there. He was laughing his merrily contagious laugh, sitting in the middle of the hut, and clinging with both hands to a bench from which a soldier, the brother of their host, was pulling him in his efforts to haul off his muddy boots. "I have only just gotten here. Irland et charmant. Imagine it, they gave me plenty to eat and drink. What bread! 'Twas marvelous. Delicieux! And such vodka I never tasted. And they utterly refused to take any payment. They kept saying, 'Drink it down,' or something like that." "Why should they take money? They regarded you as a guest. Do you suppose they had vodka to sell?" asked the soldier, who at last succeeded in pulling off the wet boot together with the mud-stained stocking. Notwithstanding the dirtiness of the izba, which the huntsmen and their dogs had tracked all over with mud, notwithstanding the smell of bog and gunpowder with which it was filled, and notwithstanding the absence of knives and forks, the three men drank their tea and ate their luncheon with appetites such as only hunting produces. After they had washed up and cleansed off the mud, they went to a hayloft where the coachman had prepared them beds. Although it was already dark, not one of the huntsmen felt any inclination to go to sleep. After they had indulged in various recollections and stories of shooting of dogs, and of previous expeditions, the conversation turned on a theme which interested them all. As it happened, Vasenka kept going into raptures over the fascination of this their camp, and the fragrance of the hay, and the charm of the broken telega (it seemed to him to be broken because the front part was taken off), and about the hospitality of the muzhiks, who had given him vodka to drink, and about the dogs, which were lying each at his master's feet. Then Oblonsky gave an account of a charming meet which he had attended the summer before at the place of a man named Malthus, who was a well-known railway magnate. Stepan Arkadyevitch told what wonderful marshes and game preserves Malthus rented in the government of Tver, what equipages, dog-carts, and wagonettes were provided for the sportsmen, and how a great breakfast tent was carried to the marshes and pitched there. "I can't comprehend you," exclaimed Levin, raising himself on his hay. "I should think such people would be repulsive to you. I can understand that a breakfast with Lafitte might be very delightful, but isn't such luxury revolting to you? All these people, like all monopolists, acquire money in such a way that they gain the contempt of people. They scorn this contempt, and then use their ill-gotten gains to buy off this contempt." "You're perfectly right," assented Veslovsky. "Perfectly. Of course Oblonsky does this out of Boheme. But others say, Oblonsky goes there." "Not in the least." Levin perceived that Oblonsky smiled as he said this. "I simply consider that this man is no more dishonorable than any other of our rich merchants and nobles. They all have got their money by hard work and by their brains." "Yes, but what kind of hard work? Is it hard work to secure a concession and then farm it out?" "Of course it is hard work. Hard work in this sense, that if it were not for such men, then we should have no railways." "But it is not hard work such as the muzhik or the student has." "Agreed. But it is work in this sense, that it is a form of activity which gives us results. Railways. But perhaps you argue that railways are useless." "No, but that is another question. I am willing to acknowledge that they are useful, but all gains that are disproportionate to the amount of labor expended are dishonorable." "But who is to determine the suitability?" "Property acquired by any dishonest way, by craft," said Levin, feeling that he could not very well make the distinction between honorable and dishonorable. "For example, the money made by stock gambling," he went on to say. "That is bad, and so are the gains made by fortunes acquired without labor, as it used to be with the speculators in monopolies. Only the form has been changed. Le roi est mort, vive le roi. We had only just done away with brandy farming when the railways and stock gambling came in. It is all money acquired without work." "Yes, that may be very wise and ingenious reasoning. Lie down, Krak," cried Stepan Arkadyevitch, addressing the dog, which was licking his fur and tossing up the hay. Oblonsky was evidently convinced of the correctness of his theory, and consequently argued calmly and dispassionately. "But you do not make the distinctions clear between honest and dishonest work. Is it dishonest when I receive a higher salary than my head clerk, although he understands the business better than I do?" "I don't know." "Well, I will tell you one thing. What you receive for your work on your estate is, let us say, 5,000 above your expenses. But this muzhik, our host, hard as he works, does not get more than 50 rubles. And this disparity is just as dishonorable as that I receive more than my head clerk, or that Malthus receives more than a railway engineer. On the contrary, it seems to me the hostility shown by society to these men arises from envy." "No, that is unjust," said Veslovsky. "It cannot be envy, and there is something unfair in this state of things." "Excuse me," persisted Levin. "You say it is unfair for me to receive 5,000 while the muzhik gets only 50. You're right. It is unfair. I feel it. But The distinction holds throughout. Why do we eat, drink, hunt, waste our time, while he is for ever and ever at work?" said Vassenka Veslovsky, who was evidently for the first time in his life thinking clearly on this question, and therefore was willing to be frank. "Yes, you feel so, but you don't give your estate up to the music," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, not sorry of a chance to tease Levin. Of late there had arisen between the two brothers-in-law a secretly hostile relationship. Since they had married sisters, a sort of rivalry existed between them as to which of them had the best way of living, and now this hostility expressed itself by the conversation taking a personal turn. "I do not give it up because no one demands this of me, and even if I wanted to, I could not," replied Levin. "Give it to this music. He would not refuse it." "But how could I give it to him? Should I come with him and sign the deed?" "I don't know, but if you are convinced that you have not the right—" "I am not altogether convinced. On the contrary, I feel that I have no right to give it away, that I have certain obligations both to the land and to my family." "No, excuse me. If you consider that this inequality is unjust, then why don't you do so?" "I do it, only in a negative way, in the sense that I do not try to increase the discrepancy that exists between him and me." "No, but that is a paradox, if you will allow me to say so." "Yes, that is a sort of sophistical statement," averred Veslovsky. "Ho, friend!" he exclaimed, addressing their host, who had just then come into the loft, making the door creak on its hinges. "Aren't you asleep yet?" "No, how can one sleep? But I supposed you gentlemen were asleep. Still, I heard talking. I wanted to get a hook. Will she bite?" he added, carefully slipping along in his bare feet. "But where do you sleep?" "We are on night duty." "Oh, what a night!" exclaimed Veslovsky, catching a glimpse of the edge of the izba and the unharnessed wagons in the faint light of the west, through the now widely opened door. "Just listen to those women's voices singing. It is not bad at all. Who is singing, friend?" said he, addressing the music. "Oh, those are the girls from the farm, singing together." "Come, let us go out and take a walk. We shall never go to sleep. Come on, Oblonsky." "What's the use?" said Oblonsky, stretching. "It's more comfortable here." "Well, then, I'll go alone," exclaimed Veslovsky, jumping up eagerly and putting on his shoes and stockings. "Good‐bye, das vidanya, gentlemen. If there's any fun, I will come and call you. You have given me a good hunting, and I won't forget you." "He's a splendid young fellow," said Oblonsky, after Veslovsky had gone out and the music had shut the door again. "Yes, he is," replied Levin, still continuing to think of what they had been talking about. It seemed to him that he had clearly, to the best of his ability, uttered his thoughts and feelings, and yet these men, who were by no means stupid or insincere, agreed in declaring that he indulged in sophistries. This confused him. "This is the way of it, my friend," said Oblonsky. "One of two things must be. Either you must agree that the present order of society is all right, and then stand up for your rights, or confess that you enjoy unfair privileges, as I do, and get all the good out of them that you can." "No, if this was unfair, you could not get any enjoyment out of these advantages. At least I could not. With me the main thing would be to feel that I was not to blame." "After all, why should we not go out?" said Stepan Arkadyevitch, evidently growing tired of this discussion. "You see we are not going to sleep. Come on, let's go out." Levin made no reply. What he had said in their conversation about his doing right only in a negative sense occupied his mind. "Can one be right only in a negative way?" he asked himself. "How strong the odor of the fresh hay is!" said Stepan Arkadyevitch as he got up. "It is impossible to go to sleep. Vassenka is hatching some scheme out there. Don't you hear them laughing, and his voice? Won't you come? Come on." "No, I am not going," said Levin. "Is this also from principle?" asked Stepan Arkadyevitch with a smile, as he groped round in the darkness for his cap. "No, not from principle. But why should I go?" "Do you know you are laying up misfortune for yourself?" said Stepan Arkadyevitch, having found his cap and getting up. "Why so?" "Don't I see how you are giving in to your wife? I heard how much importance you attached to the question whether she approved of your going off for a couple of days' hunting. That is very well as an idol, but it doesn't work for a whole lifetime. A man ought to be independent. He has his own masculine interests. A man must be manly," said Oblonsky, opening the door. "What does that mean? Going and flirting with the farm girls?" asked Levin. "Why not go, if there's fun in it? Ce n'est pas sa conséquence. My wife would not be any the worse off for it, and it affords me amusement. The main thing is the sanctity of the home. There should not be any trouble at home. But there is no need of a man's tying his hands." "Perhaps not," said Levin dryly, and he turned over on his side. "Tomorrow I must start early, and I shan't wake anyone, and I shall start at daybreak." "Messieurs, venez vite," called Vasenka, returning. "Charmante! I have discovered her. Charmante! A perfect Gretchen, and she and I have already scraped acquaintances. Truly she is mighty pretty," he cried, with such an expression of satisfaction that any one would think that she had been made for his especial benefit, and that he was satisfied with the work of the one who had prepared her for him. Levin pretended to be asleep, but Oblonsky, putting on his slippers and lighting a cigar, left the barn, and soon their voices died away. It was long before Levin could go to sleep. He heard his horses munching their hay, then the muzhik setting out with his eldest son to watch the animals in the pasture, then the soldier going to bed on the other side of the loft with his nephew, the youngest son of their host. He heard the little boy in a low voice telling his uncle his impressions regarding the dogs, which to him seemed terrible and monstrous beasts. Then the boy asking what those dogs caught, and the soldier in a hoarse and sleepy voice telling him that the next day the huntsmen would go into the swamp and would fire off their guns. And then, the boy still continuing to ply him with questions, the soldier hushed him, saying, "Go to sleep, Vaska, go to sleep, and you will see." And soon the man began to snore, and all became quiet. All that was heard was the neighing of the horses and the cries of the woodcock. "Why is this simply revolting?" he asked himself. "Well, what is to be done? It is not my fault." And he began to think of the morrow. "Tomorrow I will start early in the morning, and I will take it on myself not to get excited. I will bring down some woodcock, and there are plenty of snipe, and when I get back there'll be a letter from Kitty. Yes, perhaps Stiva is right. I am not manly toward her. I'm too much under my wife's thumb. But what is to be done about it? This also is revolting." Through his dream he heard Veslovsky and Stepan Arkadyevitch gaily talking and laughing. For an instant he opened his eyes. The moon had risen, and through the open doors he saw them standing there in the bright moonlight and talking. Stepan Arkadyevitch was saying something about the freshness of a young girl, comparing her to a walnut just out of its shell, and Veslovsky, laughing his contagious laugh, made some reply, evidently repeating the words spoken by some muzhik, "You'd better be going home." Levin spoke through his dream. "Gentlemen, tomorrow at daybreak." Chapter 11. Part 6, Chapter 12 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Waking at earliest dawn, Levin tried to wake his companions. Vasenka, lying on his stomach with one leg in a stocking, was sleeping so soundly that it was impossible to get any reply from him. Oblonsky, only half awake, refused to start out so early. And even Laska, sleeping curled up in a round ball at the edge of the hay, got up reluctantly and lazily stretched out and straightened her hind legs, one after the other. Levin, putting on his boots, took his gun and cautiously opening the creaking door of the shed, went outdoors. The coachmen were sleeping near the wagons. The horses were dozing. Only one sheep was drowsily eating with its nose in the trough. It was still gray in the yard. "You are up early, aren't you, my dear?" said the old peasant woman, the mistress of the house, coming out from the izba and addressing him in a friendly way, like an old acquaintance. "Yes, I'm going out shooting, auntie. Can I go this way to the swamp?" "Directly behind the barns. Follow the footpath, along by the hemp field." Stepping cautiously with her bare sunburnt feet, the old woman accompanied Levin as far as the fence back of the barn. "Go straight on, and you'll come to the swamp. Our boys went there last evening." Laska ran merrily ahead along the footpath. Levin followed her with swift, light steps, constantly watching the sky. He had an idea that he would reach the swamp before the sun would be up. But the sun did not loiter. The moon, which had been shining brightly when he first came out, was now growing pallid like a lump of quicksilver. The morning star, which before was most conspicuous, now almost defied detection. Certain spots before almost indistinguishable on the distant field were now becoming plainly visible. These were heaps of rye. The dew, though it could not be seen in the absence of the sunlight, was so dense on the fragrant tall hemp from which the seed had already been gathered that it wet Levin's legs and blouse above his belt. In the transparent stillness of the morning the slightest sounds were audible. A bee, humming like a bullet, whizzed by Levin's ear. He looked around and discovered a second, and yet a third. They were coming from the hives and were flying over the hemp field and disappearing in the direction of the swamp. The footpath led directly into the marsh, which could be detected by the mists rising over it, here denser, there thinner, so that clumps of grass and cytisus bushes looked like little islands emerging from them. Peasant boys and men who had been on night duty were scattered about on the edge of the swamp and along the roadside, and all of them were sleeping wrapped up in their kaftans. At a little distance from them 3 horses were moving about unfastened. One of them carried clinking chains. Laska ran along by her master's side, eager to dash ahead, and with her eyes on everything. After they had passed the sleeping muzhiks and had reached the first swampy places, Levin examined the priming of his gun and let the dog go. One of the horses, a fat chestnut 3-year-old, seeing Laska, shied and, lifting his tail, whinnied. The 2 other horses were also startled, and dashed through the water and galloped out of the swamp. As they pulled their hoofs out of the soft, sticky mud, they made a noise like smacking. Laska paused, looking with her amused eyes at the horses, and seemed to ask her master what she should do. Levin caressed her and gave a whistle as a signal that she might begin her work. Laska, joyous and full of importance, darted on over the soil of the marsh, which quaked under her weight. As soon as she got fairly into the bog, Laska instantly distinguished amid all the well-known odors of roots and swamp grass, and the mud and the droppings of the horses, the scent of the bird perceptible through the whole place, the penetrating bird odor which more than anything else excited her. Wherever there was moss or sage bushes, this odor was peculiarly strong, but it was impossible to make out in which direction it increased or diminished in strength. In order to get her bearings, the dog had to bear to the lee of the wind. Unconscious of any effort in moving her legs, Laska, in an eager gallop, yet so restrained that she was able to stop at a bound, if anything of consequence presented itself, dashed toward the right, away from the breeze which was now beginning to blow freshly from the east. Snuffing the air with her widespread nostrils, she suddenly became conscious that she was no longer following a trail, but was on the game itself, not one bird alone, but many. Laska slackened her speed. The birds were there, but she could not as yet determine exactly where. In order to find the exact spot, she began another circle, when suddenly the voice of her master called her back. "Here, Laska!" he cried, directing her to the other side. She paused as if to ask him if she had not better keep on as she had begun, but he repeated his command in a stern voice, sending her to a tussock-covered place, overwhelmed with water, where there could not possibly be anything. She heard him, and, pretending to obey him, so as to satisfy him, ran hastily over the spot indicated, and then returned to the place which had attracted her before, and instantly perceived them again. Now that he no longer bothered her, she knew exactly what to do, and without looking where she was going, stumbling over tussocks to her great indignation and falling into the water, but quickly extricating herself with her strong agile legs, she began to circle round so as to get her exact bearings. The scent of the birds kept growing stronger and stronger, more and more distinct, and suddenly it became perfectly evident to her that one of them was there, just behind a certain tussock, not 5 steps in front of her, and she stopped and trembled all over. Her legs were so short that she could not see anything, but she knew by the scent that the bird was sitting there not 5 steps distant from her. she pointed, growing each instant more certain of her game and full of joy in the anticipation. Her tail stuck straight out and only the end of it quivered. Her mouth was open slightly. Her eyes were cocked up. Indeed, one ear had been all the time pricked up as she ran, and she was panting heavily, but cautiously, and looking round still more cautiously, rather with her eyes than with her head, to see if her master was coming. He was coming, leaping from tussock to tussock, and more slowly than usual it seemed to her. His face bore the expression which she knew so well and which was so terrible to her. It seemed to her that he was coming slowly, and yet he was running. Remarking Laska's peculiar method of search as she crouched down close to the ground and took such long strides that her hind legs seemed to rake the ground, and noticing her slightly opened mouth, Levin knew that she was on the track of snipe, and offering a mental prayer to God that he might not miss especially his first shot, he followed the dog. As he came up close to her he looked from his superior height and saw with his eyes what she perceived only with her nose. In a nook between two tussocks, not more than 6 feet away from him, a snipe was sitting. With head raised it was listening. Then, slightly spreading and closing its wings, and awkwardly wagging its tail, it hid behind its nook. At him! At him!" cried Levin, pushing Laska from behind. "But I can't move," thought Laska. "Where shall I go? From here I smell 'em, but if I stir I shan't find anything, or know what they are, or where they are." But Levin again pushed the dog with his knee, and in an excited whisper he cried again, "At him, Latoshka, at him!" "Well, if he wants me to do it, I will, but I won't answer for the consequences now," she said to herself, and she darted forward with all her might between the tussocks. She no longer went by scent, but only by her eyes and ears, and did not know what she was doing. 10 paces from the first place a second snipe arose with a loud squawking and a characteristic drumming of wings. Instantly the shot rang out, and the bird fell heavily with its white breast on the moist ground. Still another immediately flew up, not even roused by the dog. When Levin aimed at it, it was already a long shot, but he brought it down. After flying 20 feet or more, the second snipe rose high into the air and then, spinning like a top, fell heavily to the ground on a dry spot. "That is the talk," thought Levin, thrusting the fat snipe, still warm, into his hunting bag. "Ha, Latoshka, there is some sense in this, eh?" When Levin, having reloaded, went still farther into the swamp, the sun was already up, though it was as yet hidden behind masses of clouds. The moon, which had now lost all its brilliancy, looked like a white cloud against the sky. Not a star was to be seen. The swampy places, which before had been silvered with the dew, were now yellow. The whole swamp was amber. The blue of the grass changed into yellowish green. The marsh birds bustled about among the bushes glittering with dew and casting long shadows along by the brook. A hawk awoke and perched on a hayrick, turning his head from side to side, looking with displeasure at the marsh. The jackdaws flew fieldward, and a barefooted urchin was already starting to drive the horses up to an old man who had been spending the night there, and was now crawling out from under his caftan. The gunpowder smoke lay white as milk along the green grass. One of the peasant children ran down to Levin. "There were some ducks here last evening, uncle," he cried, and followed him at a distance. And Levin experienced a feeling of the keenest satisfaction in killing 3 woodcock, one after the other, while the boy was watching him and expressing his approbation. Chapter 12. Part 6, Chapter 13 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. The superstition of hunters, that if the first shot brings down bird or beast, the field will be good, was justified. Tired and hungry, but delighted, Levin returned about 10 o'clock, after a run of 30 versts, having brought down 19 snipe and woodcock and 1 duck, which, for want of room in his game bag, he hung at his belt. His companions had been long up, and after waiting till they were famished, they had eaten breakfast. Hold on, I know there are 19, cried Levin, counting for the second time his woodcock and snipe, with their blood-stained plumage, and their drooping heads, all laid one over the other, so different from what they were on the marsh. The count was verified, and Stepan Arkadyevitch's envy was delightful to Levin. It was also delightful to him, on returning to his lodging, to find there a messenger who had just come from Kitty, bringing him a letter. "I am perfectly well and happy, and if you fear lest I shall not be sufficiently cared for, you may be reassured. I have a new bodyguard in the person of Marya Vasylievna." She was a midwife, a new and very important personage in Levin's family. "She came over to see me. She thinks I am wonderfully well, and we shall keep her till you get back. We are all well and happy, and if you are enjoying yourself and the hunting is good, you must stay another day." These two pleasures, his successful hunt and the letter from his wife, were so great that they effaced from Levin's mind two less agreeable incidents. The first was the fact that his fast horse, who had apparently been overworked the evening before, refused to eat and was out of sorts. The coachman said that she was used up. "They abused her last evening, Konstantin Dmitrich," said he. "The idea! They drove her 10 versts at full speed." The second unpleasantness, which for the first moment put an end to his happy frame of mind, but which afterward caused him no end of amusement, arose from the fact that not a thing was left for him from all the abundant store of provisions which Kitty had put up for them, and which it seemed ought to have lasted them a whole week. As he returned from his long and weary tramp, Levin had indulged his imagination in certain tarts, so that when he entered the izba he actually felt the taste of them in his mouth, just as Laska scented the game, and he immediately ordered Philip to serve them to him. It then transpired that not only the tarts, but all the cold chicken had disappeared. "There, talk of appetites!" said Stepan Arkadyevitch, laughing and nodding at Vassenka Veslovsky. "I cannot complain of mine, but this is marvelous." "Well, what shall I do?" cried Levin, glowering at Veslovsky. "Philip, give me some cold beef." "Beef's all gone, and the dogs have got the bones," replied Philip. Levin was so irritated that he could not help exclaiming, "I should think you might have left something for me," and he felt like crying. "Then cook me a woodcock," he said with trembling voice to Philip, trying not to look at Vassenka, "and bring me some milk." But after he drank his milk he was mortified because he had shown his disappointment so plainly and before a stranger, and he began to laugh at himself for his anger. In the afternoon they went out into the fields again, and even Veslovsky shot several birds, and at night they went home. They were as gay on their return as they had been while going. Veslovsky now sang songs, and now told of his adventures with the muzhiks who gave him his vodka and bade him drink it down quick. Then he related his nocturnal experiences with the nuts and the farm girl, and the muzhik who asked him if he was married or not, and who, when he found out that he was not married, said to him, "Well, you'd better not be running after other folks' women. First of all go home and get a wife for yourself." This advice greatly amused Veslovsky. "Well, on the whole, I'm awfully glad we went. Aren't you, Levin?" "Very glad," replied Levin sincerely, and he was especially happy because he no longer felt that animosity which he had felt at home toward Vassenka Veslovsky. But, on the other hand, he conceived a genuine friendship for him. Chapter 13. Part 6, Chapter 14 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. About 10 o'clock the next morning, after inspecting the farm, Levin knocked at the door of the room in which Vassenka had spent the night. "Entrez!" cried Veslovsky. "Excuse me, but I am just finishing my ablutions," he added, with a smile, standing before Levin in his bare skin. "Do not let me disturb you," said Levin, and he sat down by the window. "Did you sleep well?" "Like the dead. Is it a good day for hunting?" "What do you drink, tea or coffee?" "Neither. I always go down to breakfast. I am mortified at being so late. The ladies, I suppose, are already up? A splendid time for a ride. You must show me your horses." After walking around the garden, examining the stable, and performing a few gymnastic exercises together on the parallel bars, Levin and his guest returned to the house and went into the drawing room. "We had a splendid sport, and got so many new impressions," said Veslovsky, approaching Kitty, who was sitting near the samovar. "What a pity that ladies are deprived of this pleasure." "Well,
Of course he must have something to say to the lady of the house, thought Levin. Again he detected something peculiar in the smile and the triumphant air with which his guest behaved toward Kitty. The princess, who was sitting on the other side of the table, with Marya Vasyevna and Stepan Arkadyevitch, called Levin to her and began to broach her idea that they should go to Moscow for Kitty's confinement, and explain to him how the room should be prepared for her. Just as all the preparations for his wedding had seemed distasteful to Levin because they were so insignificant in comparison with the majesty of the event itself, so now even more humiliating were all the preparations for the approaching confinement, the time of which they were reckoning up on their fingers. He tried to shut his ears to all the talk about the various kinds of swaddling clothes for the unborn infant. He did his best to shut his eyes to all the mysterious and numberless bands and triangular pieces of linen to which Dolly seemed to attribute special importance, and the like. The event of the birth of a son, for he was firmly persuaded that it would be a son, seemed to him so extraordinary that he could not believe in its possibility. And while on the one hand it promised him a happiness too enormous and therefore incredible, on the other hand it seemed to him too mysterious to admit of trying to imagine what it meant, and consequently all this preparation as if something commonplace, for something in the hands of men, seemed to him revolting and humiliating. The princess did not understand his feelings, and she attributed his unwillingness to think and talk about this to indifference and carelessness, and so she gave him no peace. She had just been charging Stepan Arkadyevitch to look up a suite of rooms, and now she called Levin to her. "Do as you think best, princess. I understand nothing about the matter," said he. "But it must be decided just when you will go to Moscow." "Truly, I don't know. What I know is that millions of children are born away from Moscow, and doctors, and all that." "Yes, but in this case—" "Let Kitty do as she pleases about it." "It is impossible to speak with Kitty about it. Do you want me to frighten her? Only this spring Natalie Golitsyn died in consequence of an unskilled au coeur." "I shall do as you wish," repeated Levin angrily. The princess began to say something more to him, but he was not listening. Though his conversation with the princess upset him, he was not angered by what she said, but by what he saw at the samovar. "No, that can't go on," thought he, as he from time to time glanced over at Vasenka, who was bending down to Kitty with a flattering smile and making some remark to her, and he noticed his wife's disturbed and blushing face. There was something improper in Veslovsky's attitude, his smile, his eyes. So, too, Kitty's action and appearance seemed to him unbecoming, and again the light flashed in his eyes, and again, as happened 2 days before, he felt him suddenly, without the least warning, precipitated from the height of happiness, contentment, and dignity into the abyss of despair, hatred, and confusion. Again they seemed to him, each and all, his enemies. "Do just as you please, princess," he said again, turning round. "Heavy is the cap of Monokma," said Stepan Arkadyevitch in jest, referring evidently, not to Levin's conversation with the princess, but to the cause of Levin's agitated face, which he had noticed. "How late you are, Dolly!" All rose to greet Darya Alexandrovna. Vasenka also arose, but only for a moment, and with the lack of politeness characteristic of up-to-date young men toward ladies, scarcely bowing, he resumed his conversation with some humorous remarks. "Masha has been wearing me all out," said Dolly. "She did not sleep well, and she is terribly fretful today." The conversation which Vasenka and Kitty were engaged in once more turned, as it had the evening before, on Anna, and whether love could hold outside the conventions of society. This conversation was disagreeable to Kitty, and it agitated her, not only by reason of the topic and the tone in which it was carried on, but still more because she was already conscious of the effect it would have on her husband. But she was too simple and innocent to understand how to put an end to it, or even to hide the signs of agitation which this man's too pronounced attentions produced in her. Whatever she did, she knew perfectly well would be remarked by her husband, and would be absolutely misinterpreted. And indeed, when she asked Dolly what was the matter with Masha, and Vasenka, waiting till this new subject of conversation, which was a bore to him, should be finished, stared with an indifferent look at Dolly, this question struck Levin as an unnatural and obnoxious kind of slyness. "Well, are we going after mushrooms to-day?"
asked Dolly. "Oh, yes, do let us go. I should like to get some," said Kitty, and she blushed. For mere politeness' sake she wanted to ask Vasenka if he would go with them, but she did not do so. "Where are you going, Kostya?" she asked with a guilty air, as her husband, with deliberate steps, went by her on his way out of the room. This guilty confusion confirmed all his suspicions. "A machinist came while I was away. I've not had a chance to see him yet," he answered, without looking at her. He had gone downstairs, but had not yet left his library, before he heard Kitty's well-known footsteps imprudently hurrying after him. "What is it? We are busy," he said curtly. "Excuse me," said Kitty, addressing the German machinist. "I wish to say a few words to my husband." The machinist was about to leave, but Levin stopped him. "Don't disturb yourself." "I don't want to lose the 3 o'clock train," remarked the German. Without answering him, Levin went out into the corridor with his wife. "Well, what is it you wish to say to me?" he asked in French. He did not look at her face, and did not want to see how it quivered and what a look of pathetic humiliation was in her eyes. I wanted to say that it is impossible to live so. It is torture," murmured she. "There is some one there at the cupboard," he replied angrily. "Don't make a scene." "Then let us go in here, then." Kitty wanted to go into the next room, but there the English governess was teaching Tanya. "Then let us go into the garden." In the garden they ran across a muzhik who was weeding a path. And now, no longer thinking that the muzhik would see her tearful or his agitated face, not thinking that they were in sight of people, as if running from some unhappiness, they went with swift steps straight on, feeling that they must have a mutual explanation, and find some lonely spot where they could talk, and free themselves from this misery that was oppressing them both. "It is impossible to live so. It is torture. I suffer. You suffer. Why is it?" she said, when at last they reached a bench standing by itself in the corner of the linden alley. "But tell me one thing. Was not his manner indecent, improper, horribly insulting?" he asked, standing in front of her in the same position, with his fist doubled up on his chest, in which he had stood before her 2 days before. "It was," said she in a trembling voice. "But, Kostya, can't you see that I am not to blame? All this morning I have been trying to act so that... But oh, these men! Why did he come? How happy we were!" she said, choking with the sobs that shook her whole body. The gardener saw with surprise that, though nothing was chasing them, and there was nothing to run away from, and there was nothing especially attractive about the bench before which they had been sitting, yet still they went past him back to the house with peaceful, shining faces. End of chapter 14. Part 6, Chapter 15 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. As soon as he had taken his wife to her room, Levin went to seek Dolly. Darya Alexandrovna also was in a state of great excitement. She was pacing up and down her chamber, and scolding little Masha, who stood in a corner, crying. "You shall stay all day in the corner, and eat dinner alone, and you shall not see one of your dolls. And you shall have no new dress," she was saying, though she did not know why she was punishing the child. "This is a naughty little girl," she said to Levin. "Where does she get this abominable disposition?" "Why, what has she done?" asked Levin, rather indifferently, for he was annoyed to find that he had come at the wrong time, when he wished some advice regarding his own affairs. "She and Grisha went into the raspberry bush, and there... But I can't tell you what she did. I'd 1,000 times rather have Miss Eliot. This governess doesn't look after anything. She's a machine. Figurez-vous que la petite." And Darya Alexandrovna related Masha's misdeeds. "There's nothing very bad in that. That doesn't signify a bad disposition. It's only a piece of childish mischief," said Levin soothingly. "But what is the matter with you? You look troubled. What has happened downstairs?" asked Dolly, and by the tone of her questions Levin perceived that it would be easy for him to say what he had in his mind to say. "I haven't been downstairs. I've been quite alone in the garden with Kitty. We've just had a quarrel, the second since... Stiva came. Dolly looked at him with her intelligent, penetrating eyes.
"Now tell me, with your hand on your heart," he said, "tell me, was the conduct, not of Kitty, but of this young man, anything else than unpleasant? Not unpleasant, but intolerable, insulting even, to a husband?"
"What shall I say to you? Stand in the corner," she said to Masha, who, noticing the scarcely perceptible smile on her mother's face, started to go away. "Society would say that he is only behaving as all young men behave. Il fait la cour une jeune et jolie femme. And her husband, as himself a gentleman of society, should be flattered by it."
Yes, yes, said Levin angrily. But have you noticed it?
"I noticed it, of course, and so did Stiva. Just after tea he said to me, 'Je crois que Veslovsky fait un petit brin de cour à Kitty.' I believe Veslovsky is trying to flirt with Kitty."
Well, that settles it. Now I am calm. I am going to send him away," said Levin.
"What? Are you out of your senses?" cried Dolly, alarmed. "What are you thinking about, Kostya?" she went on with a laugh. "You may go now to Fanny," she said to the child. "No, if you like I will speak to Stiva. He will get him to leave. He can say you are expecting company. However, it is not our house."
No, no, I will do it myself."
"You will quarrel."
"Not at all. I shall find it amusing," said he, with a happier light shining in his eyes. "There, now, Dolly, forgive her. She won't do it again," he said, pointing to the little culprit who had not gone to Fanny, but was now standing irresolute beside her mother, and looking askance at her with pleading eyes. The mother looked at her. The little girl, sobbing, hid her face in her mother's lap, and Dolly laid her thin hand tenderly on her head. "Is there anything in common between us and that fellow?" thought Levin, and he went to find Veslovsky. As he passed through the hall he ordered the carriage to be made ready to go to the station. "The springs were broken yesterday," the servant answered. "Then bring the tarantass, only be quick about it. Where is the guest?" "He went to his room." Levin found Vasenka in the act of trying on his gaiters in preparation for a ride. He had just taken his things out of his valise and laid aside some new love songs. Either there was something strange in Levin's expression, or Vasenka himself was conscious that ce petit brin de cour which he was making was rather out of place in this family. But at all events he felt as uncomfortable in Levin's presence as it is possible for an elegant young man to feel. "Do you ride in gaiters?" asked Levin. "Yes, it's much neater," replied Vasenka, pulling up one fat leg on a chair, and struggling with the bottom button, and smiling with genuine good humor. He was really a very good-hearted young fellow, and Levin felt sorry for him, and conscience-stricken for himself as his host, when he saw the timidity in Vasenka's eyes. On the table lay a fragment of a stick, which they had broken off that morning while trying to prop up the parallel bars for their gymnastic exercises. Levin took this fragment in his hand, and began to break off the ragged ends, not knowing how to commence. "I wanted—" He stopped for a moment, but suddenly remembering Kitty and all that had taken place, he went on, looking him squarely in the eye. "I have had the horses put in for you." "What do you mean?" began Vasenka in surprise. "Where are we going?" "You are going to the railway station," said Levin, with a frown, breaking off the end of the stick. "Are you going away? Has anything happened?" "I happen to be expecting company," Levin went on, breaking off pieces of his stick more and more nervously with his strong fingers. "No, I am not expecting any one, and nothing has happened, but I beg you to go away. You may explain my lack in politeness as you please." Vasenka drew himself up. "I beg you to explain to me," said he with dignity, comprehending at last. "I cannot explain to you, and you will be wise not to question me," Levin said slowly, trying to remain calm and to check the tremulous motions of his face. As the chipped pieces of the stick were by this time all broken, Levin took the stick in his fingers, split it in two, and picked up the part that fell to the floor.
Apparently the sight of those energetic hands, those very muscles which he had seen tested that morning while they were doing their gymnastics, those flashing eyes, and the quivering face, and the subdued sound of his voice impressed Vasenka more than the spoken words. Shrugging his shoulders and smiling disdainfully, he submitted. "May I not see Oblonsky?" The shrugging of the shoulders and the smile did not annoy Levin. What else could he do? He asked himself. I will send him to you immediately. "What sense is there in such conduct?" exclaimed Stepan Arkadyevitch when he had learned from his friend that he was to be driven from the house, and finding Levin in the garden, where he was walking up and down waiting for his guest's departure. "Mais c'est ridicule! To be stung by such a fly as that!" "Mais c'est du dernier ridicule! What difference does it make to you if a young man—" But the spot where the fly had stung Levin was evidently still sensitive, because he turned pale again and cut short the explanations which Stepan Arkadyevitch tried to give. "Please don't take the trouble to defend the young man. I can't help it. I am sorry both for you and for him. But I imagine it won't be a great trial for him to go away, and my wife and I both found his presence unpleasant." "But it was insulting to him. Et puis c'est ridicule." "Well, it was humiliating and extremely disagreeable to me. I am not to blame toward him, and there is no reason why I should suffer for it." "Well, I did not expect this of you. Un poète est très jaloux. Mais à ce point c'est du dernier ridicule." Levin quickly turned away and entered the thick shrubbery by the driveway, and continued to walk up and down the path. Soon he heard the rumbling of the tarantass, and through the trees he saw Vasenka riding up the road, sitting on the straw, for unfortunately the tarantass had no seat, the ribbons of his Scotch cap streaming behind his head as he jolted along. "What now?" thought Levin, as he saw a servant run from the house and stop the cart. It was only to find a place for the machinist, whom Levin had entirely forgotten. The machinist, with a low bow, said something to Veslovsky, and clambered into the tarantass, and they drove off together. Stepan Arkadyevitch and the old princess were indignant at Levin's conduct, and he himself felt that he had been not only ridiculous in the highest degree, but even blameworthy and disgraceful. But as he remembered all that he and his wife had suffered, he asked himself how he should do another time in similar circumstances, and his answer was that he should do exactly the same thing again. In spite of all this, toward the end of the day, all of them, with the exception of the old princess, who could not forgive Levin's behavior, became extraordinarily gay and lively, just like children after a punishment, or like grown people after a solemn official reception, so that in the evening, in the absence of the old princess, they talked about the dismissal of Vasenka as about something that had taken place long, long before. And Dolly, who had inherited from her father the gift of telling a funny story, made Varenka laugh till she cried, by telling her 3 and 4 times, and each time with new amusing details, how she had just put on, in honor of their guest, some new ribbons, and was just going into the drawing-room when, at that very minute, the rattle of an old tumble-down wagon drew her to the window. Who was in this old tumble-down wagon? Vasenka himself, and his Scotch cap, and his love songs, his romantic airs, and his gaiters, seated on the straw. If only a carriage had been given him! But no! Then I hear a shout, "Hold on!" Well, I say to myself, they have taken pity on him. Not in the least. I look and see a fat German, and off they go, and my ribbons were wasted. Chapter 15. Part 6, Chapter 16 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Darya Alexandrovna carried out her plan of going to see Anna. She was sorry to offend her sister, or to displease her sister's husband. She realized that the Levins were right in not wishing to have anything to do with Vronsky, but she considered it her duty to go see Anna, and prove to her that her feelings could not change, in spite of the change in her position. In order not to be dependent on the Levins, Darya Alexandrovna sent to the village to hire horses, but Levin, when he heard about it, went to her with his complaint.
Why do you think this journey would be disagreeable to me? And even if it were, it would be still more unpleasant for me not to have you take my horses," said he. "You never told me that you were really going. But to hire them from the village is disagreeable to me in the first place, and chiefly because, though they undertake to get you there, they will not succeed. I have horses, and if you don't wish to offend me, you will take mine." Darya Alexandrovna had to yield, and on the appointed day Levin had all ready for his sister-in-law a team of 4 horses and a relay made up of working and saddle horses, a very far from handsome turnout, but capable of taking Darya Alexandrovna to her destination in one day. Now that horses were needed to take the old princess out for her daily drive, and for the midwife, it was a rather heavy burden for Levin. But, according to the law of hospitality, he could not possibly think of allowing Darya Alexandrovna to hire horses outside, and, moreover, he knew that the 20 rubles which was asked for the hire of a team would be a serious matter for her, for Darya Alexandrovna's pecuniary affairs had got into a very wretched condition, and caused the Levins as much anxiety as if they had been their own. Darya Alexandrovna, by Levin's advice, set out at early dawn. The weather was fine, the calash was comfortable, the horses went merrily, and on the box, next to the coachman, in place of a footman, sat the bookkeeper, whom Levin had sent for the sake of greater security. Darya Alexandrovna dropped off to sleep, and did not wake up till they reached the place where they had to change horses. It was at the same rich muzhik's house where Levin had stopped on his way to Sviazhsky's. After she had taken tea, and talked a while with the women about their children, and with the old man about Count Vronsky, for whom he had great respect, Darya Alexandrovna proceeded on her way about 10 o'clock. At home, on account of her maternal cares, she never had much time to think. Consequently now, during this 4 hours' journey, all the thoughts that had been so long restrained suddenly began to throng through her brain, and she passed her whole life in review as she had never before done, and from every side. Those thoughts were strange even to herself. First she thought of her children, and began to worry over them, though her mother and her sister, and it was the latter on whom she chiefly relied, had promised to look after them. If only Masha doesn't do some stupid thing, and Grisha doesn't get kicked by the horse, and if Lily doesn't have an attack of indigestion, she said to herself. Then questions of the present moment began to mingle with questions of the immediate future. She began to consider how she must make changes in her rooms when she returned to Moscow. She must refurnish her drawing-room. Her eldest daughter would need a shuba for winter. Then came questions of still more distant future. How should she best continue the children's education? The girls can be easily managed, she said to herself. But the boys? It is well that I am able to look after Grisha, but it comes from the fact that I am free just now, with no baby in prospect. Of course there's no dependence to be placed on Stiva. I shall be able to bring them up with the assistance of excellent people, but if I have any more babies... And it occurred to her how unjust was the saying that the curse laid on woman lay in the pangs of childbirth. Childbirth is nothing, but pregnancy is such misery, she said to herself, recalling the last experience of the sort, and the death of the child. And the thought brought to mind her talk with the young wife at the post-house. When asked if she had children, this peasant woman had answered cheerfully, "I had one daughter, but God relieved me of her. She was buried in Lent." "And are you very sad about her?" "Why should I be? Father has plenty of grandchildren as it is, and she would have only been one care more. You can't work or do anything. It hinders everything." This reply had seemed revolting to Darya Alexandrovna, in spite of the young peasant woman's appearance of good nature, but now she could not help recalling what she had said. There was certainly a grain of truth in those cynical words. "Yes, and as a general thing," said Darya Alexandrovna, as she looked back over the 15 years of her married life, "pregnancy, nausea, dullness of spirits, indifference to everything, and worst of all, ugliness. Kitty, our little young pretty Kitty, how ugly even she has grown, and I know well what a fright I become when I am in that condition. The birth pains, the awful sufferings, and that last moment, then the nursing of the children, the sleepless nights, the agonies." Darya Alexandrovna shuddered at the mere recollection of the agony which with almost every one of her children she had suffered from broken breast. Then the illnesses of the children, that panic of fear, then their education, their evil disposition. She recalled little Masha's disobedience in going into the raspberry bush, the lessons, Latin, everything that is so incomprehensible and hard, and above all, the death of these children. And once more she went over the undying pangs that weighed down her maternal heart in the cruel remembrance of the death of her youngest child, the nursling who died of the croup, and his funeral, and the indifference of other people as they looked at the little pink coffin, and her own heart-rending grief, which none could share, as she looked for the last time on the pallid brow with the clinging curls, and the surprised half-open mouth visible for one instant ere they shut down the cover with its silver gilt cross. And what is all this for? What will be the result of it all? That I never have a moment of rest, spending my days now in bearing children, now in nursing them, forever irritable, complaining, self-tormented, and tormenting others, repulsive to my husband. I shall live on, and my children will grow up wretched, ill-educated, and poor. Even now, if I had not been able to spend the summer with the Levins, I don't know how we should have got along. Of course Kostya and Kitty are so considerate that we can't feel under obligation to them. But this cannot go on so. They will be having children of their own, and then they will not be able to help us any more. Even now their expenses are very heavy. What then? Papa, who has kept almost nothing for himself, won't be able to help us, will he? One thing is perfectly certain. I cannot educate my children unaided, and, if I have to have assistance, it will be humiliating. Well, let us suppose that we have good luck, if no more of the children die and I can manage to educate them. Under the most favorable circumstances, they will at least turn out not to be bad. That is all that I can hope for. And to bring about so much, how much suffering, how much trouble I must go through. My whole life is spoiled. Again she recalled what the young peasant woman had said, and again it was odious to her to remember it, but she could not help agreeing that there was a grain of coarse truth in her words. "Is it much farther, Mihaila?" said Darya Alexandrovna of the bookkeeper, in order to check these painful thoughts. "They say it is 7 versts from this village." The calash was rolling through the village street and across a little bridge. On the bridge was passing a whole troop of peasant women talking with loud and merry voices and carrying their sheaves on their backs. The women paused on the bridge and gazed inquisitively at the calash. All the faces turned toward Darya Alexandrovna seemed to her healthy and cheerful, mocking her with the very joy of life. "All are full of life. All of them enjoy themselves," said Darya Alexandrovna, continuing to commune with her own thoughts, as she passed by the peasant women and was carried swiftly up the little hill, pleasantly rocking on the easy springs of the old calash. "While I, like one let loose from prison, am free for a moment from the life that is crushing me with its cares. All other women know what it is to live, these peasant women, and my sister Natalie, and Varenka, and Anna, whom I am going to visit, every one but me. And they blame Anna. Why? Am I really any better than she? At least I have a husband whom I love, not, to be sure, as I wish to love him, but I love him in a way, and Anna did not love hers. In what respect is she to blame? She desired to live, and God put that desire into our hearts. Very possibly I might have done the same thing, and to this day I am not certain whether I did well in taking her advice at that horrible time when she came to visit me in Moscow. Then I ought to have left my husband and begun my life all over again. If I might have loved and been loved. And now are things any better? I cannot respect him, but I need him," she said to herself, referring to her husband. "And so I endure him. Is that any better? At that time I still had the power of pleasing. I had some beauty then," said Darya Alexandrovna, still pursuing her thoughts, and the desire to look at herself in a mirror came over her. She had a small travelling mirror in her bag, and she wanted to take it out, but,
As she looked at the backs of the coachman and the swaying bookkeeper, she felt that she should be ashamed of herself if either of them turned round and saw her, and so she did not take out the mirror. But even though she did not look at the mirror, she felt that even now it was not too late, for she remembered Sergey Ivanovitch, who was especially amiable to her, and Stiva's friend, the good Tarotsuin, who had helped her take care of the children during the time of the scarlatina, and had been in love with her. And then there was still another, a very young man, who, as her husband used jestingly to remark, found her prettier than all her sisters. And all sorts of passionate and impossible romances rose before her imagination. Anna has done perfectly right, and I shall never think of reproaching her. She is happy, she makes someone else happy, and she is not worn out as I am, but keeps all her freshness, and her mind open to all sorts of interests, said Darya Alexandrovna. And a roguish smile played over her lips because, as she passed Anna's romantic story in review, she imagined herself simultaneously having almost the same experiences with a sort of collective representation of all the men who had ever been in love with her. She, just like Anna, confessed everything to her husband. And the amazement and perplexity which she imagined Stepan Arkadyevitch displayed at this confession caused her to smile. With such daydreams she reached the side road that led from the highway to Vozvizhenskoye. End of chapter 16. Part 6, Chapter 17 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. The coachman reined in his 4 horses and looked off to the right toward a field of rye where some moujiks were sitting beside their cart. The bookkeeper at first started to jump down, but afterward reconsidered, and shouted, imperatively summoning a moujik to the carriage. The breeze which had blown while they were in motion died down when they stopped. The horseflies persisted in sticking to the sweaty horses, which kept angrily shaking them off. The metallic sound of the whetting scythes, borne by the breeze across from the telyaga, ceased. One of the peasants got up and came over to the calash. "Say, hurry up!" cried the bookkeeper, angrily, to the moujik, who, in his bare feet, came leisurely along the ruts of the dry and little-travelled road. "Come here." The old man, whose curly hair was bound round with a piece of bast, and whose bent back was black with perspiration, quickened his step, and came up to the calash and took hold of the rim with his sunburned hand. "Vozvizhenskoye? The manor house? To the count's?" he repeated. "Why, all you have to do is drive up on the hill, first turn to the left, then straight along to the prospect, and that'll bring you there. Who do you want? The count himself?" "Do you know whether they are at home, Golubchik?" asked Darya Alexandrovna, not mentioning names, for she did not know how to ask for Anna even of a moujik. "Must be at home," said the moujik, shuffling along in his bare feet, and leaving in the dust the tracks of his soles with their 5 toes. "They must be at home," he repeated, evidently liking to talk. "This afternoon some new guests came. Guests! Such quantities of them! What do you want?" he cried, addressing his comrade, who shouted something from the cart. "They've all been out on horseback. We saw them go by. They must be back by this time. But whose folks are you?" "We have come from a long way," said the coachman, climbing up on the box. "So then, it's not far." "I tell you, you are almost there. If you drive on," said he, shifting his hand on the rim of the calash. His young comrade, healthy-looking and thick-set, also came up to the carriage. "Do you need any help in getting in the harvest?" he asked. "I don't know, Golubchik." "Well, you understand. You turn to the left and then you'll get there," said the moujik, evidently reluctant to part with the strangers and anxious to talk. The coachman touched up his horses, but they had hardly started ere the moujik cried, "Wait! Hold on!" cried 2 voices together. The coachman reined in again. "There they come! There they are!" cried the moujik. "See what a lot of them!" And he pointed to 4 persons on horseback, and 2 in a char à banc, who were coming along the road. They were Vronsky and his jockey, Veslovsky and Anna on horseback, and the Princess Varvara with Sviazhsky in the char à banc. They had been out to ride and to look at the operation of some newly imported reaping machines. When the carriage stopped the riders were all walking their horses. In front rode Anna with Veslovsky. Anna rode at an easy gait on a little stout English cob with a cropped mane and a docked tail. Her pretty head, with her dark ringlets escaping from under a tall hat, her full shoulders, her slender waist in a tightly fitting amazonka, and her whole easy, graceful horsemanship, surprised Dolly. At first it seemed to her unbecoming for Anna to be riding horseback. Darya Alexandrovna connected the idea of horseback riding for ladies with the idea of light, youthful coquetry, which seemed to her did not accord well with Anna's position. But as she examined her more closely, she immediately became reconciled to her going on horseback. Notwithstanding all her elegance, everything about her was so simple, easy, and appropriate in her pose and in her habit and in her motions, that nothing could have been more natural. Next to Anna, on a grey, fiery cavalry horse, rode Vasenka Veslovsky, thrusting his fat legs forward and evidently very well satisfied with himself. He still wore his Scottish cap with its floating ribbons, and Darya Alexandrovna could hardly restrain a smile of amusement when she saw him. Behind them rode Vronsky on a dark chestnut horse of purest blood, which was evidently spoiling for a gallop. He was sawing on the reins to hold him back. Behind them came a little man in a jockey's livery. Sviazhsky and the princess in a new char à banc, drawn by a plump raven-black trotter, brought up the rear. Anna's face, as she recognized Dolly in the little person curled up in a corner of the old carriage, suddenly grew bright with a happy smile, and, uttering a cry of joy, she put her cob to a gallop. Riding up to the calash, she leapt off the horse without anyone's aid, and, gathering up her skirts, ran to meet her. "I thought so, and did not dare to think so. What pleasure! You can't imagine my joy," she said, pressing her face to Dolly's, kissing her, and then holding her off at arm's length and looking at her with an affectionate smile. "What a pleasure, Alexey!" she said, glancing at Vronsky, who had also dismounted and was coming toward them. "What a piece of good fortune!" Vronsky came up, raising his tall grey hat. "You can't imagine what delight your visit gives us," said he in a tone which conveyed a peculiar satisfaction, and with a smile which displayed his strong white teeth. Vasenka, without dismounting from his horse, took off his beribboned cap and waved it gaily round his head in honor of the guest. "This is the Princess Varvara," began Anna, in reply to a questioning look of Dolly, as the char blanc came up. "Ah," replied Darya Alexandrovna, and her face showed involuntary annoyance. The Princess Varvara was her husband's aunt, and she knew her of old and did not esteem her. She knew that she had lived all her life long in humiliating dependence on rich relatives, and the fact that she was living at Vronsky's, at the house of a stranger to her, insulted her through her husband's family. Anna noticed the expression of Dolly's face, and was confused. She blushed, and, dropping the train of her amazonka, she tripped over it. Darya Alexandrovna went over to the char blanc when it had stopped and coolly greeted the Princess Varvara. Sviazhsky was also an acquaintance. He asked after his friend Levin and his young wife. Then, casting a fleeting glance at the oddly matched horses and the patched side of the old carriage, he proposed that the ladies should get into the char blanc. "I will take this vehicle to go home in. The horse is quiet, and the princess is an excellent driver." "Oh, no," interrupted Anna, coming up. "Remain as you are. I will go home with Dolly in the calash." Darya Alexandrovna's eyes were dazzled by the unexampled elegance of the carriage and the beauty of the horses, and the refined brilliancy of the company around her. But more than all she was struck by the change that had taken place in her old friend, her dearly beloved Anna. Any other woman less observant and unacquainted with Anna in days gone by, and especially any one who had not been under the sway of such thoughts as had occupied Darya Alexandrovna on the way, would not have noticed anything peculiar about Anna. But now Darya Alexandrovna was struck by the transient beauty characteristic of women when they are under the influence of love, and which she detected now in Anna's face. Everything about her face was extraordinarily fascinating. The well-defined dimples in her cheeks and chin, the curve of her lips, the smile which, as it were, flitted over her features, the gleam in her eyes, The gracefulness and quickness of her movements, the richness in the tones of her voice, even the manner with which she, with a sort of sternly affectionate manner, replied to Veslovsky, who had asked permission to ride her cob so as to teach it to gallop by a pressure of the leg. It seemed as if she herself was aware of this and rejoiced in it. When the two ladies were seated together in the calash, they both suddenly felt a sense of constraint. Anna was confused at the scrutinizingly questioning look which Dolly fixed on her, and Dolly because she could not help feeling ashamed of the dirty old calash in which Anna had taken her seat with her. The coachman, Philip, and the bookkeeper experienced the same feeling. The bookkeeper, in order to hide his confusion, fidgeted about in helping the ladies to be comfortably seated, but Philip, the coachman, frowned and was loath to acknowledge any such superficial superiority. He put on an ironical smile as he scrutinized the raven-black trotter harnessed to the char blanc, and decided in his own mind that the black trotter might do very well for a promenade, but he could not show 40 versts at a heat. The muzhiks had left their telyaga, and gaily and curiously were watching the meeting of the friends and making their observations. "They seem tolerably glad, hadn't seen each other for some time," remarked the curly-haired old man. "There, Uncle Gerasim, that black gelding would haul in the sheaves lively." "Gyanka, look, is that a woman in trousers?" asked another, pointing at Veslovsky sitting on the side saddle. "Nay, muzhik, see how easy he rides." "Say, then, my children, we shan't get another nap, shall we?" "No more sleep now," said the old man, squinting his eyes and glancing at the sun. "Past noon. Look. Now get your hooks and to work." Chapter 17. Part 6, Chapter 18 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Anna looked at Dolly's tired, worn face, with the wrinkles powdered with dust, and was on the point of saying that she looked thin, but, realizing that she herself had grown more beautiful than ever, and that Dolly's eyes told her so, she sighed and began to talk about herself. "You are studying me," she said. "You are wondering if I can be happy in my position. Well, what can I say? It is shameful to confess it, but I am unpardonably happy. What has happened is like a piece of enchantment, like a dream where everything was terrible, agonizing, and suddenly you wake up and realize that it was only a nightmare. I had been asleep, I had suffered awful agonies, and now that is all long, long past. And how especially happy I am now that we are together." And she looked at Dolly with a timid, questioning smile. "How glad I am," Darya Alexandrovna answered, more coldly than she wished. "I am glad for you. But why have you not written me?" "Why? Because I did not dare to. You knew my position." "Not dare? To me? If you knew how I—" Dolly was about to tell her about the reflections she had had on the journey, but somehow it did not seem to her to be the fitting place. "We will have our talk by and by," she added. "What is that group of buildings, or little village rather?" she asked, wishing to change the conversation, and pointing to some green and red roofs which appeared through the acacias and lilac trees. But Anna did not reply to her question. "No, no. How do you feel about my position? What do you think of it? Tell me," Anna went on. "I think," began Darya Alexandrovna, but at this instant Vasenka Veslovsky in his short jacket, spurring the cob into a trot with his right leg, and creaking terribly on the leather side saddle, went dashing by them. "It goes, Anna Arkadyevna!" he shouted. Anna did not even look at him, but again it seemed to Darya Alexandrovna that it was impossible to begin on this long conversation in the carriage, and so she said less than she thought. "I do not think about it at all," said she. "I love you and always have loved you, and when we love people so, we love them for what they are, not for what we wish they were." Anna turned her eyes away from her friend's face, half closing them in order to better take in the meaning of the words. This was a new habit which Dolly had never seen in her before. Apparently she interpreted her friend's answer as she wanted, and she looked at Dolly. "If you have any sins, they will all be blotted out by this visit and by your kind words," she said, and Dolly saw that her eyes were dimmed with tears. She silently took her hand. "What are those buildings? What a lot of them!" said Dolly again, after a moment of silence. "Those are the roofs of our buildings, our barns and stables," replied Anna. "Here our park begins. It was all neglected, but Alexey has made it new again. He is very fond of this kind of occupation, and to my great surprise he has developed a passion for farming. Ah, he is a rich nature. Whatever he undertakes he excels in. He not only does not get bored, but he is passionately interested in it. I do not know how, but he is making a capital farmer, so economical, almost stingy, but only in farm ways. For things of other sorts he will spend 10,000 rubles and never give it a thought." She said this with that joyously crafty characteristic smile of women when they speak of the men they love, and the secret peculiarities which they alone know about. "Do you see that large building? That is a new hospital. I think it will cost him more than 100,000. It is his hobby just now. Do you know what made him build it? The peasants asked him to reduce the rent of some meadows, but he declined to do so, and I told him he was stingy. Of course, it wasn't altogether that, but everything taken together, so he began to build the hospital to prove my charge unjust. C'est une petitesse, perhaps, but I love him the better for it. Now in a moment you'll see the house. It was built by his grandfather, and the outside hasn't been changed at all." "How beautiful!" cried Dolly, with involuntary surprise at the sight of a stately home ornamented with columns, and surrounded by a park filled with ancient trees of various shades of green. "Isn't it beautiful? And the view from the second story is magnificent." They came to the dvor, or court, paved with small stones and ornamented with flower beds. Two workmen were at this moment surrounding a bed filled with loam and roughly trimmed stones. They stopped under a covered entrance. "Oh, they have already arrived," said Anna, as she saw the saddle horses being led away. "Isn't that horse a pretty creature? That cob, he is my favorite. Bring him here and give him some sugar. Where is the count?" she asked of the two servants in livery who came hurrying out to receive them. "Ah, here he is," added she, perceiving Vronsky with Veslovsky coming to meet them. "Where shall we put the princess?" asked Vronsky of Anna, in French, and, without waiting for an answer, once more greeted Darya Alexandrovna, and this time he kissed her hand. "In the large balcony chamber, I suppose?" "Oh, no, that is too far off. Better put her in the corner chamber. We shall see more of each other. Come, come," she said, giving her favorite horse some sugar which the lackey had brought. "Et vous oblige votre devoir," she added, turning to Veslovsky, who was already in the porch. "Pardon, je n'ai toute pleine la poche," he replied, smiling, and thrusting his fingers into his waistcoat pocket. "Mais vous venez trop tard," she replied, wiping her hand, which the horse had mouthed in taking the sugar. Anna turned to Dolly. "You'll stay with us a long time," said she. "Only one day? That is impossible." "That is what I promised. And the children," answered the latter, ashamed at the wretched appearance of her poor little traveling bag, and at the dust with which she felt herself covered. "No, Dolly, Dushenka. However, we'll talk of that by and by. Come up to your room," and Anna conducted Dolly upstairs. The room was not the chamber of honor which Vronsky offered her, but one where she could be nearer Anna. But even this room, though they felt it needful to apologize for it, was furnished with a luxury such as she was not accustomed to, and which recalled the most sumptuous hotels that she had seen abroad. "Well, Dushenka, how glad I am," said Anna, seating herself for a moment in her riding habit. "Tell me about your family. I saw Stiva just an instant, but he could not tell me anything about the children. How is my darling Tanya? She must be a great girl." "Yes, very large," answered Dolly, laconically, astonished that she answered so coolly about her children. "We are all living charmingly with the Levins," she added. "There, if I had known," said Anna, "that you wouldn't look down on me, you all would have come here. Stiva is an old and good friend of Alexey's," said Anna, blushing. "Yes, but we are so well, began Dolly in confusion. "Well, I am so happy. I talk nonsense. Only, Dushenka, I am so glad to see you," said Anna, kissing her again. "But you would not tell me what you think about me. I want to know all. But I am so glad that you see me just as I am. My only idea, you see, is to avoid making people think that I am making any display. I don't want to make any display. I want simply to live and not do any harm to anyone but myself. Am I not right about it? However, we'll talk of all this at our leisure. Now I'm going to change my dress. I will send you a waiting maid." End of chapter 18. Part 6, Chapter 19 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Darya Alexandrovna, when left alone, examined her chamber with the eyes of a genuine housekeeper. All that she saw as she went through the house, and all that she saw in the room, impressed her by its richness and elegance, and this new European luxury, which she had read about in English novels, she had never seen before in Russia, certainly not in the country. All was new, from the French tapestries to the carpet which covered the whole room, the bed, with its hair mattress, the marble toilet table, the bronzes on the mantel, the rugs, the curtains, all was costly and new. The smart waiting maid who came to offer her services was dressed with much more style than Dolly, and was as costly and new as the whole room. Darya Alexandrovna liked her good breeding, her dexterity, and her helpfulness, but she felt confused at taking out before her poor toilet articles from her bag, especially a mended nightdress, which she had happened to put in by mistake from among her oldest ones. She was ashamed of the very patches and mended places which gave her a sense of pride at home. It was clear that for 6 nightgowns it would take 24 arshins of nain-sook at 65 kopecks, amounting to more than 15 rubles, besides the cost of the trimmings, and these 15 rubles were saved. But in the presence of this brilliant attendant she felt not so much ashamed as awkward. Darya Alexandrovna felt great relief when her old-time acquaintance, Annushka, came into her room to take the place of the dashing chambermaid, who was needed by her mistress. Annushka was evidently very glad at the arrival of her mistress's friend, and talked incessantly. Dolly noticed that she was eager to express her opinion about her mistress's position, and about the love and devotion which the count showed to Anna Arkadyevna. But she peremptorily stopped her as soon as she began to talk on this topic. "I grew up with Anna Arkadyevna, and love her more than the whole world. It's not for us to judge her, and she seems to love—" "Please have these washed, if it is possible," said Darya Alexandrovna, interrupting her. "I will do so. We have 2 women especially for the laundry, but the washing is done all by machinery. The count looks out for everything. He is such a husband." Dolly was glad when Anna came in and put an end to the babbling Annushka's confidences. Anna had put on a very simple batiste gown. Dolly noticed particularly this simple gown. She knew what this simplicity meant, and how much money it represented. "An old acquaintance," said Anna to Annushka. Anna was now no longer confused. She was perfectly calm and self-possessed. Dolly saw that she was now entirely free from the impression which her coming had at first produced, and had assumed that superficial tone of indifference which, as it were, closed the door to the expression of real thought and feeling. "Well, and how is your little daughter?" asked Dolly. "Annie?" for so she called her daughter Anna. "Very well. Her health is much better. Should you like to see her? Come, and I'll show her to you. We have had great trouble with her," she went on to relate. "We had an Italian for her nurse. Good, but so stupid. We wanted to send her back, but the little thing is so much attached to her, we still keep her." "But how have you done about—" began Dolly, wishing to ask about the child's name, but, as she saw Anna's countenance grow suddenly dark, she changed the ending of the question. "Have you weaned her?" Anna understood. "That is not what you were going to ask. You were thinking of the child's name, weren't you? This torments Alexey. She has no name. That is, she is a Karenin. and she closed her eyes so that only the lashes were visible. However," she added, her face suddenly lighting up again, "we will talk about all that. Come, I'll show her to you. Elle est très gentille. She is already beginning to creep." In the nursery there was the same sumptuousness as had struck Darya Alexandrovna throughout the rest of the house, only to an even higher degree. There were baby coaches imported from England, and instruments for teaching children to walk, and a peculiarly arranged divan like a billiard table for creeping. Bath tubs, swings, all were new, beautiful, solid, of English make, and evidently very costly. The room was large, very high-studded, and light. When they entered, the little girl, with only her shirt on, was seated in an armchair by the table, and was eating her broth and spilling it all over her bosom. A Russian maidservant who assisted in the nursery was helping her, and at the same time was apparently herself eating. Neither the Italian nurse nor the nursemaid was present. They were in the next room, and could be heard talking together in a strange French jargon, which was the only means they had of communicating their ideas to each other. The English maid, a tall, sprucely dressed woman with a disagreeable face and an untrustworthy expression, came into the doorway shaking her light brown curls as soon as she heard Anna's voice, and immediately began to offer her excuses, although Anna had not chidden her. At every word Anna spoke the English maid would several times repeat the phrase, "Yes, my lady." The dark-browed, dark-haired, rosy little girl, with her strong, pretty little form, very much pleased Darya Alexandrovna in spite of the unfriendly look with which she gazed at the stranger. Her healthy appearance also pleased her, and her way of creeping. Not one of her own children had learned so early to creep. This little girl, when she was put down on the carpet and her dress was tucked up behind, was wonderfully beautiful. With her brilliant black eyes she gazed up at her elders like a pretty little animal, evidently delighting in the fact that they admired her, and she smiled. And putting out her legs sideways, she energetically crept about, now going swiftly backwards, and again darting forward, and clutching things with her little fingers. But the whole atmosphere of the nursery, and especially the English maid, struck Darya Alexandrovna very unpleasantly. Only by the supposition that no respectable person would consent to serve in a household as irregular as Anna's, could she understand how Anna, with her knowledge of people, could be willing to put up with such an unsympathetic, vulgar maid. Darya Alexandrovna, after a few words, observed that Anna, the nurse, the maid, and the child were not much wonted to each other, and that the mother was almost a stranger in this part of the house. She wanted to find a plaything for the little girl and did not know where it was kept. Strangest of all, in answering the question how many teeth the child had, she made a mistake, and did not know anything about the last two. "It is always a grief to me that I am so useless here," said Anna, as they went out, holding up the train of her dress so that it should not catch on any of the toys by the door. "It was not so with my oldest." "I thought, on the contrary," began Dolly timidly. "Oh no, you know that I have seen Serosa again," she said, half shutting her eyes and looking fixedly before her, as if she sought for something far away. "However, we'll talk about that by and by. You can't believe. But I am like a person dying of starvation, who finds a banquet before her, and does not know what to begin with. You and the talk I am going to have with you are this banquet for me. With whom could I speak openly if not with you? I don't know what topic to take up first." "I shall not spare you anything. I must tell you all." "Well, I want to give you a sketch now of the people you will meet here," she began. "First, the Princess Varvara. You know her, and I know your opinion and Stiva's in regard to her. Stiva says her whole aim of life consists in proving her preeminence over Aunt Katerina Pavlovna. That's all true of her, but she is good, I assure you, and I am so grateful to her. At Petersburg there was a time when un chaperon was indispensable. Then she came along just in time. It is really true. She is good. She made my position much easier. I see you don't know how difficult my position was, there in Petersburg," she added. "Here I am very comfortable and happy. But about this afterward. But I must tell you about our guests. Then there's Sviazhsky. He is the marshal of the district and a very clever man, and he needed Alexei for something. You see, with his fortune, now, as we live in the country, Alexei can wield a wide influence. Then Tushkevitch, you have met him. He was at Betsy's, but they sent him off and he came to visit us. As Alexei says, he is one of those very agreeable men, if one takes him just as he wishes to appear. Et puis il est comme il faut, as the Princess Varvara says. And then Veslovsky, you know him, a very good young fellow, she said, and a mischievous smile curled her lips. How about that absurd story he told of Levin? Veslovsky told Alexei, and we don't believe it. Il est très gentil et neuf, she added, with the same smile. I have to entertain all these people, because men need amusement, and Alexei needs society, and we have to make it lively and gay, so that Alexei won't want something new. We also have with us the superintendent. He is a German, a very good man, who understands his business. Alexei has great esteem for him. Then there's the doctor, a young man who is not exactly a nihilist, but, you know, he eats with his knife, but a very good doctor. Then the architect, un petit coeur. End of chapter 19. Part 6, Chapter 20 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Well, Princess, here we have Dolly, whom you wish so much to see, said Anna, as she and Darya Alexandrovna came out on the great stone terrace where the Princess Varvara was sitting in the shade, with her embroidery frame in front of her, making a chair cover for Count Alexei Kirillovitch. She says that she does not want anything before dinner, but supposing you order luncheon brought in, while I go and find the gentleman. The Princess Varvara gave Dolly a gracious and somewhat condescending reception, and immediately began to explain that she had come to live with Anna because she loved her more than her sister, Katerina Pavlovna. That was the aunt that had superintended Anna's education. And because, now when all were abandoning Anna, she considered it her duty to help her at this trying period of transition. Her husband is going to grant her a divorce, and then I shall go back to my solitude, but, however painful it may be, I shall stay here for the present, and not imitate the example of others. And how kind you are! How good of you to make this visit! They live exactly like the very best married people. Let God judge them. It is not for us. It was just so with Berezovsky and Madame Aveneff, and then Vasiliev, and Madame Mamonov, and Liza Neptunova. You see, no one says anything about them, and in the end they will be received. And then, they have a perfect establishment, and the inside of their house is so charming, so stylish. It is altogether English. The family meets at breakfast and then separates. Everyone does just as he pleases till dinner time. They dine at 7. Stiva did wisely to send you. He would better keep on good terms with them. You know the Count has great influence through his mother and his brother. And then they do so much good. Has he told you about his hospital? Ça sera admirable. Everything from Paris. This conversation was interrupted by Anna, who returned to the terrace, followed by the gentleman whom she had found in the billiard room. Considerable time still remained before dinner. The weather was beautiful, and so various propositions were made for their amusement during the 2 hours before them. There was every facility for diversion there at Vozdvizhenskoye, and many of them were very different from what they had been at Pokrovskoye. Une partie de lawn tennis, proposed Veslovsky, with his gay, contagious smile. I'll take one side, with you again, Anna Arkadyevna. No, it is hot. Suppose we go to the park and take Darya Alexandrovna out in the boat to show her the landscape, said Vronsky. I am agreeable to anything, said Sviatsky. I think Dolly would like to do that better than anything else, said Anna. So then, the boat ride it is. That having been decided, Veslovsky and Tushkevitch went to the landing, agreeing to get the boat ready, and the two couples took the path to the park. Anna walked with Sviatsky, and Dolly with Vronsky. Dolly was somewhat confused and embarrassed by this absolutely novel environment in which she found herself. Abstractedly, theoretically, she not only justified but even approved of Anna's conduct. like the majority of irreproachably virtuous women, wearying often of the monotony of a virtuous life, Dolly from a distance excused illicit love, and even envied it a little. Moreover, she loved Anna with all her heart. But in reality, finding her among these strangers, with their fashionable ways, which were quite novel to her, she was thoroughly ill at ease. Especially odious to her was it to see the Princess Varvara forgiving everything, because she could thereby share in her niece's luxury. Abstractedly and on general principles, Dolly excused Anna's conduct. But the sight of the man for whom she had taken this step was unpleasant to her. Moreover, Vronsky was not congenial to her at any time. She thought him haughty, and could see no reason except his wealth to justify his haughtiness. But in spite of all her will-power, there in his own establishment he more than ever impressed her with a sense of his importance, and she could not feel at ease with him. She felt just as she had felt when the maid took the nightgown from her valise. Just as before the maid she had felt, not exactly ashamed, but awkward on account of the patches. So now with Vronsky she felt all the time, not exactly ashamed, but uncomfortable. Dolly felt confused and cast about in her mind for something to talk about. Although she felt sure that he with his pride might be displeased if she praised his house and park, nevertheless, finding no other topic of conversation, she remarked that she liked his house very much. "Yes, it is a very handsome building, and in good old style," replied the count. "I liked the court in front of the steps. Was it always so?" "Oh, no," said he, and his face shone with satisfaction. "If you had only seen it in the spring!" And at first coldly, but warming as he went on, he pointed out to Dolly the many improvements that he had made in the house and park. It was evident that Vronsky, having consecrated much labor to the improvement and beautification of his establishment, really felt the need of appreciation from some new person, and that he was not a little gratified at Darya Alexandrovna's praise. "If you would like to look into the hospital, and are not tired, we might go that way. It is not far. Come, let us go. Shall we, Anna?" "Yes, shall we not?" she said, turning to Sviazhsky. "Mais il ne faut pas laisser les pauvres Veslovsky et Tushkevitch se morfondre là dans l'habitude." "We must send word to them. Yes, this is a monument which he will leave here," she said to Dolly, with the same shrewd knowing smile on her face as when she first spoke of the hospital. "Oh, capital work," said Sviazhsky, and then, not to seem assenting from mere politeness, he added, "I am surprised, Count, that you, who are doing so much for the peasants' sanitary advantage, are so indifferent to schools." "C'est devenu tellement commun, les écoles," replied Vronsky. "You must know that I do this to amuse myself. This is the way to the hospital," said he, addressing Darya Alexandrovna, pointing to a side path which led from the avenue. The ladies put up their sunshades and walked along the side path. After making a few turns and passing through a wicket gate, Darya Alexandrovna saw before her on rising ground a large red building of complicated architecture not completely finished. The iron roof, not as yet painted, glittered in the sun. Near the hospital itself there was another building going up, in the midst of the woods, and the workmen in aprons stood on scaffoldings, laying the bricks, taking mortar from buckets and smoothing it with trowels. "How rapidly the work is going on," remarked Sviazhsky. "The last time I was here the roof was not in position." "It will be ready by autumn, for the inside is already nearly finished," said Anna. "And what is this other new building?" "A house for the doctor and a pharmacy," replied Vronsky, and, seeing the architect, in a short overcoat, approaching, he excused himself to the ladies, and went to meet him. Going round the mortar pit, from which the workmen were getting lime, he joined the architect, and began talking angrily with him. "The pediment will be much too low," he replied to Anna, who asked him what the discussion was about. "I said the foundation ought to be raised," said Anna. "Yes, of course, it would have been better, Anna Arkadyevna," said the architect. "Yes, it was a mistake." "Yes, indeed, I am very much interested in this," said Anna, in reply to Sviazhsky, who expressed his surprise that the architect spoke to her as he did. The new building must correspond with the hospital, but this was thought of afterward and begun without any plan. Having concluded his talk with the architect, Vronsky joined the ladies and conducted them into the hospital. Though on the outside they were already placing the cornices and were painting the lower part of the building, on the upper floors almost everything was done. They went up by a broad cast-iron staircase to the second story and entered the first great room. The walls were stuccoed for marble, the great glass windows were already in place. Only the parquetry floor was as yet to be finished, and the carpenters, engaged in planning the squares, left off their work, and, removing the tapes which bound their hair, greeted the visitors. "This is the reception room," said Vronsky. "In this there will not be much besides the desk, a table and a cupboard." "Here, come this way. Don't go near the window," said Anna, touching the paint to see if it was dry. "Alexey, the paint is beginning to dry." From the reception room they went into the corridor. Here Vronsky explained the new system of ventilation. Then he showed them the marble bathrooms and the beds with extra spring mattresses. Then he showed them one after another the wards, the laundry, then the heating apparatus, then the noiseless barrows for wheeling articles along the corridors, and many other contrivances. Dolly was simply amazed at the sight of so many novelties, and, wishing to understand it thoroughly, she asked a great many questions, which Vronsky answered with the greatest alacrity. "Yes, I think this hospital would be the only one of its kind in Russia," remarked Sviazhsky. "Shall you not have a lying-in department?" asked Dolly. "That is so necessary in the country. I have often thought—" In spite of his politeness, Vronsky interrupted him. "This is not an obstetrical institution, but a hospital, and is meant for all except infectious diseases," said he. "And now look at this," and he showed Darya Alexandrovna a newly imported chair designed for convalescents. "Will you look at it, please?" He sat down in the chair and began to move it along. "He can't walk, or he is still weak, or he has a lame leg, but still he must have the air, so he goes outside and enjoys himself." Darya Alexandrovna was interested in everything. Everything pleased her so much, but, more than all, Vronsky himself pleased her with his natural naïve enthusiasm. "Yes, he is certainly a good, lovable man," she thought, not listening to what he said, but looking at him and trying to penetrate his expression, and then momentarily looking at Anna. He pleased her so much with his animation that she understood how it was that Anna came to love him. End of chapter 20. Part 6, Chapter 21 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. "No, the princess must be tired and the horses will not interest her," said Vronsky to Anna, who had proposed to show Dolly the stable, where there was a new stallion that Sviazhsky wished to see. "You go there and I will escort the princess back to the house, and, if you please," added he to Dolly, "we will talk a little on the way, if that will be agreeable." "I know nothing about horses, so I shall very willingly go with you," said Darya Alexandrovna. She saw by Vronsky's face that he wanted something of her, nor was she mistaken. As soon as they had passed through the wicket gate again into the park, he looked in the direction where Anna was gone, and, having convinced himself that they were out of her sight and hearing, he began. "You have guessed that I wanted to talk with you," said he, looking at her with his smiling eyes. "I am not mistaken in believing that you are Anna's friend, am I?" He took off his hat and, taking out his handkerchief, wiped his head, which was growing bald. Darya Alexandrovna made no reply and only gazed at him in alarm. Now that she was entirely alone with him, she suddenly felt terror-stricken. His smiling eyes and the stern expression of his face frightened her. The most diverse suppositions as to what he might be wanting to talk to her about chased one another through her mind. "Can it be that he is going to ask me to come with my children and make them a visit, and I shall be obliged to decline? Or is it that he wants me to find society for Anna when she comes to Moscow? Or is he going to speak of Vasenka Veslavsky and his relations to Anna? Or can it be about Kitty, and that he wants to confess that he was to blame toward her?" She thought over everything that might be disagreeable, but never suspected what he really wanted to talk with her about. "You have such an influence over Anna, and she is so fond of you," said he. "Help me." Darya Alexandrovna looked timidly and questioningly into Vronsky's energetic face, which, as they passed under the linden trees was now lighted up by the flecking sunbeams, and then again darkened by the shadows, and she waited for him to proceed. But he, catching his cane in the paving stones, walked in silence by her side. "Of all Anna's friends, you are the only one who has come to see her. I do not count the Princess Varvara. I know very well it is not because you approve of our position. It is because you love Anna, and, knowing the cruelty of her position, want to help her. Am I right?" "Yes," said Darya Alexandrovna, shutting up her sunshade. "But—" "No," he interrupted, and he involuntarily stopped and obliged her to stop also, though he had no intention of putting his companion into an awkward situation. "No one feels more strongly and completely the cruelty of Anna's position than I do, and you will realize this if you will do me the honor to believe that I am not heartless. I am the cause of her being in this position, and therefore I feel it." "I understand," said Darya Alexandrovna, involuntarily admiring him for the honest and straightforward way in which he said this. "But for the very reason that you feel yourself the cause, I fear you are inclined to exaggerate," said she. "Her position in society is difficult, I admit." "In society it is hell," said he, frowning gloomily. "You can't conceive moral tortures worse than those which Anna endured at Petersburg during the fortnight we were there. I beg you to believe—" "Yes, but here, and so far neither she nor you feel the need of a society life." "Society? Why should I need it?" exclaimed Vronsky scornfully. "Up to the present time, and perhaps it will be so always, you are calm and happy. I see in Anna that she is happy, perfectly happy, and she has already told me that she is," said Darya Alexandrovna, smiling. And while she spoke the doubt arose in her mind, "Is Anna really happy?" But Vronsky, it seemed, had no doubt on that score. "Yes, yes, I know that she has revived after all her sufferings. She is happy. She is happy now. But I," said Vronsky, "I am afraid of what the future has in store for us. Excuse me, do you want to go?" "No, it is immaterial." "Well, then, let us sit down here." Darya Alexandrovna sat down on a garden bench in a nook in the wall. He was standing in front of her. "I see that she seems happy," he repeated, and the doubt whether Anna was happy again rose in Darya Alexandrovna's mind more strongly than ever. "But will it last? Whether we did right or wrong is a hard question, but the die is cast," he said, changing from Russian to French, "and we are joined for life. We are joined by the ties of love. We have one child, and we may have others. But the law and all the conditions of our state are such that there are 1,000 complications, which Anna, now that she is resting after her afflictions and sufferings, does not see and will not see. It is natural, but I cannot help seeing. My daughter, according to the law, is not my daughter, but Karenin's, and I do not like this falsehood," said he, with an energetic gesture of repulsion, and looking at Darya Alexandrovna with a gloomy, questioning face. She did not reply, but simply looked at him. He continued, "Tomorrow a son may be born, my son, and by law he would be a Karenin, and could inherit neither my name nor my property, and, however happy we were here at home, and however many children we had, there would be no legal connection between me and them. They would be Karenins. You understand the cruelty, the horror of this state of things? I try to explain this to Anna. It irritates her. She will not understand me, and I cannot tell her all. Now look at the other side. I am happy in her love, but I must have occupation. I have taken up my present enterprise, and I am proud of it, and consider it far more beneficial than the occupations of my former comrades at the court and in the service. And certainly I would not change my occupation for theirs. I work here, on my own place, and I am happy and contented, and we need nothing more for our happiness. I love my activity. Cela n'est pas un pis-aller, far from it." Darya Alexandrovna noticed that at this point of his explanation he became entangled, and she did not understand very well his sudden pause, but she felt that, having fairly begun to speak of his intimate affairs concerning which he could not talk with Anna, he would now make a full breast of it, and that the question of his activities in the country belonged to the same category as his relations to Anna. "And so I keep on," he said, growing more cheerful again. "The chief thing is that when one works one must have the persuasion that what one has done will not die with him, that he will have heirs, but I have none. Conceive the feelings of a man who knows that his children and those of the wife he worships do not belong to him, that they belong to a man who hates them and would never recognize them. Isn't it horrible?" He was silent and deeply moved. "Yes, of course," said Darya Alexandrovna. "I understand this. But what can Anna do?" "Well, that brings me to the purpose of this talk," said the count, controlling himself with effort. "Anna can get a divorce. It depends on her. If we are to petition the emperor to legitimize the children, a divorce is essential. But that depends on Anna. Her husband consented to that, and your husband had it all arranged some time ago. And I know that he now would not refuse. All it requires is for Anna to write to him. He said up and down that he would consent if Anna would apply for it. Of course," he added, frowning, "this condition is one of those Pharisaic cruelties of which only heartless people are capable. He knows what torture all remembrance of him has for her, and so he exacts this letter from her. I understand that it is painful to her, but the reasons are so imperative that she ought to be above these exsensible sensibilities. Her happiness is involved, as well as her children's. I don't speak about myself, though it is painful, very painful to me," said he, with a wrathful expression against whoever was responsible for this state of things. "And this is why I make bold to apply to you, princess, as to a very anchor of salvation. Help me to persuade Anna of the need of getting a divorce." "Why, of course I will," said Darya Alexandrovna gravely, for she vividly recalled her last meeting with Alexey Alexandrovitch. "Of course I will," she replied resolutely, as she thought of Anna. "Exert your influence on her and induce her to write the letter. I do not wish, and indeed I find it almost impossible, to talk with her about this." "Very well, I will speak to her. But why does she not think of it herself?" asked Darya Alexandrovna, suddenly remembering Anna's strange new trick of half closing her eyes. And then it occurred to her that Anna did this especially when any reference was made to the more intimate side of her life. "She seems to try to shut her eyes to her whole life, as if to put it out of her mind," said Darya Alexandrovna to herself. "Yes, I will speak to her, certainly, both for your sake and for hers," repeated Dolly, in response to Vronsky's grateful look. And then they got up and went to the house. Chapter 21. Part 6, Chapter 22 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. The Slippervox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Finding Dolly already returned, Anna looked scrutinizingly into her eyes, as if she would read there a reply to her wonder what she and Vronsky had been talking about. But she asked no questions. "Dinner is nearly ready, and we have hardly seen each other. I count on this evening, but now I must go and change my gown. I suppose you'd like to do the same. One gets so soiled after such a walk." Dolly went to her room and felt ridiculous. She had no change to make, since she had worn her best gown, but, in order to make some change in her toilet in honor of dinner, she asked the maid to brush the dust off. She changed her cuffs and put on a fresh ribbon, and put some lace in her hair. "It's all I could do," she said laughingly to Anna, who came to her, dressed in a third but very simple costume. "Well, we are very formal here," said Anna, in apology for her elegant attire. "Alexey is so glad that you came. I believe he has fallen in love with you," she added. "I hope you are not tired." Before dinner there was no time for any talk. When they entered the drawing-room they found the Princess Varvara and the gentleman all in evening dress. The architect was the only one that wore a frock-coat. Vronsky presented the doctor and the superintendent to his guest. She had already met the architect at the hospital. A portly butler, wearing a stiffly starched white cravat, and with his smooth round face shining, came and announced that dinner was served, and the ladies stood up. Vronsky asked Sviazhsky to escort Anna Arkadyevna into the dining room, and he himself offered his arm to Darya Alexandrovna. Veslovsky was quicker than Tushkevitch in handing in the Princess Varvara, so that Tushkevitch went with the doctor and the superintendent. The dinner, the service, the plate, the wine, and the dishes served, not only corresponded to the general tone of new luxury appertaining to the household, but seemed even more luxurious and elegant. Darya Alexandrovna took note of this splendor, which was quite new to her, and, as the mistress of an establishment of her own, she could not help making a mental inventory of the details, and wondering how and by whom it was all done. And yet she had no dream of introducing anything like it into her own home, which was conducted on a scale of far greater simplicity. Vasenka Veslovsky, her own husband, and even Sviazhsky, and many more men whom she knew, had never carried out anything like this, and every one of them believed in the dictum that the master of a well-regulated household always desires to make his guests imagine that the elegance and comfort surrounding them are not any trouble to him, but come about spontaneously. Darya Alexandrovna knew that even such a simple matter as providing kasha for her children's breakfast does not go of itself, and that all the more in such an elegant and complicated establishment there had to be some one in full and complete charge. And by the glances with which Alexey Kirillovitch took in the details of the table, and by the nods which he gave toward the butler, and by the way in which he offered Darya Alexandrovna the choice between botvinia and soup, she understood that everything was done under the direct superintendence of the master of the house. Anna had nothing more to do with it than Veslovsky had. She and Sviazhsky, the princess and Veslovsky, were only guests, gaily and thoughtlessly taking advantage of what was done for them. Anna was khozyaïka, or mistress of the household, only in the management of the conversation, and this conversation was very difficult at a small table among guests belonging to such different spheres of life as the superintendent and the architect, who were trying not to be dazzled by such unwonted splendor, and who were unused to taking part in general conversation. But Anna went through with her task with her usual tact and simplicity, and even with pleasure, as Darya Alexandrovna noticed. The conversation turned first on the way in which Tushkevitch and Veslovsky had gone down alone to the boat, and Tushkevitch began to speak of the recent yacht race under the auspices of the Petersburg Yacht Club. But Anna, taking advantage of the first pause, quickly turned to the architect in order to bring him out of his silence. "Nikolai Ivanovitch was surprised," said she, referring to Sviazhsky, "to see how the new building had grown since he was here last. But I myself am here every day, and every day I am surprised myself to see how fast it progresses." "It is good to work with His Excellency," said the architect, smiling. He had a sense of the dignity of his calling, and was a very worthy and self-possessed gentleman. "You don't do such work under government patronage. When they would write reams of paper, I simply lay the plan before the count, we talk it over, and 3 words decide it." "American ways," suggested Sviazhsky, smiling. "Yes, buildings there are raised rationally." The conversation then went off on the abuse of power in the United States, but Anna immediately started him on a third theme in order to bring out the superintendent from his silence. "Have you ever seen the steam reaping machines?" she asked of Darya Alexandrovna. "We had just been to see ours when we met you. I never saw one before." "How do they work?" asked Dolly. "Just like scissors. A plank and a quantity of little knives. Like this." Anna took a knife and fork into her beautiful white hands covered with rings, and tried to show her. She apparently saw that she did not make herself very clear, but, knowing that she spoke pleasantly and that her hands were beautiful, she continued her explanations. "Better say penknives," said Veslovsky, with an attempt at a pun, and not taking his eyes from her. Anna smiled almost imperceptibly, but made no reply to his remark. "Am I not right, Karl, that they are like scissors?" she said, appealing to the director. "Oh, ja," replied the German. "Es ist ein ganz einfaches Ding." And he began to explain the construction of the machine. "It is too bad that it doesn't bind the sheaves. I saw one at the Vienna Exposition. It bound them with wire," said Sviazhsky. "That kind would be much more convenient. Es kommt darauf an. Der Preis von Draht muss auch gerechtigt werden." And the German, aroused from his silence, turned for confirmation to Vronsky. "Das lässt sich ausrechnen, erlaucht." The German put his hand into his pocket, where he kept a pencil and notebook, in which he had an exact statement, but suddenly remembering that he was at the dinner table, and noticing Vronsky's cold eyes fastened on him, he controlled himself. "Zu kompliziert, macht zu viel Koplatz," he said in conclusion. "Wünscht man du Schatz, so hat man auch Koplatz," said Vassenka Veslovsky, making sport of the German. "J'adore le monde," he said, with a peculiar smile, turning to Anna. "Ce says," said she, with affected sternness. "We expected to find you on the field," she said to the doctor, who was somewhat infirm. "Were you there?" "I was there, but I evaporated," replied the doctor, with a melancholy attempt at a jest. "It must have been a beautiful motion." "Magnificent." "Well, and how did you find your old woman? I hope it isn't the typhus." "Whether it is typhus or not I can't tell yet, but—" "How sorry I am," said Anna, and having thus shown her politeness to the dependents, she turned again to her friends. "At any rate, it would be pretty hard to reconstruct a machine by following your description, Anna Arkadyevna," said Sviazhsky. "No, why so?" said Anna, with a smile which intimated that she knew there was something charming in her description of the construction of the reaping machines, and that even Sviazhsky had noticed it. This new trait of youthful coquetry struck Dolly unpleasantly. "Still, in architecture, Anna Arkadyevna's knowledge is very remarkable," said Tushkevitch. "Well, yesterday evening I heard Anna Arkadyevna making some wise remark about plinths," said Veslovsky. "Would you find me doing that?" "There is nothing remarkable in that, when one keeps one's eyes and ears open," said Anna. "But don't you know what houses are built of?" Darya Alexandrovna perceived that Anna was not pleased with this tone of badinage which she and Veslovsky kept up, but that she fell into it involuntarily. In this respect Vronsky behaved exactly the opposite to Levin. He evidently attributed not the least importance to Veslovsky's nonsense, but, on the contrary, encouraged this jesting. "Well, tell us, Veslovsky, what they use to fasten stones together." "Cement, of course." "Bravo! And what is cement made of?" "Well, it is something like gruel." "No, a sort of mastic," said Veslovsky, amid general laughter. The conversation among the guests, with the exception of the doctor, the superintendent, and the architect, who generally kept silence, went on without cessation, now growing light, now dragging a little, and now touching to the quick. Once Darya Alexandrovna was touched to the quick, and felt so provoked that she grew red in the face, and afterwards she wondered if she made any improper or unpleasant remark. Sviazhsky spoke of Levin, and told of some of his strange opinions in regard to machines being injurious to Russian agriculture. "I have not the pleasure of knowing this Mr. Levin. Probably he has never seen the machines he criticizes. But if he has seen and tried, they must have been Russian ones, and not the foreign make. What can be his views?" "Turkish views," said Veslovsky, smiling at Anna. "I cannot defend his opinions," said Dolly, reddening. "But Levin is a thoroughly intelligent man, and if he were here he would know what answer to make you. But I can't." "Oh, I am very fond of him, and we are excellent friends," said Sviazhsky, smiling good-naturedly. "Mais pardon, il est un petit pétoc. For example, he considers the Zemstvo and the justices of the peace, everything, entirely useless. We'll have nothing to do with them." "It's our Russian indifference," exclaimed Vronsky, filling his goblet with ice water from a carafe, "not to feel the obligations which our privileges impose on us, and so ignore them." "I don't know anyone who is more strict in the fulfillment of his duties," said Dolly, irritated by Vronsky's superior tone. "I, on the contrary," continued Vronsky, evidently somewhat piqued by this conversation. "I, on the contrary, am very grateful, as you see, for the honor which has been done me, thanks to Nikolai Ivanovitch," he referred to Sviazhsky, "in my appointment as honorary justice of the peace. I consider that for me the duty of going to the sessions of the court, of judging the affairs of a muzhik, are as important as anything that I could do.
and I shall consider it an honor if you elect me a member of the town council. This is the only way that I can repay society for the privileges I enjoy as a landed proprietor. Unfortunately, the influence which the large landed proprietors ought to wield is not fully appreciated." Vronsky's calm assurance that he was in the right seemed very strange to Darya Alexandrovna. She knew that Levin, whose opinions were diametrically opposite, was equally firm on his side, but she loved Levin, and so she was on his side. "So we can depend on you at the next election, can we?" said Sviazhsky. "But we ought to leave earlier, so as to get there by the 8th. Will you do me the honor to go with me, Count?" "I pretty much agree with your beau-frère," said Anna, "though for different reasons," she added, with a smile. "I'm afraid that nowadays we are getting to have too many of these public duties, just as in old times there were too many chinovniks, and there was a chinovnik for everything. So now everyone is becoming a public functionary. Alexei has been here 6 months, and is already a member of 5 or 6 different public commissions, wardenship, judge, town councilman, juryman, I don't know what else. Du train que cela va, all his time will be spent on it. And I am afraid if these things are multiplied so, that it will be only a matter of form. You have ever so many offices, Nikolai Ivanovitch, have you not? At least 20, haven't you?" she asked, turning towards Sviazhsky. Anna spoke jestingly, but in her tone there was a shade of irritation. Darya Alexandrovna, who was watching Anna and Vronsky attentively, immediately noticed it. She saw also that the count's face assumed a resolute and obstinate expression, and that the Princess Varvara made haste to talk about some Petersburg acquaintances, so as to change the subject. And, remembering what Vronsky had told her in the garden about his pleasure in activity, she felt certain that this conversation about public activities had something to do with a secret quarrel between Vronsky and Anna. The dinner, the wines, the service, were luxurious, but everything seemed to Darya Alexandrovna formal and impersonal, like the state dinners and balls that she had seen, and on an ordinary day and in a small circle it made a disagreeable impression on her. After dinner they sat down on the terrace. Then they began to play lawn tennis. The players, dividing into 2 sides, took their places on the carefully rolled and smoothly shaven croquet ground, on which the net was stretched between gilded posts. Darya Alexandrovna was invited to play, but it took a long time before she learned how, and when she got an idea of the game she felt so tired that she went and sat down by the Princess Varvara and only watched the players. Her partner, Tushkevich, also ceased playing, but the others continued the game a long time. Sviazhsky and Vronsky both played very well and earnestly. They followed the tennis ball with quick eyes as it was sent from one side to the other, not wasting their energies and not getting confused, skillfully running to meet it, waiting till it should bound, and with a good aim and perfect accuracy catching it on the racket and sending it over the net. Veslovsky played worse than the others. He got too much excited, but nevertheless by his gaiety he kept up the spirits of the other players. His jests and shouts never ceased. Like the other men, by the advice of the ladies he took off his coat and played, and his tall, well-shaped figure in his shirt-sleeves, and his ruddy, warm face, and his violent motions made a pleasant picture to remember. When Darya Alexandrovna that night lay down in her bed, as soon as she closed her eyes, she saw Vassenka Veslovsky dancing about on the croquet ground. But while they were playing, Darya Alexandrovna did not feel happy. She was displeased with the frivolity which Vassenka Veslovsky and Anna still kept up while they were playing. Nor did such a childish game played by grown men and women by themselves, without children, seem natural or sensible. But lest she should destroy the pleasure of the others, and so as to pass away the time, she rested a little while, and then took part in another game, and made believe that she was gay. All that day it seemed to her as if she were acting in a comedy with better actors than herself, and that her bad acting spoiled the whole piece. She had come intending to stay for 2 days if they urged her, but in the evening, during the game of tennis, she made up her mind to go home the next day. Those very same maternal cares which she had so hated as she thought them over during her journey, now, after 2 days' absence, presented themselves in another light, and began to attract her. When, after tea and after a moonlight row in the boat,
She went alone to her room, took off her gown, and began to put up her thin hair for the night. She felt a great sense of relief. It was even unpleasant to think that Anna would soon be in to see her. She would have preferred to be alone with her thoughts. End of chapter 22. Part 6, Chapter 23 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Dolly was just feeling ready to go to bed when Anna came in her night costume. All that day Anna had more than once been on the point of speaking intimately, but each time, after saying a few words, she had put it off, saying, "By and by, when we are alone, we will talk. I must tell you everything." Now they were alone, and Anna did not know what to talk about. She sat by the window looking at Dolly, and casting over in her mind that inexhaustible store of topics which she had wished to talk about, and yet she could not find one to begin with. It seemed to her as if she had already told all that was in her heart to tell. "Well, what about Kitty?" asked Anna, sighing deeply and looking guiltily at Dolly. "Tell me the truth, Dolly. Is she angry with me?" "Angry? No," answered Dolly, smiling. "Doesn't she despise me?" "Oh, no. But you know this is one of the things people don't forgive." "Yes, yes," said Anna, turning away and looking out of the open window. "But I was not to blame. And who is to blame? And what is there blameworthy about it? Could it have been otherwise? Now tell me, how do you think? Could you have helped being Steva's wife?" "Truly, I don't know. But you must tell me." "Yes, yes, but finish telling me about Kitty. Is she happy? They say her husband is an excellent man." "That's too little to say, that he's excellent. I don't know a better man." "Oh, how glad I am. I am very glad. Little to say that he is an excellent man," she repeated. Dolly smiled. "But now tell me about yourself," said Dolly. "I want a long talk with you. I've talked with—" She did not know what to call Vronsky. It was awkward to call him either Count or Alexey Kirillovitch. "With Alexey," said Anna. "Yes, I know that you talked with him. But I wanted to ask you frankly what you think of me, of my life." "How can I tell you at such short notice? I don't know what to say." "No, you must tell me. You see my life. But you must not forget that you see us in summer with people, and we are not alone. But we came in the early spring. We lived entirely alone, and we shall live alone again. I ask for nothing better than living alone with him. But when I imagine that I may live alone without him, absolutely alone, and this would be— I don't see why this may not be frequently repeated, that he may spend half of his time away from home," she said, and, getting up, she sat down close by Dolly. "Oh, of course," she said, quickly interrupting Dolly, who was about to speak. "Of course I cannot keep him by force. I don't keep him. To-day there's a race, his horse's race. He goes. I am very glad. But you think of me. Imagine my situation. What is to be said about it?" she smiled. "But what did he talk with you about?" "He spoke about a matter which I myself wanted to talk over with you, and it is easy for me to be an advocate of it. About this, whether it is not possible or essential to—" Darya Alexandrovna hesitated. "To improve. Make your position legal. You know how I look at— But anyhow, if possible, a marriage must take place." "You mean divorce," said Anna. "Do you know, the only woman who came to see me in Petersburg was Betsy Tverskaya. Perhaps you know her. Au fond c'est la femme la plus depravée qui existe. She had a liaison with this Tushkevitch, deceiving her husband in the most outrageous way. But she told me that she did not wish to know me, because my position was illegal. Don't think that I compare. I know you, dear heart, but I could not help remembering it." "Well, what did he say to you?" "He said that he suffered both for you and for himself. Maybe you will say that is egoism, But what an honorable and noble egoism! He wishes to make his daughter legitimate, and to be your husband, and with a husband's rights." "What wife, what slave, could be more of a slave than I, in my position?" she interrupted angrily. "The main reason that he wishes it is that you may not suffer." "This is impossible. Well?" "Well, to make your children legitimate, to give them a name." "What children?" said Anna, not looking at Dolly, but half closing her eyes. "Ani, and those that may come to you." "Oh, he can be easy. I shall not have any more." "How can you say that you won't have any more?" "Because I will not have any more." And in spite of her emotion, Anna smiled at the naive expression of astonishment, of curiosity, and horror depicted on Dolly's face. "After my illness, the doctor told me—" "It is impossible!" exclaimed Dolly, looking at Anna with wide opened eyes. For her this was one of those discoveries, the consequences and deductions of which are so monstrous that at the first instant it touches only the feeling, that it is impossible to grasp it, but that it rouses momentous trains of thought. This discovery, which explained for her how happened all these hitherto inexplicable families of one or at most two children, stirred up so many thoughts, considerations, and contradictory feelings that she could not say a word, but only gazed with wide opened eyes of amazement at Anna. It was the very thing of which she had dreamed, but now that she knew it was possible, she was horror struck. She felt that it was a quite too simple solution of a too complicated question. "N'est-ce pas immoral?" she asked, after a moment's silence. "Why? Remember that I must choose between two things, either being pregnant, that is to say, sick, or being the friend, the companion of my husband, for so I consider him. If that is a doubtful fact to you, it is not so to me," said Anna, in an intentionally superficial and frivolous tone. "Yes, yes, but," exclaimed Darya Alexandrovna, hearing the very same arguments which she had brought up to herself, and no longer finding in them their former weight. "For you, for other women," proceeded Anna, apparently divining her thoughts, "there may be some doubt about this, but for me, just think, I am not his wife. He will love me as long as he loves me, and how, by what means, am I to keep his love? It is by this," and she put out her white arms in front of her beautiful body. With extraordinary rapidity, as always happens in moments of emotion, all sorts of thoughts and ideas went rushing through Darya Alexandrovna's mind. "I have not tried," she reasoned, "to attract Stiva to myself. He deserted me for some one else, and the first woman for whom he sacrificed me did not retain him by being always pretty and gay. He threw her over and took another. And will Anna be able to fascinate and retain Count Vronsky? If that is what attracts him, then will he be able to find women who dress even better and are more fascinated and merry-hearted? And however white, however beautiful her bare arms, however beautiful her rounded form and her animated face framed in her black hair, he will be able to find still better, more attractive women, just as my abominable, wretched, and beloved husband has done." Dolly made no reply and only sighed. Anna remarked this sigh, which signified dissent, and she proceeded. She had in reserve still more arguments, still stronger and impossible to answer. "You say that this is immoral, but this requires to be reasoned out," she went on saying. "You forget my position. How can I deserve children? I don't say anything about the suffering, I am not afraid of that. But think what my children will be. Unfortunate beings, who will have to bear a name which is not theirs, by their very birth compelled to blush for their father and mother." "Well, this is the very reason why a divorce is necessary." But Anna did not hear her. She wanted to produce the same arguments by which she had so many times persuaded herself. "Why was the gift of reason bestowed on me, if I cannot employ it in preventing the birth of more unhappy beings?" She looked at Dolly, but without waiting for an answer she went on. "I should always feel my guilt toward these unhappy children. If they do not exist, they will not know misery. But if they exist and suffer, then I am to blame." These were the same arguments that Darya Alexandrovna had used to herself, but now she listened and did not understand them. She said to herself, "How can one be culpable with regard to non-existent existences?" And suddenly the thought came, "Could it have been possibly any better if my darling Grisha had never existed?" And it struck so unpleasantly, so strangely, that she shook her head to chase away the cloud of maddening thoughts that came into her mind. "No, I do not know. I believe it wrong," she said, with an expression of disgust. "But you must not forget that you and I, and moreover," added Anna, notwithstanding the wealth of her own arguments and the poverty of poor Dolly's, seeming somehow to recognize that this thing was immoral after all, "you must not forget the main thing, that I am not now in the same position as you are. For you the question is, do you wish to have more children? But for me, do I desire them? This is the principal difference. You must know that I cannot desire them in my position." Darya Alexandrovna was silent. She suddenly became aware that such an abyss separated her from Anna, that between them certain questions existed on which they could never agree, and which had best not be discussed. Chapter 23. Part 6, Chapter 24 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. "That shows all the more necessity for legalizing your position, if possible." "Yes, if possible," answered Anna, in an entirely different tone, calm and sweet. "Is a divorce entirely impossible? They tell me your husband has consented." "Dolly, I do not wish to talk about this." "Well, we will not," Darya Alexandrovna hastened to say, noticing the expression of suffering on Anna's face. "Only it seems to me that you look too much on the dark side." "I? Not at all. I am very happy and contented. You saw, je fais de passion with Veslovsky." "Yes, to tell the truth, Veslovsky's manner displeases me very much," said Darya Alexandrovna, willing enough to change the conversation. "Oh, but there's nothing. It tickles Alexey, and that's all there is of it. But he is a mere boy, and entirely in my hands. You understand? I do as I please with him, just as you do with your Grisha." "Dolly," she suddenly changed the subject, "you say that I look on the dark side. You can't understand. This is all too terrible. I try not to look at all." "You are wrong. You ought to do what is necessary." "But what is necessary? You say I must marry Alexey, and that I don't think about that. I not think about that!" she exclaimed, and the color flew over her face. She got up, straightened herself, and began walking up and down the room with her graceful gait, stopping now and then. "Not think about that! There is not a day or an hour when I do not think of it, and blame myself for thinking of it, because the thought of it will make me mad. Will make me mad," she repeated. "When I think of it, I cannot go to sleep without morphine. But very good. Let us speak calmly. You talk about divorce, but in the first place, he would not consent. He is now under the Countess Lydia's influence." Darya Alexandrovna, reclining in an easy chair with a sympathetic and sorrowful face, watched Anna as she walked up and down. She shook her head. "We must try," said she. "Suppose I should try? What does it mean?" she asked, evidently expressing a thought which she had gone over in her own mind 1,000 times and had learned by heart. "It means that I, who hate him, and who have nevertheless confessed my guilt to him, I believe in his magnanimity, that I humiliate myself to right him. Well, suppose I make the effort, suppose I do it. I shall receive either an insulting answer or his consent. Good, I get his consent." Anna at this time was in the farthest end of the room, and stopped there to arrange a window curtain. "I get his consent. But my son, you see he will not give him to me. No, he will grow up despising me, living with his father whom I have left. Just think, I love these two almost equally, both more than myself. These two, Seroza and Alexei." She advanced to the middle of the room and stood in front of Dolly, pressing her hands to her breast. In her white peignoir she seemed wonderfully tall and large. She bent her head, and, looking out of her moist, shining eyes on the little, homely, lean Dolly, sitting there in her darned nightgown and nightcap, all a-tremble with emotion, went on. "These two only I love, and the one excludes the other. I cannot bring them together, and yet this is the one thing I want. If this were not so, it would be all the same. All the same. It would end in some way. But I cannot, I will not, talk about this. So do not despise me. Do not judge me. You, in your purity, could never imagine what I suffer." She sat down beside Dolly and, with a guilty expression in her eyes, took her hand. "What do you think? What do you think of me? Do not despise me. I do not deserve that. I am miserably unhappy. If there is any one unhappy, it is I," said she, and, turning away, she began to weep. After Anna left her, Dolly said her prayers and went to bed. She pitied Anna with all her soul while she was talking with her, but now she could not bring herself to think of her. Memories of home and her children arose in her imagination with new and wonderful joy. So dear and precious seemed this little world to her that she decided that nothing would tempt her to stay longer away from them, and that she would leave the next day. Anna, meantime, returning to her dressing room, took a glass and poured into it several drops of a mixture containing chiefly morphine, and, having swallowed it, she sat a little while motionless, then went with a calm and joyous heart to her bedroom. When she went into her sleeping room, Vronsky looked scrutinizingly into her face. He was trying to discover some trace of the talk which he knew by the length of her stay in Dolly's room she must have had with her. But in her expression, which betrayed a certain repressed excitement, as if she were trying to conceal something, he found nothing except the beauty to which he was so accustomed, and which always intoxicated him, and the consciousness of it and the desire that it might still have its useful effect on him. He did not like to ask her what they had been talking about, but hoped that she would herself tell him. But she only said, "I am glad you like Dolly. You do, don't you?" "Yes, I've known her for a long time. She's a very good woman, mais excessivement terre à terre. But still, I am well pleased at her visit." He gave Anna another questioning look and took her hand, but she understood his look in another way, and smiled. The next morning, in spite of repeated urging from her hosts, Darya Alexandrovna prepared to go away. Levin's coachman, in his old kaftan and a sort of postilion's cap, put the unmatched horses into the old carriage with its shabby harness, and, looking stern and resolute, drove up the sanded driveway to the covered portico. Darya Alexandrovna took a cold farewell of the Princess Varvara and the gentleman. The day that they had passed together made them all see clearly that they had no interests in common, and that they were better apart. Anna only was sad. She knew that no one would waken again in her the feelings which Dolly had aroused in her soul. To have these feelings aroused was painful to her, but still she knew that they represented all the better side of her nature, and that soon all vestige of such feelings would be stifled by the life that she was leading. As soon as she got fairly away from the house, Darya Alexandrovna experienced a pleasant feeling of relief, and she was about to ask her men how they liked the Vronskys, when suddenly the coachman, Philip, himself spoke out. "They're rich enough, but they give only 3 measures of oats. The horses cleaned it all up before cock-crow. What are 3 measures? Only a bite. Nowadays oats cost only 45 kopecks. With us, we give our visitors' horses as much as they will eat." "A stingy baron," said the bookkeeper. "Well, but you liked their horses, didn't you?" asked Dolly. "The horses?
Yes, they were all right, and the food was good. But still, somehow I felt kind of homesick, Darya Alexandrovna. I don't know how it was with you," said he, turning to her his good, handsome face. "Yes, and so did I. But do you think we shall get home this evening?" "We must get home." On reaching home, and finding everyone perfectly happy and glad to see her, Darya Alexandrovna, with great liveliness, told the story of her trip, and how warmly she had been received, about the luxury and good taste of the Vronskys' establishment, and about their amusements, and she would not allow anyone to say a word against them. "You must know Anna and Vronsky, and I know him better than I did, to appreciate how kind and affectionate they are," she said, with perfect sincerity, forgetting the vague feeling of discomfort that she had felt when she was there. Chapter 25. Part 6, Chapter 25 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Vronsky and Anna passed the rest of the summer and part of the autumn in the country under the same conditions, and took no steps toward getting a divorce. It was agreed between them that they should not make any visits, but they both felt that the longer they lived alone, particularly in the autumn, and without guests, the more unendurable became their life, and that they must have some change. Nothing which constitutes happiness was apparently wanting to them. They were rich, young, well, they had one child, and they had pleasant occupations. Though they had no guests, Anna continued to take the greatest care of her person and her dress. She read much, both in the way of novels and of serious literature, and sent abroad for valuable books which she saw praised in the foreign magazines and journals. And she read them carefully, as one can do only when in the solitude of the country. Moreover, all subjects which interested Vronsky she studied up in books and scientific journals, so that often he went directly to her with questions relating to agronomics and to architecture, even with those on the breeding of horses and the best methods of hunting. He was amused at her knowledge and her memory, and when he felt any doubt about the beginning of an enterprise and wanted moral support, he would consult her, and she would find in books whatever he asked about, and then show it to him. The arrangement of the hospital also occupied her. She not only assisted in it, but, moreover, invented many original ideas and carried them out. But, after all, her chief preoccupation was herself. Herself, and how she might retain Vronsky's affections, how she might supply for him all that he needed. Vronsky appreciated this, and saw that the only aim of her life was to please him and to obey his wishes in every particular. But at the same time he was oppressed by the chains of tenderness which she tried to forge around him. As time went on, he found himself more and more embarrassed by these chains, and more desirous of, if not exactly escaping them, of at least keeping them from interfering with his independence. If it had not been for his ever-increasing desire for freedom, if it had not been for the fact that every time he had to go to the city, to the races, there was a scene with Anna, Vronsky would have been perfectly contented with his existence. The rôle of rich landed proprietor, which he had chosen for himself as constituting the true work of the Russian aristocracy, and which he had been engaged in now for half a year, gave him ever-increasing pleasure. His work, which absorbed him more and more, was prospering admirably. Notwithstanding his enormous expenses for the building of the hospital, for machinery and cattle imported from Switzerland, and many other things, he felt sure that he was not wasting, but increasing, his property. As far as it concerned the matter of income, the sale of wood, of wheat, of wool, the leasing of land, Vronsky was as firm as a rock, and succeeded in holding to his price. In matters concerning his whole management, both on this and on his other estates, he kept to the simplest and least risky processes, and was to the highest degree economical and prudent in all details. Notwithstanding all the cleverness and shrewdness of his German superintendent, who tried to involve him in purchases, and who so managed every calculation that a large outlay was needed at first, but where, by waiting a little time, the same thing could be done much cheaper and with greater profit, Vronsky used his own judgment.
He would listen to his superintendent, would ask him all sorts of questions, and consent to his proposed plans only when the thing to be imported or constructed was something perfectly new, unheard of as yet in Russia, and calculated to cause surprise. Moreover, he would decide to embark in large enterprises only when he had plenty of money on hand, and in entering on any such outlay he attended to all the details, and insisted that he should have the very best results. Thus it was evident that in carrying out his undertakings he was not dissipating, but was increasing, his estate. In the month of October, the government of Kashin, in which were situated the estates of Vronsky, Sviatsky, Koznouyshev, and a part of Levin's, was to hold its nobiliaria elections. These elections, for many reasons, and because of the persons who took part in them, attracted general attention. Much was said about them, and great preparations were made for them. People from Moscow, Petersburg, and even from abroad, who had never witnessed an election, came to look on. Vronsky had some time before promised Sviatsky to go with him. Just before the elections, Sviatsky, who had often visited Vozvizhenskoye, came after Vronsky. On the evening before this event, Vronsky and Anna almost had a quarrel about his proposed trip. It was getting autumnal in the country, a melancholy, gloomy time, and therefore Vronsky, already ready for a contest, announced with a cold, stern expression, such as he rarely allowed himself toward Anna, that he was going away on this expedition. But to his surprise, Anna received the news with entire calmness, and only asked him when he should be back. He looked at her scrutinizingly, not understanding her calmness. She smiled as he looked at her. He knew her power of retiring into herself, and he knew that it was manifested only when she was planning something about herself and did not wish him to know her plans. He was afraid of this now, but he was so desirous of avoiding a scene that he almost forced himself into believing that her manner was sincere. "I hope you will not be lonely." "I hope so too," said Anna. "I received a box of books from Gautier yesterday. No, I shall not be lonely." "She is adopting a new tone, and so much the better," thought he. "But it is all the same thing." And so, without entering into any frank explanation with her, he started off for the elections. This was the first time since the beginning of their liaison that he had left her without full and complete explanation. In one way this disquieted him. In another he felt that it was better so. At first there will be something as there is now, not altogether clear and above board, but after a while she will get used to it. At all events, he thought, I can give up to her everything except my independence as a man. End of chapter 25. Part 6, Chapter 26 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. In September, Levin returned to Moscow for Kitty's confinement. He had already been there a whole month without anything to do, when Sergey Ivanovitch, who had an estate in the government of Kashin, and who took great interest in the approaching elections, was getting ready to make the journey. He took with him his brother, who had a parcel of land in the Selesnevsky district, and who, moreover, had some very important business to transact in regard to a trusteeship and the receipt of certain money in Kashin in behalf of his sister, who lived abroad. Levin was even at the last moment in a state of uncertainty, but Kitty, seeing that he was bored in Moscow, not only urged him to go, but without his knowledge bought him a noble's uniform at the expense of 80 rubles. And these 80 rubles paid out for the uniform constituted the chief reason which induced Levin to go. He therefore went to Kashin. He had been at Kashin 6 days, present at every session of the electors, and employing himself in his sister's affairs, which did not progress at all satisfactorily. All the marshals of nobility were absorbed in the elections, and it was impossible to accomplish the very simple business which depended on his guardianship. The other matter, the receipt of some money, in the same way caused him great delay. After long parleyings concerning the removal of an interdict, the money was ready to be paid over, but the notary, a most obliging man, could not deliver the paper because the signature of the president was necessary, and the president, neglecting his duties, was at the sessions of the nobles. All these annoyances, this wandering from place to place, these talks with very pleasant good men, who thoroughly appreciated the disagreeable position of the petitioner, but could not help him, all this endeavour which brought no result, produced on Levin's mind a most painful impression, analogous to that tormenting impotence which one sometimes experiences in a nightmare when one wants to employ physical force and is unable to do so. He frequently experienced this when talking with the most obliging of men, the solicitor. This solicitor, it seemed, was doing everything in his power, and was exerting all his mental energies to get Levin out of his difficulties. "Try this way, or that way," he would say, "or go to this place, or to that place." And the solicitor would lay out a whole plan for avoiding the fatal obstacle that stood in the way. But immediately he would add, "Still there is delay. However, try it." And Levin would go flying off in this direction or that, and doing whatever he was told to do. All were good and kind, but it seemed as if the obstacles, even after he had passed them, kept growing up again and cutting off his path. Especially annoying was it to him that he could never know with whom he was really contending, for whose profit it was that he could never bring his business to a conclusion. And no one seemed to know this either. Not even the solicitor knew this. If Levin could have understood, as he understood why it was impossible to get at the office of a railway otherwise than by standing in line, it would not have been humiliating and vexatious. But, as regarded the obstacles that stood in his way, no one could tell him why they existed. But Levin had greatly changed since his marriage. He had learned patience, and if he could not comprehend why all this was arranged as it was, then he told himself, since he did not know all about it, he was not in a position to judge, and that apparently it was unavoidable. And he strove not to lose his temper. Now that he was present at the elections, he endeavoured not to be severe in his criticisms, nor to enter into controversies, but as far as he could to understand the matters which excellent and honourable men whom he thoroughly respected found so serious and so absorbing. Since his marriage, Levin had opened his eyes to so many new and serious sides of life which had hitherto seemed to him, in his superficial view of them, of no great importance, that now in the matter of the elections he looked for a serious significance, and found one. Sergey Ivanovitch explained to him the idea and significance of the change which was proposed to the electors. The governmental predvoditelь, or marshal of nobility, had charge of very many matters of public importance, as, for example, guardianships, such as the one which Levin himself was now trying to bring into a satisfactory shape, and large sums of money, and the direction of the gymnasia, or schools for women, and for the peasantry, and the military, and the training of the people for their new duties, and finally of the zemstvo, or popular assembly. Now the present marshal, Snetkov, was a man of the old aristocratic stamp, who had squandered an enormous property, was a very worthy and honourable man in his way, but wholly incapable of comprehending the new needs of the present time. He always on every occasion took the side of the nobles. He always cast the whole weight of his influence against the extension of popular education, and he gave the zemstvo, which was coming to have such an enormous significance, a partisan character. It was considered necessary to put in his place a new and active man, imbued with the most enlightened modern ideas, and to manage the business so as to extract from all the rights given to the noblesse, not as the noblesse, but simply as a constituent part of the zemstvo, such advantages of self-government as were possible. In the rich government of Kashin, which always took the lead in every advance, such forces were now concentrated that the business now before the assembled nobles would be likely to set an example for all the other departments, indeed for all Russia, and therefore the business had a great importance. It was proposed to elect as marshal, instead of Snetkov, either Sviatsky, or, still better, Nedyadovsky, a man of eminent understanding, formerly a professor, who was an intimate friend of Sergey Ivanovitch's. The Sombranie, or provincial assembly, was opened by a speech from the governor, who urged the nobility to elect the necessary functionaries, not from partisan reasons, but for merit and for the public weal, and he hoped that the nobility of the department of Kashin would do their duty, as they had always done, and thus deserve their monarch's confidence. Having finished his speech, the governor left the hall, and the noblemen, tumultuously and eagerly, and some of them even enthusiastically, followed him, and surrounded him while he was putting on his shuba, and talking in a friendly way with the government marshal. Levin, anxious to see everybody and miss nothing, was in the midst of the throng, and he heard the governor say, "Please tell Marya Ivanovna that my wife is very sorry, but she had to go to the asylum." Then all the nobles gaily took their shubas and went in a body to the cathedral. In the cathedral, Levin, together with the rest, raised his hand and repeated after the protopope the solemn oaths by which they swore to fulfill their duties. The church service always impressed Levin, and when he joined with this throng of men, old and young, in repeating the words, "I kiss the cross," he felt stirred. On the second and third day the assembly was occupied with the moneys meant for the education establishments for the nobility and for women, which Sergey Ivanovitch declared had no especial importance, and Levin, who had his own business to attend to, was not present. On the fourth day the verifying of the government accounts came up, and here, for the first time, the new party came into direct collision with the old. The commission, whose duty it was to verify these accounts, announced to the assembly that the money was all accounted for. The government marshal arose, and with tears in his eyes thanked the nobility for their confidence in him. The nobles loudly congratulated him, and shook hands with him. But at this time one noble belonging to Sergey Ivanovitch's party declared that he had heard that the commission, for fear of affronting the government marshal, had not properly performed the verification of the accounts. One of the members of the commission unguardedly admitted this. Then a very small and very young-looking, but very sarcastic, gentleman began to say that it would probably be agreeable for the government marshal to give an account of his expenditures, and that the excessive delicacy of the members of the commission had deprived him of that moral satisfaction. Thereupon the members of the commission withdrew their report, and Sergey Ivanovitch began logically to prove that it was necessary to acknowledge that the expenditures had been verified or that they had not been verified, and he went into a long exposition of the dilemma. A chatterer from the opposite party replied to Sergey Ivanovitch. Then Sviatsky spoke, and was followed by the sarcastic gentleman. The proceedings were tedious, and no end was reached. Levin was surprised that they discussed this so long, and all the more because, when he asked Sergey Ivanovitch whether Snetchkov was suspected of peculation, he replied, "Oh, he's an honest man, but we must shake this old-fashioned patriarchal way of managing business." On the fifth day occurred the election of the district marshals. The session was a stormy one for many of the districts. In the Uzet, or district of Zelenevskoye, Sviatsky was unanimously elected by acclamation, and he gave a grand dinner the same evening. End of chapter 26. Part 6, Chapter 27 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. The principal election, that of Marshal of the government, did not take place until the sixth day. The great halls and the little halls were crowded with nobles in their various uniforms. Many came for this day only. Acquaintances who had not met for years were there, some from the Crimea, some from Petersburg, some from abroad. The debates were carried on at the governor's table, under the emperor's portrait. The nobles both in the larger and the smaller hall were grouped in opposing camps, and, judging by the hostile and mistrustful looks exchanged, by the conversations which ceased at the approach of strangers, by the fact that some walked up and down in the distant corridor whispering together, it was evident that each side had secrets from the other. Even by a superficial glance it could be seen that the nobles were divided into two sharply contrasting types, the old and the new. The old school wore for the most part either old court uniforms, tightly buttoned up, with swords and ancient hats, or else their ordinary marine, cavalry, or infantry uniforms of very ancient date. The uniforms of the old nobles were made in the ancient style, with epaulets on the shoulders, and with short waists and tight armholes, as if their possessors had grown out of them. But the younger men wore court uniforms with broad shoulders, long waists, and white waistcoats unbuttoned, or else uniforms with black collars and embroidered laurel leaves, the distinguishing badge of the Ministry of Justice. Court uniforms were to be seen here and there also among the young men, adding to the brilliancy of the throng. But the division into old and young did not coincide with the party lines. Some of the younger men, to Levin's surprise, belonged to the old party, and on the contrary, some of the oldest nobles were on confidential terms with Sviazhsky and were evidently warm partisans of the new school. In the smaller hall, where men were smoking and lunching, Levin was standing near a group of his friends and listening to what was said, and vainly exerting all his intellectual powers to comprehend what was said. Sergey Ivanovitch was the center around whom many men had gathered. He was now listening to Sviazhsky and Khlyustoff, the marshal of another district, who belonged to their party. Khlyustoff would not agree to go with his district, and begged Snetkov to stand as candidate. But Sviazhsky advised him to do this, and Sergey Ivanovitch approved of this plan. Levin could not understand why a party opposed to this marshal and wanting to defeat him should nevertheless put him up as a candidate. Stepan Arkadyevitch, who had just been lunching and drinking, joined them in his chamberlain's uniform, wiping his mouth with a perfumed and embroidered cambric handkerchief. "We hold the situation," said he, arranging both his side whiskers. "Sergey Ivanovitch," and after he heard Sviazhsky's plan, he agreed with him. "One district is enough, but let Sviazhsky pretend to be in opposition," and all except Levin understood the meaning of his words. "Well, how is Kostya?" he said, turning to Levin and taking him by the arm. "So you came, it seems, in style." Levin would not have been sorry to be in style, but he could not comprehend what was taking place, and, going a few steps from the rest, he expressed to him his astonishment at seeing the hostile districts asking the old marshal to stand as candidate. "Oh, sancta simplicatus," replied Vronsky, and in a few clear words he explained to Levin what the state of the case was. If, as at the last elections, all the districts should unite on the government marshal, he would be elected. This is not what is wanted. Now 8 of the districts have agreed to ask him to stand, but if 2 should refuse to accept him for their candidate, then Snetkov might decline to stand, and then the old party might take for their candidate someone else in their party, so that the whole scheme would be defeated. But if Sviazhsky's district is the only one refusing to adopt him as their candidate, Snetkov will accept the nomination. So he is selected and proposed as a candidate, so as to throw dust in the eyes of the opposite party, and when we set up our candidate, they will go over to him." Levin began to get some idea of the plan, but it was not entirely clear to him, and he was about to ask a few more questions, when suddenly there was heard from the next room a great shouting and uproar and confusion. "What is it? What? Who? Confidence in whom? What? It is disproved. Lack of confidence. They won't admit Flerov. Prosecution. They refuse to admit a man? Shame! The law!" Such were the words that Levin heard shouted from all sides, and he, together with all the rest, hurrying from all directions and shouting at the top of their voices, rushed into the great hall, and, pressing along with all the nobles, he made his way up to the governor's table, about which the government marshal, Sviazhsky, and other leaders were hotly discussing. Chapter 27. Part 6, Chapter 28 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Levin stood at quite a distance. A noble breathing stertorously near him, and another with thick, squeaking soles, prevented him from hearing distinctly. All he could distinguish was the marshal's gentle voice, then the sharp voice of the sarcastic gentleman, and then the voice of Sviazhsky. He could only distinguish that they were disputing about the meaning of a clause of the law and the meaning of the words "Nachodivshayose pod staisvium." The crowd parted to let Sergey Ivanovitch get to the table. Sergey Ivanovitch, after waiting till the sarcastic gentleman was done speaking, said that it seemed to him it would be a better way to consult the law itself, and he asked the secretary to find for him the text of the law. The law said that in case of divergence of opinion a vote must be taken. Sergey Ivanovitch read the clause, and was just beginning to explain its meaning when he was interrupted by a tall, stout, round-shouldered proprietor, with dyed whiskers, and wearing a tight uniform with a high collar which seemed to prop up the back of his head. This man came up to the table and, striking it with his fist, shouted at the top of his voice, "Put it to the ballot! Vote on it! No discussing! The ballot!" Then suddenly a number of voices broke out at once, and the tall noble, still pounding with his fist, grew angrier and angrier, and shouted louder and louder. But it was impossible to make out what he was talking about. He said the same thing as Sergey Ivanovitch had proposed, but evidently he hated Kozneushchev and his whole party, and this feeling of hatred communicated itself to the whole party, and called forth the opposition of similar, though more decorous, hatred from the other side. Voices were raised, and for a moment everything was in confusion, so that the government marshal was obliged to call for order. "Put it to a vote! Put it to vote! Put it to vote! The man knows what he is talking about. There'll be bloodshed. The emperor's confidence. Don't count the marshal. He's not our prikazchik. That's not the point. Please put it to vote. It's odious," were the exclamations heard on every side in angry, violent tones. Eyes and faces became still angrier and more violent, with words of irreconcilable hatred. Levin did not understand at all what the trouble was, and was amazed at the passion with which they discussed the question whether they should vote or not vote on the opinion concerning Flerov. He forgot, as Sergey Ivanovitch afterward explained to him, the syllogism that for the common weal it was necessary to elect a new government marshal. To defeat the present marshal a majority of the votes was needed. To get a majority of the votes it was necessary to give Flerov the right of voting. To pronounce Flerov qualified it was necessary to have it decided how the clause of the law was to be understood. "One vote may decide the whole matter, and we must be serious and logical if we wish to act for the public good," said Sergey Ivanovitch in conclusion. But Levin forgot this, and it was trying for him to see these excellent men, for whom he had such respect, in such a disagreeable and angry frame of mind. In order to avoid this feeling, he, without waiting for the end of the election, went into the smaller hall, where there was no one except the servants connected with the buffet. Seeing the servants busily engaged in polishing the service and putting away the plates and glasses, seeing their contented, lively faces, Levin felt an unexpected feeling of relief, just as if he had come out from an ill-smelling room into pure air. He began to walk back and forth, watching the servants. It pleased him greatly to watch one of the servants, an old man with gray side-whiskers, expressing his scorn for the younger ones who stood in awe of him, teaching them the best way of folding napkins. Levin was just about to engage the old servant in conversation, when the secretary of the assembly, a little old man, who made a speciality of knowing all the nobles of the province by their full names, came to call him. "Excuse me, Konstantin Dmitrich," he said. "Your brother is asking for you. The opinion is to be voted on." Levin went into the hall, took a little white ball, and, following close behind Sergey Ivanovitch, he went to the table where Sviazhsky was standing with an important and ironical air, running his beard through his hand and occasionally putting it to his nose. Sergey Ivanovitch put his ball into the ballot box and made room for Levin. But Levin, having entirely forgotten what the voting was for, was disconcerted, and asked his brother, "Where shall I put it?" He spoke in a low tone, and there was talking near him. He hoped that his question would not be overheard, but the speakers stopped and his unfortunate question was heard. Sergey Ivanovitch frowned and replied sternly, "That is a matter entirely of conviction." A number of the bystanders smiled. Much embarrassed, Levin quickly cast his vote. and as he happened to hold it in his right hand, he threw it into the right-hand receptacle. Only after he had deposited it did he remember that he ought to have put it in his left hand, and he did so, but it was already too late, and growing still more confused, he hastily made his way to the very rear rank. 126 in the affirmative, 98 in the negative, announced the secretary, who could not pronounce the letter R. Then a laugh went round. A button and 2 nuts were found in the ballot box. The questionable noble was admitted, and the new party was victorious. But the old party did not even yet acknowledge itself defeated. Levin heard them request Snetkov to stand as their candidate, and he saw a throng of nobles surrounding the government marshal, who was making an address. Levin went nearer. In reply to the nobles, Snetkov was speaking of the confidence which the nobility had reposed in him, of their love for him which he did not deserve, because all his service had consisted in his devotion to the nobility whom he had served for 20 years. Several times he repeated the words, "I have served to the best of my ability. I appreciate your confidence, and I thank you for it." And then, suddenly pausing because of the tears which choked him, he hurried from the room. His tears arose either from the injustice that had been done him, or from his love for the nobles, or, possibly, from the unpleasant position in which he was placed, finding himself surrounded by enemies. But his grief was contagious. The majority of the nobles were touched, and Levin felt sorry for him. At the door the government marshal stumbled against Levin. "Excuse me, I beg your pardon," he said, as to a stranger, then, recognizing him, he smiled a melancholy smile. It seemed to Levin that he wanted to say something, but was prevented by his emotion. The expression of his face and his whole figure in his uniform, with his crosses and white pantaloons ornamented with galloon, as he hastened out, reminded Levin of some hunted animal which sees that it has little chance to escape. This expression in the government marshal's face went to Levin's heart. For only the day before he had been to see him about the guardianship affair, and had seen in the whole establishment the dignity of a good-hearted domestic gentleman. The large house, with ancestral furniture, unstylish, dirty, but dignified. Old servants who had evidently been former serfs and had not changed their master. The wife, a tall, benevolent lady in her lace cap and Turkish shawl, caressing her lovely granddaughter. The youngest son, a boy in the 6th class of the gymnasium, who had come in to wish his father good morning and kiss his big hand. The imposing but affectionate greetings and gestures of the master of the house. All this had awakened in Levin involuntary respect and sympathy even then, and now he felt touched and sorry for the old man, and wanted to say something pleasant to him. "Perhaps you will be our marshal again." "I doubt it," said Snetkov with a scared look. "I am tired, getting old. There are younger and better men than I. Must let them take my place." And he disappeared by a side door. Now the most solemn moment had arrived. It was necessary to proceed immediately to the election itself. The leaders of both parties were counting on their fingers the white and black balls. The controversy regarding Flerov gave the new party not only one more vote, but also gained time, so that they could send for 3 nobles, whom the trickery of the old party was going to deprive of the possibility of taking part in the election. 2 nobles who had a weakness for wine had been made drunk by Snetkov's henchmen, and a third had been seduced by the promise of a uniform. Having learned about this, the new party made haste during the contest concerning Flerov to send an izvozchik for the noble and to provide him with a uniform, and to bring one of the 2 drunken nobles to the hall. "I brought one of them. I had to douse him with water," said the proprietor, who had gone in search of him, addressing Sviazhsky. "He'll do." "He's not very drunk, is he? Can't he stand?" asked Sviazhsky, shaking his head. "Yes, he's a young man. Only don't let them get him to drinking here. I told the caterer not to give him any wine under any consideration." Chapter 28. Part 6, Chapter 29 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. The narrow hall where men smoked and had luncheon was crowded with nobles, The excitement kept increasing, and all faces showed signs of anxiety. Especially agitated were the leaders, who knew all the details and had followed the voting very closely. These men had charge of the approaching engagement. The others, like the soldiers in the ranks before the battle, although ready for the conflict, in the meantime sought diversion. Some ate luncheon, standing or sitting at the buffet. Others walked up and down the long room smoking cigarettes and talking with friends whom they had not seen for long. Levin did not feel hungry, he did not smoke, and he did not care to join his friends, that is, Sergey Ivanovitch, Stepan Arkadyevitch, Sviatsky, and the others, for the reason that Vronsky in his equerry's uniform stood in lively conversation with them. The evening before he had seen Vronsky at the election and had carefully avoided him, not wishing to come into contact with him. He went to a window and sat down, watching the groups and listening to what was said around him. He felt depressed, especially because all the others, as he could see, were animated, active, and occupied, and he alone was inert and indifferent. The only other exception was an old man in a naval uniform, who had no teeth and who spoke in a mumbling voice. "What a rogue! I told him it was not so. He can't make it up in 3 years," a round-shouldered, short proprietor was saying energetically. This man, whose long unpomaded hair was spread out over the embroidered collar of his uniform coat, walked along, noisily putting down the heels of his new boots, which evidently had been made for the elections. But as he caught sight of Levin he cast a hostile glance at him and turned about abruptly. "Yes, it is a nasty thing to say so," repeated the little proprietor in a piping voice. Immediately behind these two came a whole throng of proprietors, crowding around a tall general, and quickly approaching where Levin was. They were evidently trying to find some place where they would not be overheard. "How does he dare say that I ordered his trousers to be stolen? He drank them up, I reckon. I don't care a straw if he is a prince. Don't let him dare to say such a thing. It's swinish." "Hold on, excuse me. They insist on the letter of the law," they were saying in another group. "His wife must be inscribed among the nobility." "The devil take the letter of the law! I insist on its spirit. According to that they are genuine nobles, believe me." "Your Excellency, let us come. Fine champagne." Another group immediately pressed behind a noble who was shouting something at the top of his voice. This was one of the 3 drunken nobles. "I always advised Marya Semyonovna to let it on lease because she gets no profit out of it," a proprietor was saying in a pleasant voice. The man had gray whiskers and wore the uniform of a colonel in the old general's staff. It was the same proprietor whom he had once met at Sviatsky's house. Levin immediately recognized him. The proprietor also glanced at Levin, and they greeted each other. "This is very pleasant. How are you? I remember you very well. We met last year at Nikolai Ivanovitch's, at the marshal's." "Well, how goes your farming?" asked Levin. "Everything is going to rack and ruin," said the proprietor, halting near Levin and looking at him with a submissive smile, but with an expression of calmness and confidence that this was the natural order of things. "But how does it happen that you are in our part of the world?" he asked. "Did you come to take part in our coup d'état?" he went on, pronouncing the French words with confidence, but with a bad accent. "All Russia is assembled here. The chamberlains, if not ministers." He pointed to Stepan Arkadyevitch's imposing figure, as in white trousers and chamberlain's uniform he strode along next to the general. "I must confess to you," said Levin, "I don't understand the significance of these noblemen's elections." The old gentleman looked at him. "Well, what is there to understand? What significance can they have? It's a decaying institution which prolongs itself by the force of inertia. Look at all these uniforms. They tell you this is an assemblage of justices of the peace, perpetual councillors, and so on, but no noblemen." "Why, then, do you come?" "From habit, to keep up relations, from a sort of moral obligation. And then, if I must tell the truth, I come on a question of personal interest. My son-in-law wants to be elected as a perpetual councillor. He's not rich. I must try to help him. But why do such people as that come?" And he pointed out the orator whose sharp voice had struck Levin during the debates at the governor's table. "It is a new generation of nobles." "Certainly new, but not nobles. They are landholders, but we are the proprietors. But they are trying to get the power as if they were nobles." "Yes, but you say it is a decaying institution?" "Decaying, or not decaying, it must be treated more respectfully. Even though Snetkov, we may not be worth much, but nevertheless we have lasted 1,000 years. Suppose you lay out a new garden before your house, and there happens to be a century-old tree which has grown up on your land. Though the tree is old and gnarled, you don't have it cut down, but you lay out your walks and your flower beds in such a way as to preserve intact the old oak. You can't grow such a tree in 1 year," he said, cautiously, and immediately changed the conversation. "Well, how do matters go with you?" "Not very brilliantly. 5%. "Yes, but you don't reckon your own time and labor. Now, I will tell you about myself. Up to the time when I began to take care of my own estate, and when I was still in the service, I used to receive 3,000 a year. Now I work harder than when I was in the service, and I also get about 5%, and I am lucky if I get that. And all my time and trouble are thrown in." "But why do you do it if the results are so unprofitable?" "Yes, why do I? What shall I say? Habit. And because I know it has to get done. I will tell you something besides," continued the proprietor, leaning his elbow on the window seat and falling into a tone of monologue. "My son has no taste for farming. He is evidently going to be a scholar, so there'll be no one to carry on after me. And yet one goes ahead. Here I have just planted a garden." "Yes, yes," said Levin, "you are quite right. I am always conscious that there's no real economy in my farming, but still I go on with it. But one feels that one owes a certain duty to the land." "Now I will tell you another thing," continued the proprietor. "A neighbor, a merchant, came to see me. We went over the farm and then the garden. 'Well, Stepan Vasilyevitch, this place is in order,' said he, 'but your garden has too much shade.' But he found it in order, mind you. 'My advice would be to cut down those lindens, just for the bark. Here are 1,000 lindens. Each one will make 2 excellent basts, and basts sell well. If I were you, I should cut some of that linden trash down and sell it.'" "Yes, and with the money he would buy cattle, or perhaps a bit of ground cheap, and he would lease it to the peasants," said Levin, with a smile, for evidently he had more than once come into contact with similar cases. "And so he makes a fortune. But you and I thank God if we keep our land, and are able to leave it to our children." "You are married, I have heard?" "Yes," replied Levin with proud satisfaction. "It is wonderful. We live without making any profit, obliged, like ancient Vestals, to watch some holy fire." The old gentleman smiled under his white mustache. "Some people, like our friends Sviatsky and Count Vronsky, pretend to make something by agriculture. But so far they have only succeeded in eating into their capital." "Why shouldn't we imitate the merchants, and cut down the trees in our parks, and make money?" asked Levin, reverting to the idea which had struck him. "Just this, because we guard the sacred fire, as you say. Besides, that is not the business of the nobles. And our work as nobles does not lie here, at these elections, but at home, each in his own place. It is not a caste instinct that tells us what is necessary or not necessary. The muzhiks have theirs. A good muzhik will persist in hiring as much land as he can, no matter how bad it is, he will work it just the same, even without profit." "We are all alike," said Levin. "I am very glad to have met you," he added, seeing Sviatsky approaching. "Here we have met for the first time since we were together at your house," said the proprietor to Sviatsky. "Yes, and we have been having a talk." "And doubtless have been slandering the new order of things?" said Sviatsky, smiling. "Something of the sort." "One must free one's mind." CHAPTER 29. Part 6, Chapter 30 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Sviatsky took Levin's arm, and together they approached their friends. It was now impossible to avoid Vronsky. He was standing with Stepan Arkadyevitch and Sergey Ivanovitch, and was looking straight at Levin as he came along. "I am delighted," said he, offering his hand to Levin. "I think we met at the Princess Shtcherbatsky's." "Yes, I remember our meeting perfectly," answered Levin, growing purple, and he immediately turned away and entered into conversation with his brother. Vronsky, smiling slightly, began conversing with Sviazhsky, apparently having no desire to continue his talk with Levin. But Levin, while he was speaking with his brother, kept looking at Vronsky, trying to think of something that he might say to him so as to atone for his rudeness. "On whom does the business depend now?" he asked, turning to Sviazhsky and Vronsky. "On Snetkov. He must either decline or consent," replied Sviazhsky. "What will he do? Consent or not?" "That is where the trouble lies. Neither one thing nor the other," said Vronsky. "But who will be nominated if he declines?" asked Levin, looking at Vronsky. "Any one may," answered Sviazhsky. "You, perhaps?" suggested Levin. "Certainly not," replied Sviazhsky, scowling, and directing an agitated look at the sarcastic gentleman who was standing near Sergey Ivanovitch. "Who then?" "Nedyedovsky," continued Levin, feeling that he was treading on dangerous ground. But this was still worse. Nevyedovsky and Sviazhsky were two of the candidates. "Not I in any case," replied the sarcastic gentleman. It was Nevyedovsky himself. Sviazhsky introduced him to Levin. "This takes hold of you, doesn't it?" asked Stepan Arkadyevitch, winking at Vronsky. "It's just like a race. One might put up stakes." "Yes, indeed, it takes hold," said Vronsky. "And having once begun with it, one must carry it through. It's a battle," said he, contracting his brows and compressing his powerful jaws. "What a worker Sviazhsky is! He sees everything so clearly and plans in advance." "Oh, yes," said Vronsky, heedlessly. A silence followed during which Vronsky, since it was necessary to look at something, looked at Levin, at his legs, at his uniform, and then at his face, and noticing his downcast expression said, for the sake of saying something, "How is it that you who live in the country are not a justice of the peace? Your uniform is not that of a justice, I see." "Because I think that justices of the peace are an absurd institution," answered Levin gloomily, but all the time hoping for an opportunity to atone for his former rudeness. "I do not think so. On the contrary," said Vronsky, surprised. "It's all child's play," interrupted Levin. "Justices of the peace are unnecessary for us. In 8 years I never have had any business with one, and the one case I had was decided exactly contrary to the evidence. There's a justice of the peace 40 versts from me. I had a small matter amounting to 2 rubles. I had to send for a lawyer, and that cost 15." And Levin went on to tell how a moujik had stolen some flour from a miller, and when the miller charged him for it, the moujik made a calumnious complaint. All this was not to the point, and awkwardly put, and Levin himself, while speaking, felt it. "Oh, this is such an original!" said Stepan Arkadyevitch with his oily smile. "Come on, it seems they are balloting." And they separated. "I don't understand," said Sergey Ivanovitch, who had noticed his brother's awkward sally. "I don't understand how it is possible to be so absolutely devoid of political tact. It is just what we Russians lack. The government marshal is our opponent, and you are ami cochon, and on intimate terms with him. But why on earth make an enemy of Count Vronsky? Not that I make a friend of him, for I've just refused his invitation to dinner, but he is ours. Then you asked Nevyedovsky if he was going to be a candidate. It isn't the right way to act." "Oh, I don't understand anything about it. It all seems to me unimportant," said Levin gloomily. "You say that it is unimportant, but when you mix up in it, you spoil it." Levin was silent, and they entered the large hall. The old marshal had decided to be a candidate, although he felt that there was something up, some trick of preparation, and though he knew that not all the districts had nominated him, he still decided to stand. Silence reigned in the hall. The secretary in a loud voice explained that votes would now be cast for Mikhail Stepanovitch Snetkov, captain of the guard, as government marshal. The district marshals went from their desks to the government table with plates in which were the ballots, and the election began. "Deposit it at the right," whispered Stepan Arkadyevitch to Levin, as he and his brother approached the table behind the district manager. But Levin now forgot the count which they had explained to him, and was afraid that Stepan Arkadyevitch had made a mistake in saying "at the right." Now Snetkov was the opposition candidate. Going up to the box, Levin held the ballot in his right hand, but thinking that he was wrong, he transferred the ballot to his left hand just in front of the box itself, and consequently deposited it in the wrong place. The tally keeper who stood by the box, knowing by the mere motion of the elbow how each one voted, involuntarily frowned. There was no reason for him to practice his cleverness. Deep silence reigned, and the click of the ballots was heard. Then a single voice was heard announcing the affirmative and negative votes. The marshal was chosen by a decided majority. A great tumult arose, all rushed toward the door. Snetkov came in, and the nobles surrounded him, offering him their congratulations. "Well, is it over?" asked Levin of Sergey Ivanovitch. "On the contrary, it is just begun," replied Sviazhsky, taking the words out of his brother's mouth and smiling. "The opposition candidate may have more votes." Levin had forgotten all about this, and only now realized that this was only finessing. But it was a bore to him to recall what the plan had been. He felt a sort of humiliation and a desire to escape from the throng. As no one paid any heed to him, and he thought he was of no use to anyone, he slipped out into the smaller hall, where, as before, he found consolation in watching the servants. The old servant asked him if he would have something to eat, and Levin consented. After he had eaten a cutlet with beans, and had talked with the servant about their former masters, Levin, not caring to go back to the crowd which was so unpleasant to him, walked about the galleries. The galleries were full of well-dressed ladies, who were leaning over the balustrades, endeavoring not to lose a word of what was said in the hall below, and around them was standing and sitting a throng of elegantly dressed lawyers, professors of the gymnasium with spectacles on, and officers. Everywhere they were talking about the elections and the proposed change in the marshal, and saying how interesting the voting was. As Levin stood near one group, he heard a lady saying to a lawyer, "How glad I am that I heard Kozneushchev. It pays to go hungry for it. It was charming. How distinctly I could hear all he said. There is not one who equals him in the court, only Maidel, and even he is not nearly so eloquent." Finding a comfortable place near the railing, Levin leaned over and tried to look and to listen. All the nobles were sitting behind screens in the parts of the hall devoted to their various districts. In the center of the hall stood a gentleman in uniform, and in a light but clear voice he was saying, "You will now cast your votes for Staff Captain Yevgeny Ivanovitch Apkhutkin as candidate for the position of Marshal of the Nobility of the Government." A deathlike silence ensued, and again a weak, senile voice was heard. "He declined." Again the same thing began again. "He declined." So it went on for about an hour. Levin, leaning on the balustrade, looked and listened. At first he was filled with amazement, and anxious to know what it all meant. Then, becoming persuaded that it was beyond his power to comprehend it, it began to bore him. Then, as he thought of the excitement and the angry passions expressed in all the faces, he felt melancholy. He made up his mind to depart, and he started downstairs. As he was passing through the entry of the gallery, he encountered a sad-looking gymnasium scholar walking back and forth with streaming eyes. On the staircase he met a couple, a lady swiftly hurrying along on her heels, and the gentle colleague of his procureur. "I told you not to be late," the procureur was saying, just as Levin stood to one side to give the lady room to pass. Levin was on the lowest stair, and was just getting the coat check out of his waistcoat pocket, when the secretary found him. "Excuse me, Konstantin Dmitrievitch, they are balloting." And the candidate who was now receiving votes was this very Nevyedovsky, whose refusal had seemed to him so explicit. Levin started to go into the hall. The door was locked. The secretary knocked. The door opened, and as he entered he met two very red-faced proprietors. "I cannot endure it," said one of the red-faced proprietors. Immediately behind the proprietor appeared the old government marshal. His face was terrible in its expression of fright and weakness. "I told you not to let anyone go out," he shouted to the guard. "I let someone in, your excellency." "Oh, Lord!" and, sighing painfully, the old marshal, slinking along in his white pantaloons, with bowed head, went through the hall to the great table. The vote was counted, and Nevyedovsky, as had been planned, was government marshal. Many were happy, many were satisfied, gay, many were enthusiastic, many were dissatisfied and unhappy. The old government marshal was in despair, and could not disguise it. When Nevyedovsky went out into the hall, the throng surrounded him and expressed their enthusiasm toward him as they had done toward the governor when he opened the election, and as they had done toward Snetkov when he was elected. End of chapter 30. Part 6, Chapter 31 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. On this day the newly elected marshal of the government and many of the new party which triumphed with him dined with Vronsky. The count came to the elections because it was tiresome in the country, and it was necessary for him to assert his independence before Anna, and also because he wished to render a service to Sviatsky in return for similar favors shown him at the Zemstvo elections, and last and principally because he intended strictly to fulfill the duties which he imposed upon himself as a noble and a landowner. But he had never anticipated the intense interest which he would take in the elections or the success with which he would play his part. He was a perfectly new man among the nobles. He was evidently successful, and he was not mistaken in supposing that he already inspired confidence. This sudden influence was due to his wealth and distinction, and to the fine house which he occupied in town, a house which an old friend of his, Shirkov, a financier and the director of a flourishing bank at Kashin, had given up to him, and partly to an excellent cook whom he brought with him, and to his friendship with the governor, who was his ally and a protecting ally, but above all to his simple and impartial treatment of everyone, so that the majority of the nobles quickly changed their minds in regard to the reputation he had acquired of being proud. He himself felt that, with the exception of this silly gentleman who had married Kitty Shtcherbatsky, and who à propos de bottes had been disposed foolishly to quarrel with him and to say all manner of foolish things, everybody whom he met was disposed to side with him. He clearly saw, and others recognized the fact, that he had very largely contributed to Nevyedovsky's success, and now, as he sat at the head of his own table celebrating Nevyedovsky's election, he experienced a pleasant feeling of triumphant pride in his choice. He was so much interested in the election that he determined that, if he should be married at the end of the next 3 years, he would run as a candidate, just as once when, after having won a prize by means of his jockey, he had decided to run a race himself. Now he was celebrating the triumph of his jockey. Vronsky sat at the head of the table, but he placed the young governor at his right. Vronsky saw that all looked upon him as the khozyain of the government, who had triumphantly opened the elections, who had gained by his speech great consideration and even worship. But for Vronsky he was nothing more than Katka Maslov, such was his nickname at the Corps of Pages, who used to be confused in his presence, and whom he tried to put at his ease. At his left he placed Nevyedovsky, a young man with a sarcastic and impenetrable face. Toward him Vronsky showed respectful consideration. Sviatsky accepted his own failure gaily. Indeed, as he said, lifting his glass to Nevyedovsky, he could not call it a failure. It would be impossible to find a better representative of the new tendencies which the nobility was to follow. And therefore, as he said, everything that was honorable stood on the side of the success just won, and triumphed with it. Stepan Arkadyevitch also was gay, because he was having such a good time and because everyone else was so happy. During the admirable dinner they reviewed the various episodes of the elections. Sviatsky gave a comical travesty of the former marshal's tearful discourse, and turning to Nevyedovsky, he advised His Excellency to choose a more complicated manner of verifying his accounts than by tears. Another noble, with a turn for humor, related how lackeys in short clothes had been ordered for the former marshal's ball, and how now these lackeys would have to be discharged unless the new marshal of the government should give balls with lackeys in short clothes. During all the time of the dinner, whenever they addressed Nevyedovsky, they called him Your Excellency, and all spoke of him as our government marshal. This was spoken with the same sort of satisfaction as people feel when they address a newly married woman as Madame, and add her husband's name. Nevyedovsky pretended that he was not only indifferent, but even scorned this new title, But it was evident that he was happy, and was exercising self-control not to betray his enthusiasm, since to do so would not be becoming to the new liberal environment in which they all found themselves. After dinner a number of telegrams were sent off to people who were interested in the result of the elections, and Stepan Arkadyevitch, who felt very gay, sent Darya Alexandrovna a dispatch thus worded: "Nevyedovsky elected by 20 majority. I am well. Regards to all." He dictated it aloud, and added, "I want to make them feel happy." But when Darya Alexandrovna received the dispatch, she only sighed for the ruble which it cost, and she knew well that it was sent during a dinner. She knew that Stiva had a weakness at the end of dinners, faire jouer le télégraphe. The dinner was excellent, and the wines came from no Russian dealer, but were directly imported from abroad, and everything was noble, simple, and joyous. The guests, 20 in number, were selected by Sviazhsky from among the new liberal workers, and they were united in sentiments, keen-witted, and thoroughly well-bred. They drank many toasts, accompanied by witty speeches, in honor of the new marshal, and of the governor, and of the director of the bank, and of our beloved host. Vronsky was contented. He had never expected to find in the provinces such distinguished society. Toward the end of the dinner the gaiety redoubled, and the governor asked Vronsky to attend a concert arranged for the benefit of "our brothers" by his wife, who wanted to make his acquaintance. "There will be a ball afterwards, and you shall see our beauty. In fact, she is remarkable." "Not in my line," answered Vronsky in English. He liked the phrase, but he smiled and promised to go. Just before they left the table, and while they were lighting their cigars, Vronsky's valet approached him, bringing a note on a tray. "From Vozdvizhenskoye, by a special messenger," said the man, with a significant expression. "It is remarkable how much he looks like the colleague of the procureur, Sventitsky," said one of the guests in French, referring to the valet, while Vronsky, with a frown on his brow, was reading the note. The note was from Anna, and Vronsky knew before he read it through what was in it. He had promised, as the elections were to last 5 days, to return on Friday, but it was now Saturday, and he knew that the letter would be full of reproaches because he had not fulfilled his promise. The one he had sent off the afternoon before had evidently not been received. The tenor of the note was what he expected, but its form was a great surprise, and extremely unpleasant to him. "Annie is very sick, and the doctor says it may be pneumonia. I shall go wild, here all alone. The Princess Varvara is only a hindrance instead of a help. I expected you day before yesterday, and now I send a messenger to know where you are and what you are doing. I wanted to come myself, but hesitated, knowing that it would be disagreeable to you. Send some answer, that I may know what to do." The child was ill, and she had wished to come herself. A sick daughter, and this hostile tone. Vronsky was impressed by the antithesis between the jolly, careless company and the moody, exacting love to which he was obliged to return. But he was obliged to go, and he left by the first train that would take him home that night. Chapter 31. Part 6, Chapter 32 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Before Vronsky's departure for the election, Anna, coming to the conclusion that the scenes which had always taken place every time he left her for a journey might serve to cool his love rather than attach him more firmly to her, resolved to control herself to the best of her ability, so as to endure calmly the separation from him. But the cold, stern look which he had given her when he came to tell her about his journey had wounded her, and he was hardly out of her sight before her resolution was shaken. In her solitude, as she began to think over his cold look, which seemed to hint at a desire for liberty, she came back, as she always did, to one thing, to the consciousness of her humiliation. He has the right to go when and where he pleases, not only to go, but to abandon me. He has all the rights, and I have none. But as he knows this, he ought not to have done this. And yet what has he done? He looked at me with a hard, stern look. Of course, that is vague, intangible. Still, he did not formerly look at me so, and it signifies much, she thought. That look proves that he is growing cold toward me." And, although she was persuaded that he had begun to grow cold toward her, still there was nothing she could do. There was no change she could bring about in her relations toward him. Just as before, she could retain his affections only by her love, by her fascination. And, just as before, the only way she could keep herself from thinking what would happen if he should abandon her, she busied herself incessantly all day. At night she took morphine. To be sure, there was one means left, not to keep him with her. For this she wished nothing else but his love, but to bind him to her, to be in such a relation to him that he would not abandon her. This means was divorce and marriage, and she began to desire it, and resolved that she would agree to it the first time he or Stiva spoke about it again. With such thoughts she spent 5 days without him, the 5 days he expected to be away. Drives and walks, conversations with the Princess Varvara, visits to the hospital, and, above all, reading, the reading of one book after another, occupied her time. But on the 6th day, when the coachman returned without bringing Vronsky, she felt that she no longer had strength enough to smother the thought about him and what he was doing at Kashin. Just at this very time her little girl was taken ill. Anna attended to her, but it did not divert her mind, the more as the little one was not dangerously ill. Do the best she could, she did not love this child, and she could not pretend to feelings which had no existence. On the evening of the 6th day, while she was entirely alone, she felt such apprehension about him that she almost made up her mind to start for the city herself. But after a long deliberation, she wrote the prevaricating note and sent it by a special messenger. When, the next morning, she received his letter, she regretted hers. With horror she anticipated the repetition of that severe look which he would give her on his return, especially when he learned that his daughter had not been dangerously ill. But still she was glad she had written him. Now Anna acknowledged to herself that he might be annoyed by her, that he might miss his liberty, but yet she was glad that he was coming. Suppose he was annoyed by her, still he would be there with her so that she could see him, so that she should be aware of his every motion. She was sitting in the parlor, by the lamp, reading a new book of Taine's, listening to the sound of the wind outside, and watching every moment for the arrival of the carriage. Several times she thought that she heard the rumble of wheels, but she was deceived. At last she distinctly heard not only the wheels, but the coachman's voice, and the carriage rolling under the covered porch. The Princess Varvara, who was laying out a game of patience, heard it too. Anna's face flushed. She rose, but, instead of going down, as she had twice done already, she stopped. She was suddenly ashamed at her deception, and still more alarmed by the doubt as to how he would receive her. All her irritation had vanished. All she feared was Vronsky's displeasure. She remembered that her daughter for 2 days now had been perfectly well. She was annoyed that the child should recover just as she sent off the letter. And then she realized that he was there, himself, with his eyes, his hands. She heard his voice, joy filled her heart, and, forgetting everything, she ran to meet him. "How is Annie?" he asked anxiously, from the bottom of the stairs, as she ran swiftly down. He was seated in a chair, and his lackey was pulling off his furred boots. "All right, much better." "And you?" he asked, shaking himself. She seized his 2 hands and drew him towards her, looking into his eyes. "Well, I am very glad," he said, coldly surveying her headdress, her whole toilet, which, as he knew, had been put on expressly for him. All this pleased him, but how many times had the same thing pleased him? And that stony, severe expression, which Anna so much dreaded, remained on his face. "Well, I am very glad. And how are you?" he asked, kissing her hand, after he had wiped his damp moustache. "It is all the same to me," thought Anna, "if only he is here, and when he is here he cannot help loving me. He does not dare not to love me." The evening passed pleasantly and merrily in the presence of the Princess Varvara, who complained to him that when he was away Anna took morphine. "What can I do? I cannot sleep. My thoughts are distracting. When he is here, I never take it. Almost never." Vronsky told about the elections, and Anna, by her questions, cleverly led him to talk about what especially pleased him, his own success. Then she told him all the interesting things that had happened since he went away, and took care to speak of nothing unpleasant. But late in the evening, when they were alone, Anna, seeing that she had him at her feet again, wished to efface the unpleasant effect of her letter. She said, "Confess that you were displeased to receive my letter, and that you did not believe me." As soon as she spoke she saw that, though he was affectionately disposed toward her, he did not forgive this. "Yes," answered he, "your letter was strange. Annie was sick, and yet you yourself wanted to come." "Both were true." "Well, I do not doubt it." "Yes, you do doubt. I see that you are angry." "Not for 1 minute. But what vexes me is that you will not admit that there are duties." "What duties? Going to concerts?" "We won't talk about it." "Why not talk about it?" "I only mean that imperious duties may meet us. Now, for instance, I shall have to go to Moscow on business." "Ach, Anna, why are you so irritable? Don't you know that I cannot live without you?" "If this is the way," said Anna, changing her tone suddenly, "then you are tired of this kind of life. Yes, you are home one day, and go away the next. Anna, this is cruel. I am ready to give up my whole life." But she would not listen to him. "If you are going to Moscow, I shall go with you. I will not stay here alone. We must either live together or separate." "But you know I ask nothing more than to live with you. But for that—" "The divorce is necessary. I will write him. I see that I cannot continue to live in this way. But I am going with you to Moscow." "You really threaten me. But all I ask in the world is not to be separated from you," said Vronsky, smiling. As the count spoke these affectionate words, the look in his eyes was not only icy, but wrathful, like that of a man persecuted and exasperated. She saw his look, and accurately read its meaning. "If this is so, then it is misfortune," said this look. The expression was only momentary, but she never forgot it. Anna wrote to her husband, begging him to grant the divorce, and toward the end of November, after separating from the Princess Varvara, who had gone to Petersburg, she went to Moscow with Vronsky. Expecting every day to get Alexey Alexandrovitch's reply, and immediately afterward to secure the divorce, they set up their establishment as if they were married. End of chapter 32, and end of part 6 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. Part 7, Chapter 1 of Anna Karenina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. Part 7, Chapter 1. The Levins had been in Moscow for 2 months, and the time fixed by competent authorities for Kitty's deliverance was already past. But she was still waiting, and there was no sign that the time was any nearer than it had been 2 months before. The doctor and the midwife and Dolly and her mother, and especially Levin, who could not without terror think of the approaching event, now began to feel impatient and anxious. Kitty alone kept perfectly calm and happy. She now clearly recognized in her heart the birth of a new feeling of love for the child which already partly existed for her, and she entertained this feeling with joy. The child was no longer only a part of her. Even now it already lived in its own independent life at times. This caused her suffering, but at the same time she felt like laughing with a strange unknown joy. All whom she loved were with her, and all were so good to her, took such care of her, and tried so to make everything pleasant for her that, if she had not known and felt that the end must soon come, this would have been the happiest and best part of her life. Only one thing clouded her perfect happiness, and this was that her husband was different from the Levin she loved, or the Levin that had lived in the country. She had loved his calm, gentle, and hospitable ways in the country. In the city he seemed all the time restless and on his guard, as if he feared that some one was going to insult him or her. There in the country he was usefully occupied, and seemed to know that he was in his place. Here in the city he was constantly on the go, as if he were afraid of forgetting something, but he had nothing really to do. and she felt sorry for him. But she knew that to his friends he was not an object of commiseration, and when in society she looked at him as one studies those who are beloved, endeavouring to look on him as a stranger, and see what effect he produced on others, she saw with anxiety the danger that she herself might become jealous of him for the reason that he was not at all pitiable, but rather an exceedingly attractive man by reason of his dignified, rather old-fashioned, shy politeness to ladies, his strong physique, and his very expressive face. But she read his inner nature. She saw that he was not himself, otherwise she could not define his actions. But sometimes in her heart she reproached him because he could not adapt himself to city life. Sometimes even she confessed that it was really difficult for him to conduct his life so as to please her. But, indeed, what could he find to do? He was not fond of cards. He did not go to the clubs. She now knew what it meant to frequent the company of high livers, like a Vronsky. It meant to drink and to go to places. She could not think without horror of where these men were in the habit of going. Should he go into society? She knew that to enjoy that it would be necessary to find pleasure in the company of young ladies, and she could not desire that. Then should he sit at home with her mother, and her sister? But however pleasant these conversations might be to her, she knew that they must be wearisome to him. What, then, remained for him to do? Was he to go on with his book? He intended to do this, and began to make researches in the public library, but, as he confessed to Kitty, the more he had nothing to do the less time he had. Moreover, he complained to her that too much was said about his book, and therefore his ideas were thrown into confusion, and that his interest in his work was flagging. One result of their life in Moscow was that there were no more quarrels between them, either because city conditions were different, or because both were beginning to be more guarded and prudent. The fact remained that, since they left the country, the scenes of jealousy which they feared might arise were not repeated. In these circumstances one very important affair for them both took place. Kitty had a meeting with Vronsky. Kitty's godmother, the old Princess Marya Borisovna, was always very fond of her and wanted to see her. Kitty, though owing to her condition she was not going out now, went with her father to see the stately old princess, and there she met Vronsky. At this meeting Kitty could reproach herself only for the fact that for the moment when she first saw the features, once so familiar, she felt her heart beat fast, and her face redden. But her emotion lasted only a few seconds. The old prince hastened to begin an animated conversation with Vronsky, and by the time he had finished Kitty was ready to look at Vronsky, or to talk with him if need be, just as she was talking with the princess, and, what was more, without a smile or an intonation which would have been disagreeable to her husband, whose invisible presence, as it were, she felt near her at that moment. She exchanged some words with Vronsky, smiled serenely when he jestingly called the assembly at Kashin our parliament. She had to smile so as to show that she understood the jest. Then she addressed herself to the old princess, and did not turn her head until Vronsky rose to take leave. Then she looked at him, but evidently it was only because it is impolite not to look at a man when he bows. She was grateful to her father because he said nothing about this meeting with Vronsky, but Kitty understood from his especial tenderness after their visit, during their usual walk, that he was satisfied with her. She felt satisfied with herself. She had never anticipated that she should have the strength of mind to remember all the details of her former feelings toward Vronsky, and yet to seem and to feel perfectly indifferent and calm in his presence. Levin turned far more crimson than she did when she told him about her meeting with Vronsky at the house of the Princess Marya Borisovna. It was very hard for her to tell him about it, and still harder to go on relating the details of the meeting, for the reason that he did not ask her a question, but only gazed at her and frowned. "It was such a pity that you weren't there," she said to her husband, "not in the room. For before you I should not have been so self-possessed. I'm blushing now ever and ever so much more than I did then," said she, blushing till the tears came. "But if you could have looked through the keyhole." Her sincere eyes told Levin that she was satisfied with her behavior, and, though she blushed, he immediately became calm. He asked her some questions, just as she wished him to do. When he had heard the whole story, even to the detail that she could not help blushing for the first second, and afterward was perfectly at her ease as if she had never met him before, Levin grew extraordinarily gay, and declared that he was glad of it, and that in future he should not behave so foolishly as he had done at the elections, but that when he met Vronsky again he should be as friendly as possible. "It is so painful to look on him almost as an enemy, whom it is hard to meet. I am very, very glad." End of chapter 1. Part 7, Chapter 2 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. "Please don't forget to call at the Boles," said Kitty, as her husband came into her room about 11 o'clock in the morning before going out. "I know that you are going to dine at the club because papa wrote to you, but what are you going to do this morning?" "I'm only going to Katavasov's." "Why are you going so early?" "He promised to introduce me to Metrov. He's a famous scholar from Petersburg. I want to talk over my book with him." "Oh, yes. Wasn't it his article you were praising? Well, and after that?" "Possibly to the tribunal, about that affair of my sister's." "Aren't you going to the concert?" she asked. "No. Why should I go alone?" "Do go. They're going to give those new pieces. It will interest you. I should certainly go." "Well, at all events, I shall come home before dinner," he said, looking at his watch. "Put on your best coat, so as to go to the Countess Bole's." "Why, is that really necessary?" "Oh, certainly. The count himself came here. Now, what does it cost you? You go, you sit down, you talk 5 minutes about the weather, then you get up and go." "Well, you don't realize that I am so out of practice, that I feel abashed. How absurd it is for a strange man to come to a house, to sit down, to stay a little while without any business, to find himself in the way, feel awkward, and then go." Kitty laughed. "Yes, but didn't you used to make calls before you were married?" "Yes, but I was always bashful," said he. "And now I'm so out of the way of it that, by heavens, I would rather not have any dinner for 2 days than make this call. I'm so bashful. It seems to me as if they must take offense and say, 'Why do you come without business?'" "No, they don't take offense. I will answer that for you," said Kitty, looking brightly into his face. She took his hand. "Now, Prashchai, please go." He kissed his wife's hand and was about to go when she stopped him. "Kostya, do you know I have only 50 rubles left?" "Well, I will go and get some from the bank. How much do you want?" said he, with his well-known expression of vexation. "No, wait." She detained him by the arm. "Let us talk about this a moment. This troubles me. I try not to buy anything unnecessary. Still, the money runs away. We must retrench somehow or other." "Not at all," said Levin with a little cough, and looking askance upon her. She knew this cough. It was a sign of strong vexation, not with her, but with himself. He was actually discontented, not because much money was spent, but because he was reminded of what he wanted to forget. "I have ordered Sokolov to sell the corn, and to get the rent of the mill in advance. We shall have money enough." "No, but I fear that, as a general thing—" "No, not at all. Not at all," he repeated. "Well, good-bye, darling." "Sometimes I wish I hadn't listened to mamma. How happy we were in the country. I tire you all, waiting for me, and the money we spend." "Not at all. Not at all. Not one single time since we were married till now have I thought that things would have been better than they are." "Truly?" said she, looking into his face. He said that thinking only to comfort her, but when he saw her gentle, honest eyes turned to him with an inquiring look, he repeated what he had said with his whole heart, and he remembered what was coming to them so soon. "How do you feel this morning? Do you think it will be soon?" he asked, taking both her hands in his. "I sometimes think that I don't think and don't know anything." "And you don't feel afraid?" She smiled disdainfully. "Not the least bit. No, nothing will happen today. Don't worry." "If that is so, then I am going to Katavasov's." "I am going with papa to take a little walk on the boulevard. We are going to see Dolly. I shall expect you back before dinner. Oh, there! Do you know Dolly's position is getting to be entirely unendurable? She is in debt on every side, and hasn't any money at all. We talked about it yesterday with Mamma and Arseny," this was her sister Natalia Livla's husband, "and they decided that you should scold Stiva. It is truly unendurable. It is impossible for Papa to speak about it. But if you and he—" "Well, what can we do?" asked Levin. "You had better go to Arseny's and talk with him. He will tell you what we decided about it." "All right, I will follow Arseny's advice. Then I will go directly to his house. By the way, if he is still at the concert, then I will go with Natalie. So good bye." On the staircase, the old bachelor servant, Kuzma, who acted in the city as steward, stopped his master. "Krasovichka has just been shod, and it lamed her." This was Levin's left pole horse, which he had brought from the country. "What shall I do?" said he. When Levin established himself in Moscow, he brought his horses from the country. He wished to set up as good a stable as possible, but not to have it cost too much. It seemed to him now that hired horses would have been less expensive, and even as it was, he was often obliged to hire of the izvozchik. "Take her to the veterinary. Perhaps she is going to have a swimmer." "Well, how shall you arrange for Katerina Alexandrovna?" asked Kuzma. Levin was now no longer troubled, as he had been at first, when he first came to Moscow, that for the drive from Vozdvizhensko to Zinstev Vronsky it was necessary to have a span of heavy horses harnessed into his heavy carriage, and to drive at 4 versts through mealy snow, and keep them waiting 4 hours there, and to have to pay 5 rubles for it. Now it seemed to him the natural thing to do. "Get a pair of horses from the izvozchik and put them into our carriage." "I will obey." After having thus decided simply and quickly, thanks to his training in city ways, a labor which in the country would have cost him much trouble and attention, Levin went out on the porch, and, beckoning to an izvozchik, took his seat in the cab, and rode off to the Nikitskaya Street. On the way the question of money did not occupy him, but he thought over how he was going to make the acquaintance of the sociological savant from Petersburg, and what he should say to him in regard to his treatise. It was only during the first part of his stay in Moscow that Levin, who had been used to the productive ways of the country, was amazed at the strange and unavoidable expenses which met him on every side. But now he was wonted to them. He had somewhat the same experience as he had been told drunken men went through. Each successive glass made him more reckless. When Levin took the first 100-ruble note for the purchase of liveries for the lackey and Swiss, he could not avoid the consideration that these liveries were wholly useless to anyone, and yet they seemed to be unavoidable and indispensable, judging from the amazement of Kitty and her mother when he made the remark that they might go without them. And he put it to himself that the liveries represented the wages of 2 laborers for a year, that is to say, about 300 working days from early in the morning till late at night, so that the first 100-ruble note corresponded to the first glass. But the second bill of 28 rubles, expended for the purchase of provisions for a family dinner, caused him less trouble, though he still mentally computed that this money represented 9 chetverts, or more than 50 bushels, of oats, which these same workmen, at the cost of many groans, had mowed, bound into sheaves, threshed, winnowed, gathered up, and put into bags. And now the money spent in this way had long ceased to evoke any such considerations, but they flew around him like little birds. He had long ceased to ask himself whether the pleasure purchased by this money was anywhere near commensurate with the labor spent in acquiring it. He also forgot the common principle of economics, that there is a certain price below which it is impossible to sell grain except at a loss. His rye, the price of which he had kept up so long, had to be sold at 10 kopecks a bushel cheaper than he had sold it a month earlier. Even the calculation that if he kept on at his present rate of expenditure it would be impossible to get through the year without getting into debt, did not cause him any anxiety. Only one thing troubled him, the keeping up his bank account, without asking how, so that there might be always enough for the daily needs of the household. And up to the present time he had succeeded in doing this. But now his deposit at the bank had run low, and he did not know exactly how to restore it. And this problem was causing him some anxiety just at the time when Kitty asked him for more money. But he did not want to bother about that just now. So he drove away, thinking of Katavasov and his approaching acquaintance with Metrov. End of chapter 2.